Produced by Suzanne, Steve Flynn, Virginia Pack, Peter Klumper, Tanya Allen, Thierry Alberto, and PG distributed proofreaders. Illustration: the fair and sometimes uncertain daughter of the House of Milbury. See page 182. The Spenders. A Tale of the Third Generation. By Harry Leon Wilson. Illustrated by O'Neill Latham. 1902. To LLJ. Forward. The wanderers of earth turned to her outcast of the older lands with a promise and hope in their pleading, and she reached them pitying hands, and she cried to the old-world cities that drowse by the eastern main. Send me your weary, house-worn broods, and I'll send you men again. Lo, here in my wind-swept reaches, by my marshaled peaks of snow, is room for a larger reaping than your ordered fields can grow. Seed of the main seed springing to stature and strength in my son, free with a limitless freedom no battles of men have won. For men, like the grain of the cornfields, grow small in the huddled crowd, and weak for the breath of spaces where a soul may speak aloud. For hills, like stairways to heaven, shaming the level track, and sick with the clang of pavements and the marts of the trafficking pack. Greatness is born of greatness, and breadth of a breadth profound. The old Antean fable of strength renewed from the ground was a human truth for the ages. Since the hour of the Edinburgh, that man among men was strongest who stood with his feet on the earth. Charlotte Mabrith Hall. Contents. Chapter 1. The second generation is removed. Roman 2. How the first generation once righted itself. Roman 3. Billy Brew finds his man. Roman 4. The West against the East. V. Over the hills. Roman 6. A meeting and a clashing. Roman 7. The rapid-fire Lorgnon is spiked. Roman 8. Up Skiplap cannon. Roman 9. 3 letters, private and confidential. X. The price of averting a scandal. Z. How Uncle Peter Bines once cut loose. Roman 12. Plans for the journey east. Roman 13. The Argonauts return to the rising sun. Roman 14. Mr. Higby communicates some valuable information. Roman 15. Some light with a few sidelights. Roman 16. With the barbaric hosts. Roman 17. The patricians entertain. Roman 18. The course of true love at a house party. Roman 19. An afternoon stroll and an evening catastrophe. Roman 20. Dr. von Herslick expounds the Heitwer Hotel and certain allied phenomena. Roman 21. The diversions of a young multimillionaire. Roman 22. The distressing adventure of Mrs. Bines. Roman 23. The summer campaign is planned. Roman 24. The sight of a new beauty and some advice from Higby. Roman 25. Horace Milbury upholds the dignity of his house. Roman 26. A hot day in New York with news of an interesting marriage. Roman 27. A sensational turn in the Milbury fortunes. Roman 28. Uncle Peter Bines comes to town with his man. Roman 29. Uncle Peter Bines threatens to raise something. XXX. Uncle Peter inspires his grandson to worthy ambitions. Roman 31. Concerning Consolidated Copper and Peter Bines as matchmakers. Roman 32. Devotion to business and a chance meeting. Roman 33. The amateur Napoleon of Wall Street. Roman 34. How the Chinook came to Wall Street. Roman 35. The news broken, whereupon an engagement is broken. Roman 36. The God and the Machine. Roman 37. The departure of Uncle Peter and some German philosophy. Roman 38. Some phenomena peculiar to spring. Roman 39. An unusual plan of action is matured. XL. Some rude behavior, of which only a Western man could be guilty. Roman 41. The new Argonauts. Illustrations. The fair and sometimes uncertain daughter of the House of Milbury. Well, Billy Brew, what's doin'? The spell was broken. Why, you'd be Lady Castlethorpe, with dukes and counts talkin' off their crowns to you. Remember that saying of your pa's, it takes all kinds of fools to make a world. Say it that way, Miss Milbury is engaged with Mr. Bines and can't see you. The Spenders. Chapter 1. The second generation is removed. When Daniel J. Bines died of apoplexy in his private car at Caslow Junction, no one knew just where to reach either his old father or his young son with the news of his death. Somewhere up the eastern slope of the Sierras, the old man would be leading, as he had long chosen to lead each summer, the lonely life of a prospector. The young man, 2 years out of Harvard, and but recently back from an extended European tour, was at some point on the North Atlantic coast, beginning the season's pursuit of happiness as he listed. Only in a land so young that almost the present dwellers therein have made it might we find individualities which so decisively failed to blend. So little congruous was the family of Bines in root, branch, and blossom, that it might, indeed, be taken to picture an epic of Western life as the romancer would tell it. First of the line stands the figure of Peter Bines, the pioneer, contemporary with the stirring days of Fremont, of Kit Carson, of Harney and Bridger. The fearless strivers toward an ever-receding West, fascinating for its untried dangers as for its fabled wealth the sturdy, grave men who fought and toiled and hoped, and realized in varying measure, but who led in sober truth a life such as the colors of no tattler shall ever be high enough to reproduce. Next came Daniel J. Bines, a type of the builder and organizer who followed the trail blazed by the earlier pioneer. The genius who, finding the magic realm opened, forthwith became its exploiter to its vast renown and his own large profit, coining its wealth of minerals, lumber, cattle, and grain, and adventurously building the railroads that must always be had to drain a new land of savagery. Nor would there be wanting a third a figure of this present day, containing, in potency at least, the staunch qualities of his two rugged forebears, the venturesome spirit that set his restless grandsire to roving westward, the power to group and coordinate, to think 3 moves ahead, which had made his father a man of affairs. And, further, he had something modern of his own that neither of the others possessed, and yet which came as the just fruit of the parent vine. A disposition perhaps a bit less strenuous, turning back to the risen rather than forward to the setting sun. A tendency to rest a little from the toil and tumult, to cultivate some graces subtler than those of adventure and commercialism, to make the most of what had been done rather than strain to the doing of needless more, to live, in short, like a philosopher and a gentleman who has more golden dollars a year than either philosophers or gentlemen are wont to enjoy. And now the central figure had gone suddenly at the age of 52, after the way of certain men who are quick, ardent, and generous in their living. From his luxurious private car, lying on the sidetrack at the dreary little station, Toller, private secretary to the millionaire, had telegraphed to the headquarters of one important railway company the death of its president, and to various mining, milling, and lumbering companies the death of their president, vice president, or managing director as the case might be. For the widow and only daughter word of the calamity had gone to a mountain resort not far from the family home at Montana City. There promised to be delay in reaching the other two. The son would early read the news, Toller decided, unless perchance he were off at sea, since the death of a figure like Bines would be told by every daily newspaper in the country. He telegraphed, however, to the young man's New York apartments and to a Newport address, on the chance of finding him. Locating old Peter Bines at this season of the year was a feat never lightly to be undertaken, nor for any trivial end. It being now the 10th of June, it could be known with certainty only that in one of 4 states he was prowling through some wooded cañon, toiling over a windy pass, or scaling a mountain sheerly, in his ancient and best-loved sport of prospecting. Knowing his habits, the rashest guesser would not have attempted to say more definitely where the old man might be. The most promising plan Toller could devise was to wire the superintendent of the one-girl mine at Skiplap. The elder Bines, he knew, had passed through Skiplap about June 1st, and had left, perhaps, some inkling of his proposed route, if it chanced, indeed, that he had taken the trouble to propose one. Pangburn, the mine superintendent, on receipt of the news, dispatched 5 men on the search in as many different directions. The old man was now 74, and Pangburn had noted when last they met that he appeared to be somewhat less agile and vigorous than he had been 20 years before, from which it was fair to reason that he might be playing his solitary game at a leisurely pace, and would have tramped no great distance in the 10 days he had been gone. The searchers, therefore, were directed to beat up the nearby country. To Billy Brew was allotted the easiest as being the most probable route. He was to follow up Paddle Creek to 4 Forks, thence over the Bitter Root Trail to Eden, on to Orofino, and up over Little Pass to Helengon. He was to proceed slowly, to be alert for signs along the way, and to make inquiries of all he met. "You're likely to get track of Uncle Peter," said Pangburn, "over along the west side of Horseback Ridge, just beyond Eden. When he pulled out, he was talking about some likely floatrock he'd picked up over that way last summer. You'd ought to make that by tomorrow, seeing you've got a good horse and the trail's been mended this spring. Now you spread yourself out, Billy, and when you get onto the ridge, make a special look all around there." Besides these directions and the telegram from Toller, Billy Brew took with him a copy of the Skiplap Weekly Ledge, damp from the press and containing the death notice of Daniel J. Bines, a notice sent out by the News Association, which Billy Brew read with interest as he started up the trail. The item concluded thus: "The young and beautiful Mrs. Bines, who had been accompanying her husband on his trip of inspection over the Sierra Northern, is prostrated with grief at the shock of his sudden death." Billy Brew mastered this piece of intelligence after 6 readings, but he refrained from comment, beyond thanking God in thought that he could mind his own business under excessive provocation to do otherwise. He considered it no meddling, however, to remember that Mrs. Daniel J. Bines, widow of his late employer, could appear neither young nor beautiful to the most sanguine of newsgatherers, nor to remember that he happened to know she had not accompanied her husband on his last trip of inspection over the Caslow division of the Sierra Northern Railway. Chapter 2. How the First Generation Once Righted Itself. By some philosophers, unhappiness is believed rather than coming from deprivation or infliction to result from the individual's failure to select from a number of possible occupations one that would afford him entire satisfaction with life and himself. To this perverse blindness, they attribute the dissatisfaction with great wealth traditional of men who have it. The fault, they contend, is not with wealth inherently. The most they will admit against money is that the possession of much of it tends to destroy that judicial calm necessary to a wise choice of recreations, to incline the possessor, perhaps, toward those that are unsalutary. Concerning the old man that Billy Brew now sought with his news of death, a philosopher of this school would unhesitatingly declare that he had sounded the last note of human wisdom. Far up in some mountain solitude, old Peter Bines, multimillionaire, with a lone pack mule to bear his meager outfit, picked up floatrock, tapped and scanned ledges, and chipped at boulders with the same ardor that had fired him in his penniless youth. Back in 1850, a young man of 24, he had joined the rush to California, working his passage as deckhand on a vessel that doubled the Horn. Landing without capital at San Francisco, the little seaport settlement among the shifting yellow sand dunes, he had worked 6 weeks along the docks as roustabout for money to take him back into the hills whence came the big fortunes and the bigger tales of fortunes. For 6 years, he worked over the gravelly benches of the California creeks for vagrant particles of gold. Then, in the late 50s, he joined a mad stampede to the Fraser River gold fields in British Columbia. Still wild over its first knowledge of silver sulfurates, he was drawn back by the wonder tales of the Comstock Lode. Joining the bedraggled caravan over the Carson Trail, he continued his course of bitter hardship in the Washoe Valley. From a patch of barren, sun-baked rock and earth, 3 miles long and 1/3 of a mile wide, high up on the eastern slope of Mount Davidson, he beheld more millions taken out than the wildest enthusiast had ever before ventured to dream of. But Peter Bines was a luckless unit of the majority that had perforce to live on the hope produced by others' findings. The time for his strike had not come. For 10 years more, half-clad in flannel shirt and overalls, he lived in flimsy tents, tattered canvas houses, and sometimes holes in the ground. One abode of luxury, long cherished in memory, was a 10-by-12 redwood shanty on Feather River. It not only boasted a window, but there was a round hole in the shake roof, fastidiously cut to fit a stovepipe. That he never possessed a stovepipe had made this feature of the architecture not less sumptuous and engaging. He lived chiefly on salt pork and beans, cooked over smoky campfires. Through it all he was the determined, eager, confident prospector, never for an instant prey to even the suggestion of a doubt that he would not shortly be rich. Whether he washed the golden specks from the sand of a sagebrush plain, or sought the mother ledge of some wandering golden child, or dug with his pick to follow a promising surface lead, he knew it to be only the matter of time when his day should dawn. He was of the make that wears unbending hope as its birthright. Some day the inexhaustible placer would be found, Or, on a mountainside where the porphyry was stained, he would carelessly chip off a fragment of rock, turn it up to the sun, and behold it rich in ruby silver. Or, someday, the vein, instead of pinching out, would widen. There would be pay ore almost from the grassroots rich, yellow, free-milling gold, so that he could put up a little airastra, beat out enough in a week to buy a small stamp mill. And then, in 6 months, 10 years, more of this fruitless but nourishing certainty were his 10 years of the awful solitudes, shared sometimes by his hardy and equally confident wife, and, at the last, by his boy, who had become old enough to endure with his father the snow and ice of the mountain tops and the withering heat of the alkali wastes. Footsore, hungry most of the time, alternately burned and frozen, he lived the life cheerfully and tirelessly, with an enthusiasm that never faltered. When his day came, it brought no surprise, so freshly certain had he kept of its coming through the 20 years of search. At his feet, one July morning in 1870, he noticed a piece of dark-stained rock in a mass of drift stones. So small was it that to have gone a few feet to either side would have been to miss it. He picked it up and examined it leisurely. It was rich in silver. Somewhere, then, between him and the mountain top, was the parent stock from which this precious fragment had been broken. The sun beat hotly upon him as it had on other days through all the hard years when certainty, after all, was nothing more than a temperamental faith. All day he climbed and searched methodically, stopping at noon to eat with an appetite unaffected by his prospect. At sunset he would have stopped for the day, camping on the spot. He looked above to estimate the ground he could cover on the morrow. Almost in front of him, a few yards up the mountainside, he looked squarely at the mother of his float, a huge boulder of projecting silicate. It was there. During the following week, he ascertained the dimensions of his vein of silver ore and located 2 claims. He named them the Stars and Stripes and the American Boy, paying thereby what he considered tributes, equally deserved, to his native land and to his only son Daniel, in whom were centered his fondest hopes. A year of European travel had followed for the family, a year of spending the new money lavishly for strange, long-dreamed-of luxuries, a year in which the money was joyously proved to be real. Then came a year of tentative residence in the East. That year was less satisfactory. The novelty of being sufficiently fed, clad, and sheltered was losing its fine edge. Penniless and constrained to a life of privation, Peter Bines had been strangely happy. Rich and of consequence in a community where the ways were all of pleasantness and peace, Peter Bines became restless, discontented, and, at last, unmistakably miserable. "It can't be because I'm rich," he argued. "It's a sure thing my money can't keep me from doin' just what I want to do." Then a suspicion pricked him, for he had, in his years of solitude, formed the habit of considering, in a leisurely and hospitable manner, even the reverse sides of propositions that are commonly accepted by men without question. The money can't prevent me from doin' what I just want to certain, but, maybe, don't it? If I didn't have it, I'd first sure be back in the hills and happy, and so would Evelina. That ain't it hardly what you could call a good day since we made the strike. On this line of reasoning, it took Peter Bines no long time to conclude that he ought now to enjoy as a luxury what he had once been constrained to as a necessity. "Even when I was poor and had to hit the trail, I just loved them hills, so why ain't it crafty to pike back to 'em now when I don't have to?" His triumphant finale was, "When you come to think about it, a rich man ain't really got any more excuse for bane, Miss Sable, than a poor man has." Back to the big hills that called him had he gone, away from the cities where people lived too close together and too far apart. Back to the green, rough earth where the air was free and quick and a man could see 100 miles, and the people lived far enough apart to be neighborly. Their content had blessed him again, content not slothful but inciting, a content that embraced his own beloved West, fashioning first in fancy and then by deed its own proud future. He had never ceased to plan and stimulate its growth. He not only became one with its manifold interests, but proudly dedicated the young Daniel to its further making. He became an ardent and bigoted Westerner, with a scorn for the East so profound that no Easterner's scorn for the West hath ever by any chance equaled it. Prospecting with the simple outfit of old became his relaxation, his sport, and, as he aged, his hobby. It was said that he had exalted prospecting to the dignity of an art, and no longer hunted gold as a pot hunter. He was even reputed to have valuable deposits covered, and certain it is that after Creed made his rich find on Mammoth Mountain in 1890, Peter Bines met him in Denver and gave him particulars about the vein which as yet Creed had divulged to no one. Questioned later concerning this, Peter Bines evaded answering directly, but suggested that a man who already had plenty of money might have done wisely to cover up the find and be still about it. That Nat Creed himself proved as much by going crazy over his wealth and blowing out his brains. To a tamely prosperous Easterner who, some years after his return to the West, made the conventional remark, "And isn't it amazing that you were happy through those hard years of toil when you were so poor?" Peter Bines had replied to his questioner's hopeless bewilderment, "No, but it is surprisin' that I kept happy after I got rich after I got what I wanted. I reckon you'll find," he added, by way of explaining, "that the proportion of happy rich to unhappy rich is a mighty sight smaller than the proportion of happy poor to the unhappy poor. I'm one of the former minority, all right, but, by cripes, it's because I know how to be rich and still enjoy all the little comforts of poverty." Chapter 3. Billy Brew Finds His Man. Each spring the old man grew restive and raw like an unbroken colt. And when the distant mountain peaks began to swim in their summer haze, and the little rushing rivers sang to him, pleading that he come once more to follow them up, he became uncontrollable. Every year at this time he alleged, with a show of irritation, that his health was being sapped by the pernicious indulgence of sleeping on a bed inside a house. He alleged, further, that stocks and bonds were but shadows of wealth, that the old mines might any day become exhausted, and that security for the future lay only in having one member of the family, at least, looking up new payrock against the ever-possible time of adversity. "They ain't got to Mackin calendars yet with the rainy day marked on 'em," he would say. "A'most any one of them innocent-lookin' Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesdays is liable to be it when you get right up onto it. I'll have to start my old bones out again, I see that. Things are beginnin' to green up already." When he did go, it was always understood to be positively for not more than 2 weeks. A list of his reasons for extending the time each year to 3 or 4 months would constitute the ideal monograph on human duplicity. When hard pushed on his return, he had once or twice been even brazen enough to assert that he had lost his way in the mountain fastnesses. But, for all his protestations, no one when he left in June expected to see him again before September at the earliest. In these solitary tour he was busy and happy, working and playing. "Work," he would say, "is something you want to get done. Play is something you just like to be doin'. Snoopin' up these gulches is both of 'em to me." And so he loitered through the mountains, resting here, climbing there, making always a shrewd, close reading of the rocks. It was thus Billy Brew found him at the end of his second day's search. A little off the trail, at the entrance to a pocket of the canon, he towered erect to peer down when he heard the noise of the messenger's ascent. Standing beside a boulder of gray granite, before a background of the gnarled dwarf cedars, his hat off, his blue shirt open at the neck, his bare forearms brown, hairy, and muscular, a hammer in his right hand, his left resting lightly on his hip, he might have been the Titan that had forged the boulder at his side, pausing now for breath before another mighty task. Well over 6 feet tall, still straight as any of the pines before him, his head and broad shoulders in the easy poise of power, there was about him from a little distance no sign of age. His lines were gracefully full, his bearing had still the alertness of youth. One must have come as near as Billy Brew now came to detect the marks of time in his face. Not of age merely of time, for here was no senility, no quavering or fretful lines. The gray eyes shone bright and clear from far under the heavy, unbroken line of brow, and the mouth was still straight and firmly held, a mouth under sure control from corner to corner. A little had the years brought out the rugged squareness of the chin and the deadly set of the jaws. A little had they pressed in the cheeks to throw the high bones into broad relief. But these were the utmost of their devastations. Otherwise, Peter Bines showed his 74 years only by the marks of a well-ordered maturity. His eyes, it is true, had that look of knowing which to the young seems always to betoken the futility of, and to warn against the folly of, struggle against what must be. Yet they were kind eyes, and humorous, with many of the small lines of laughter at their corners. Reading the eyes and mouth together, one perceived gentleness and sternness to be well matched, working to any given end in amiable and effective compromise. Uncle Peter, he had long been called by the public that knew him, and his own grandchildren had come to call him by the same term, finding him too young to meet their ideal of a grandfather. Billy Brew, riding up the trail, halted, nodded, and was silent. The old man returned his salutation as briefly. These things by men who stay much alone come to be managed with verbal economy. They would talk presently, but greetings were awkward. Billy Brew took one foot from its stirrup and turned in his saddle, pulling the leg up to a restful position. Then he spat musingly and looked back down the cannon aimlessly, throwing his eyes from side to side where the gray granite ledges showed through the tall spruce and pine trees. But the old man knew he had been sent for. "Well, Billy Brew, what's doin'?" Billy Brew squirmed in the saddle, spat again, as with sudden resolve, and said, "Why, Dan'l J. he's dead." The old man repeated the words, dazedly. "Dan'l J. he's dead, why, who else is dead too?" Billy Brew's emphasis, cunningly contrived by him to avoid giving prominence to the word dead, had suggested this inquiry in the first moment of stupefaction. "Nobody else dead, just Dan'l J. he's dead. Just Dan'l J. my boy Dan'l dead." His mighty shape was stricken with a curious rigidity, erected there as if it were a part of the mountain, flung up of old from the earth's inner tragedy, confounded, desolate, ancient. Billy Brew turned from the stony interrogation of his eyes and took a few steps away, waiting. A little wind sprang up among the higher trees, the moments passed, and still the great figure stood transfixed in its curious silence. The leathers creaked as the horse turned. The messenger, with an air of surveying the cannon, stole an anxious glance at the old face. The sorrowful old eyes were fixed on things that were not. They looked vaguely as if in search. "Dan'l," he said. It was not a cry, there was nothing plaintive in it. It was only the old man calling his son, David calling upon Absalom. Then there was a change. He came sternly forward. "Who killed my boy?" "Nobody, Uncle Peter. 'Twas a stroke. He was goin' over the line, and they'd laid out at Caslow fur a day so's Dan'l J. could see about a spur the lucky cuss people wanted, and maybe it was the Clyman brought it on." The old man looked his years. As he came nearer, Billy Brew saw tears tremble in his eyes and roll unnoted down his cheeks. Yet his voice was unbroken, and he was, indeed, unconscious of the tears. "I was afraid of that. He lived too high. He ate too much and he drank too much and was too soft, was Dan'l, too soft." The old voice trembled a bit, and he stopped to look aside into the little pocket he had been exploring. Billy Brew looked back down the cannon, where the swift stream brawled itself into white foam far below. He wouldn't use his legs. I prodded him about it constant. He stopped again to brace himself against the shock. Billy Brew still looked away. I told him high altitudes and high livin' would do any man. Again he was silent. But all he'd ever say was that times had changed since my day, and I wasn't to mind him. He had himself better in hand now. "Why, I nursed that boy when he was a dear, funny little red baby with big round eyes rollin' around to take notice. He took notice awful quick for a baby. Oh my, oh dear Dan'l." Again he stopped. "And it don't seem more'n yesterday that I was 8 teachin' him to throw the diamond hitch. He could throw the diamond hitch with his eyes shut, I reckon, by the time he was 9 or 10. He had his faults, but they didn't hurt him none. Dan'l J. was a man." Now he halted once more. "The dead millionaire," began Billy Brew, reading from the obituary in the Skiplap Weekly Ledge, "was in his 52nd year. Genial, generous to a fault, quick to resent a wrong, but unfailing in his loyalty to a friend, a man of large ideas with a genius for large operations. He was the type of indefatigable enterprise that has builded this Western empire in a wilderness and given rich sustenance and luxurious homes to millions of prosperous, happy American citizens. Peace to his ashes. And a safe trip to his immortal soul over the one-way trail. Yes, it's Dan'l J. for sure. They got my boy Dan'l that time. Is that all it says, Billy? Anyone with him? Why, this here dispatch is signed by young Toller, that's his confidential man. Nobody else." The old man was peering at him sharply from under the gray protruding brows. "Well, if you must know, Uncle Peter, this is what the notice says that come by wire to the Ledge office." And he read doggedly. The young and beautiful Mrs. Bines, who had been accompanying her husband on his trip of inspection over the Sierra Northern, is prostrated by the shock of his sudden death. The old man became for the first time conscious of the tears in his eyes, and, pulling down one of the blue woolen shirt sleeves, wiped his wet cheeks. The slow, painful blush of age crept up across the iron strength of his face and passed. He looked away as he spoke. I knew that. My Dan'l was like all that Frisco bunch. They get tangled with women sooner or later. I taxed Dan'l with it. I spleened against it and let him know it. But he was a man and his own master, if you can rightly call a man his own master that does them things. Do you know what for a woman this one was, Billy? Well, last time Dan'l J was up to Skiplap, there was a swell party on the car, kind of a coppery-looking blonde. Allie Ash, the brakeman on No. 4, he tells me she used to be in Spokane, and now she'd got her hooks on to some minin' property up in the Coeur d'Alene. Course, this mightn't be the one. The old man had ceased to listen. He was aroused to the need for action. Get movin', Billy. We can get down to Eden tonight. We'll have the moon for 2 hours on the trail soon's the sun's gone. I can get him to drive me over to Skiplap first thing tomorrow, and I can have him make me up a train there for Montana City. Was he? Dan'l J has been took home, the newspaper says. They turned back down the trail, the old man astride Billy Brew's horse, followed by his pack mule and preceded by Billy. Already, such was his buoyance and habit of quick recovery and readjustment under reverses, his thoughts were turning to his grandson. Daniel's boy there was the grandson of his grandfather, the son of his father fresh from college, and the instructions of European travel, knowing many things his father had not known, ready to take up the work of his father, and capable, perhaps, of giving it a better finish. His beloved West had lost one of its valued builders, but another should take his place. His boy should come to him and finish the tasks of his father, and, in the years to come, make other mighty tasks of empire building for himself and the children of his children. It did not occur to him that he and the boy might be as far apart in sympathies and aims as at that moment they were in circumstance. For, while the old man in the garb of a penniless prospector twalled down the steep mountain trail on a cheap horse, his grandson was reading the first news of his father's death in one of the luxurious staterooms of a large steam yacht that had just let down her anchor in Newport Harbor. And each but for the death had been where most he wished to be, one with his coarse fare and out-of-doors life, roughened and seamed by the winds and browned by the sun to mahogany tints. Aged, but playing with boyish zest at his primitive sport. The other, a strong-limbed, well-marrowed, full-breathing youth of 25, with appetites all alert and sharpened, pink and pampered, loving luxury, and prizing above all things else the atmosphere of wealth and its refinements. Chapter 4. The West against the East. 2 months later, a sectional war was raging in the Bines home at Montana City. The West and the East were met in conflict, the old and the new, the stale and the fresh. And, if the bitterness was dissembled by the combatants, not less keenly was it felt, nor less determined was either faction to be relentless. A glance about the sitting room, in which the opposing forces were lined up, and into the parlor through the opened folding doors, may help us to a better understanding of the issue involved. Both rooms were large and furnished in a style that had been supremely luxurious in 1878. The house, built in that year, of Oregon pine, had been quite the most pretentious piece of architecture in that section of the West. It had been erected in the first days of Montana City as a convincing testimonial from the owner to his faith in the town's future. The plush-upholstered sofas and chairs, with their backs and legs of carved black walnut, had come direct from New York. For pictures, there were early art chromos, among them the once prized companion pieces, Wide Awake and Fast Asleep. Lithography was represented by The Fisherman's Pride and The Soldier's Dream of Home. In the handicrafts, there were a photographic reproduction of the Lord's Prayer, illustrated originally by a penman with uncommon genius for scroll work. A group of water lilies in wax, floating on a mirror lake and protected by a glass globe. A full-rigged schooner, built cunningly inside a bottle by a matricide serving a life sentence in the penitentiary at San Quentin. And a mechanical canary bird in a gilded cage, acquired at the Philadelphia Centennial bird that had caroled its death lay in the early winter of 1877 when it was wound up too hard, and its little insides snapped. In the parlor, A few ornamental books were grouped with rare precision on the center table, with its oval top of white marble. On the walls of the sitting room were a steel engraving of Abraham Lincoln striking the shackles from a kneeling slave, and a framed cardboard rebus worked in red zephyr, the reading of which was "No cross, no crown." Thus far nothing helpful has been found. Let us examine, then, the whatnot in the sitting room and the choice empire cabinet that faces it from the opposite wall of the parlor. The whatnot as an American institution is obsolete. Indeed, it has been rather long since writers referred to it even in terms of opprobrious sarcasm. The whatnot, once the cherished shrine of the American home, sheltered the smaller household gods for which no other resting place could be found. The Empire cabinet, with its rounding front of glass, its painted Watteau scenes, and its mirrored back, has come to supplant the humbler creation in the fulfillment of all its tender or mysterious offices. Here, perchance, may be found a clue and symbol to the family strife. The Bines' what, not in the sitting room, was grimly orthodox in its equipment. Here was an ancient box covered with shellwork with a wavy little mirror in its back, a tender motto worked with the hair of the dead, a rock of ages in a glass case with a garland of pink chenille around the base, 2 dried pine cones brightly varnished, an old daguerreotype in an ornamental case of hard rubber, a small old album, 2 small china vases of the kind that came always in pairs, standing on mats of crocheted worsted, 3 seashells, and the cup and saucer that belonged to Grandma, which no one must touch because they'd been broken and were held together but weakly, owing to the imperfections of homemade cement. The new cabinet, haughty in its varnished elegance, with its Watteau dames and courtiers, and perhaps the knowledge that it enjoys widespread approval among the electus, is a different matter. In every American home that is a home today, it demands attention. The visitor, after eyeing it with cautious side glances, goes jauntily up to it, affecting to have been stirred by the mere impulse of elegant idleness. Under the affectedly careless scrutiny of the hostess, he falls dramatically into an attitude of awed entrancement. Reverently he gazes upon the priceless bibelots within, the mother-of-pearl fan, half open, the tiny cup and saucer of Sevres on their brass easel, the miniature Cupid and Psyche in marble, the Japanese wrestlers carved in ivory, the ballet dancer in bisque, the coral necklace, the souvenir spoon from the Paris Exposition, the jade bracelet, and the silver snuff-box that grandfather carried to the day of his death. If the gazing visitor be a person of abandoned character, he makes humorous pretense that the householder has done wisely to turn a key upon these treasures, against the ravishings of the overwhelmed and frenzied connoisseur. He wears the look of one who is gnawed with envy, and he heaves the sigh of despair. But when he notes presently that he has ceased to be observed, he sneaks cheerfully to another part of the room. The whatnot is obsolete. The Empire cabinet is regnant. Yet, though one is the lineal descendant of the other, its sophisticated grandchild, they are hostile and irreconcilable. 20 years hence, the cabinet will be proscribed, and its contents catalogued in those same terms of disparagement that the whatnot became long since too dead to incur. Both will then have attained the state of honorable extinction now enjoyed by the dodo. The whatnot had curiously survived in the Bines, home survived unto the coming of the princely, cabinet survived, to give battle if it might. Here, perhaps, may be found the symbolic clue to the strife's cause. The sole non-combatant was Mrs. Bines, the widow. A neutral was this good woman, and a well-wisher to each faction. "I tell you it's all the same to me," she declared, "Montana City or Fifth Avenue in New York. I guess I can do well enough in either place so long as the rest of you are satisfied." It had been all the same to Mrs. Bines for as many years as a woman of 50 can remember. It was the lot of wives in her day and environment early to learn the supreme wisdom of abolishing preferences. Riches and poverty, ease and hardship, mountain and plain, town and wilderness, they followed in no ascertainable sequence, and a superiority of indifference to each was the only protection against hurts from the unexpected. This trained neutrality of Mrs. Bines served her finely now. She had no leading to ally herself against her children in their wish to go east, nor against Uncle Peter Bines in his stubborn effort to keep them west. She folded her hands to wait on the others. And the battle raged. The old man, sole defender of the virtuous and stalwart West against an East that he alleged to be effete and depraved, had now resorted to sarcasm, a thing that Mr. Carlyle thought was as good as the language of the devil. "And here now, how about this dog luncheon?" he continued, glancing at a New York newspaper clutched accusingly in his hand. "It was give, I see, by one of your Newport cronies. Now, that's healthy doin's for a two-fisted Christian, ain't it? I want to know. Chaperonging a select company of lady and gentleman dogs from soup to coffee, pressing a little more of the dog biscuit on this one, and seein' that the other don't misplay its finger bowl no way. How I would love to read of a Bines standin', up, all in purty velvet pants most likely, to receive at one of them bow-wow functions. Functions, I believe, is the name of it," he ended in polite inquiry. There, Uncle Peter," the young man broke in, soothingly. "You mustn't take those Sunday newspapers as gospel truth. Those stories are printed for just such rampant old tenderfoots as you are. And even if there is one foolish freak, he doesn't represent all society in the better sense of the term." "Yes, and you," Uncle Peter broke out again, reminded of another grievance. "You know well enough your true name is Peter Pete and Petty when you was a baby and Peter when you left for college. And you're ashamed of what you've done, too, for you tried to hide them calling cards from me the other day, only you wa'n't quick enough. Bring 'em out. I'm bound your mother and Pish shall see 'em. Out with 'em." The young man, not without embarrassment, drew forth a Russia leather card case, which the old man took from him as one having authority. "Here you are, Marthy Bines," he exclaimed, handing her a card. "Here you are, read it, Mr. P. Percival Bines. Now don't you feel proud of having stuck out for Percival when you see it in cold print? You know mighty well his pa and me agreed to Percival only fur a middle name, just to please you, and he wa'n't to be called by it, only just Peter or Peter P. at most, and now look at the way he's gone and garbled his good name." Mr. P. Percival Bines blushed furiously here, but rejoined, nevertheless, with quiet dignity, that a man's name was something about which he should have the ruling voice, especially where it was possible for him to rectify or conceal the unhappy choice of his parents. "And while we're on names," he continued, "do try to remember in case you ever get among people, that Sis's name is Psyche and not Pish." The blonde and complacent Miss Bines here moved uneasily in her patent blue plush rocker and spoke for the first time, with a grateful glance at her brother. "Yes, Uncle Peter, for mercy's sake, do try. Don't make us a laughingstock. But your name is Pish. A person's name is what their folks name 'em, ain't it? Your ma comes across a name in a book that she likes the looks of, and she takes it to spell Pish, and she ups and names you Pish, and we all calls you Pish and Pishy. And then when you toddle off to public school and let 'em know how you spell it, they tell you it's something else, an outlandish name if spellin' means anything. If it comes to that, you ought to change the spellin', instead of the name that your poor pa loved." Yet the old man had come to know that he was fighting a lost fight, lost before it had ever begun. "It will be a good chance," ventured Mrs. Bines, timidly, "for Pishy I mean Psyche to meet the right sort of people. Yes, I should say, and the wrong sort. The engadgin' host of them lady and gentleman dogs, for instance." "But Uncle Peter," broke in the young man, "you shouldn't expect a girl of Psyche's beauty and fortune to vegetate in Montana City all her life. Why, any sort of brilliant marriage is possible to her if she goes among the right people. Don't you want the family to amount to something socially? Is our money to do us no good? And do you think I'm going to stay here and be a mossback and raise chin whiskers and work myself to death the way my father did?" No, replied the old man with a glance at the mother. "Not just the way your pa did. You might do some different and some better. But all the same, you won't do any better'n he did anyway. You'll learn to live in New York. Unless you was to go broke there," he added thoughtfully. "In that case you got the stuff in you and it'd come out, but you got too much money to go broke. And you'll see that I lead a decent enough life. Times have changed since my father was a young man." "Yes, that's what your pa told me, times had changed since I was a young man. But I could 'a' done him good if he'd 'a' listened." "Well, we'll try it. The tide is setting that way from all over the country. Here, listen to this editorial in the Sun." And he read from his own paper. "A good place to move to. One of the most interesting evidences of the growth of New York is the news that Mr. Anson Ledrick of the Consolidated Copper Company has purchased an extensive building site on Riverside Drive and will presently improve it with a costly residence. Mr. Ledrick's decision to move his household effects to Manhattan Island is in accordance with a very marked tendency of successful Americans. There are those who are fond of depreciating New York, of assailing it with all sorts of cheap and sensational vituperation, of picturing it as the one great canker spot of the Western Hemisphere, as irretrievably sunk in wickedness and shame. The fact remains, however, that the city, as never before, is the great national center of wealth, culture, and distinction of every kind, and that here the citizen, successful in art, literature, or practical achievement, instinctively seeks his abiding place. The restlessness of the average American millionaire, while he remains outside the city limits, is frequently remarked upon. And even the mighty overlords of Chicago, falling in with the prevailing fashion, have forsaken the shores of the great inland sea and pitched their tents with us, not to speak of the copper kings of Montana. Why is it that these interesting men, after acquiring fortune and fame elsewhere, are not content to remain upon the scene of their early triumphs? Why is it that they immediately pack their carpet-bags, take the first through train to our gates, and startle the investing public by the manner in which they bull the price of New York building lots? The old man listened absently. And probably someday I'll read of you in that same center of culture and distinction as Percival Bines, a young man of obscure family that rose by his own efforts to be the dashing young cotillion leader and the well-known clubman, and that his pink tease fur dogs is barked about by every fashionable canine on the island. The young man continued to read. These men are not vain fools, they are shrewd, successful men of the world. They have surveyed New York City from a distance and have discovered that, in spite of Tammany and in spite of yellow journals, New York is a town of unequaled attractiveness. And so they come, and their coming shows us what we are. Not only millionaires, but also painters and novelists and men and women of varied distinction. The city palpitates with life and ambition and hope and promise. It attracts the great and the successful, and those who admire greatness and success. The force of natural selection is at work here as everywhere, and it is rapidly concentrating in our small island whatever is finest, most progressive, and best in the American character. Well, now do me a last favor before you pike off east, pleaded the old man. Make a trip with me over the properties. See 'em once anyway, and see a little more of this country and these people. Meb, they're better'n you think. Give me about 3 weeks or a month, and then, by Crimini, you can go off if you're set on it and be whatever is finest and best in the American character, as that feller puts it. But someday, son, you'll find out there's a whole lot of difference between a great man of wealth and a man of great wealth. Them last is gettin' terrible common. Chapter 5. Over the hills. So the old man and the young man made the round of the Bines properties. The former nursed a forlorn little hope of exciting an interest in the concerns most vital to him. To the latter, the leisurely tour in the private car was a sportive prelude to the serious business of life, as it should be lived in the East. Considering it as such, he endured it amiably, and indeed the long august days and the sharply cool nights were not without real enjoyment for him. To feel impartially a multitude of strong, fresh wants the imperative need to live life in all its fullness, this of itself makes the heart to sing. And, above the full complement of wants, to have been dowered by heaven with a staunch disbelief in the unattainable, this is a fortune rather to be chosen than a good name or great riches, since the name and riches and all things desired must come to the call of it. Our Western-born youth of 25 had the wants and the sense of power inherited from a line of men eager of initiative, the product of an environment where only such could survive. Doubtless in him was the soul and body hunger of his grandfather, cramping and denying through hardship year after year, yet sustained by dreaming in the hardest times of the soft material luxuries that should someday be his. Doubtless marked in his character, too, was the slightly relaxed tension of his father, the disposition to feast as well as the capacity to fast, to take all, feel all, do all, with an avidity greater by reason of the grinding abstinence and the later indulgence of his forebears. A sage versed in the lore of heredity as modified by environment may some day trace for us the progress across this continent of an austere Puritan, showing how the strain emerges from the wilderness at the Western Ocean with a character so widely differing from the one with which he began the adventurous journey, regarding, especially, a tolerance of the so-called good and many of the bad things of life. Until this is done we may, perhaps, consider the change to be without valid cause. Young Bines, at all events, was the flower of a pioneer stock, and him the gods of life cherished, so that all the forces of the young land about him were as his own. Yet, though his pulses rhymed to theirs, he did not perceive his relation to them. Neither he nor the land was yet become introspective. So informed was he with the impetuous spirit of youth that the least manifestation of life found its answering thrill in him. And it was sufficient to feel this. There was no time barren enough of sensation to reason about it. Uncle Peter's plan for an inspection of the Bines properties had at first won him by touching his sense of duty. He anticipated no interest or pleasure in the trip, yet from the beginning he enjoyed it to the full. Being what he was, the constant movement pleased him, the out-of-doors life, the occasional sorties from the railroad by horse to some remote mining camp or to a stock ranch or lumber camp. He had been away for 6 years, and it pleased him to note that he was treated by the people he met with a genuine respect and liking as the son of his father. In the East, he had been accustomed to a certain deference from very uncertain people because he was the son of a rich man. Here he had prestige because he was the son of Daniel Bines, organizer and man of affairs. He felt sometimes that the men at mine, mill, or ranch looked him over with misgiving, and had their cautious liking compelled only by the assurance that he was indeed the son of Daniel. They left him at these times with the suspicion that this bare fact meant enough with them to carry a man of infelicitous exterior. He was pleased, moreover, to feel a new respect for Uncle Peter. He observed that men of all degrees looked up to him, sought and relied upon his judgment, the investing capitalist whom they met not less than the mine foreman, the made man, and the laborer. In the drawing-room at home, he had felt so agreeably superior to the old man. Now he felt his own inferiority in a new element and began to view him with more respect. He saw him to be the shrewd man of affairs, with a thorough grasp of detail in every branch of their interests, and a deep man as well. A little narrow, perhaps, from his manner of life, but of unfailing kindness, and with rather a young man's radicalism than an old man's conservatism. One who, in an emergency, might be relied upon to take the unexpected but effective course. For his own part, old Peter Bines learned in the course of the trip to understand and like his grandson better. At bottom, he decided the young man to be sound after all, and he began to make allowance for his geographical heresies. The boy had been sent to an Eastern college. That was clearly a mistake, putting him out of sympathy with the West, and he had never been made to work, which was another and a graver mistake. But he'd do more'n his father ever did if 'twant for his father's money, the old man concluded. For he saw in their talks that the very Eastern experience which he derided had given the young fellow a poise and a certain readiness to grasp details in the large that his father had been a lifetime in acquiring. For a month they loitered over the surrounding territory in the private car, gliding through fertile valleys, over bleak passes, steaming up narrow little canyons along the down-rushing streams with their cool, shallow murmurs. They would learn one day that a crosscut was to be started on the last chance, or that the concentrates of the true grit would thereafter be shipped to the Careless Creek smelter. Next they would learn that a new herd of Galloways had done finely last season on the Bitter Root Ranch, that a big lot of ore was sacked at the Irish Boy, that an 18-inch vein had been struck in the Old Crow, that a concentrator was needed at Hellengon, and that rich gold-bearing copper and sand-bearing free gold had been found over on Horseback Ridge. Another day, they would drive far into a forest of spruce and hemlock to A Camp, where thousands of ties were being cut and floated down to the line of the new railway. Sometimes they spent a night in one of the smaller mining camps off the railroad, whereof facetious notes would appear in the nearest weekly paper, such as, "The Hun, Peter Bines and his grandson, who is a chip of the old block, spent Tuesday night at Rock Rip. Young Bines played the deal from soda card to hawk at Lem Tully's turf exchange and showed Lem's dealer good and plenty that there's no piker strain in him." Or it might be, "Poker stacks continue to have a downward tendency. They were sold last week as low as 80 chips for $1. It is sad to see this noble game dragging along in the lower levels of prosperity, and we take as a favorable omen the appearance of Uncle Peter Bines and his grandson the other night." The prices went to par in a minute. Young Bines gave signs of becoming as delicately intuitional in the matter of concealed values as his father, the lamented Daniel J. Again it was, Uncle Peter Bines reports from over Kettle Creek Way that the sagebrush whiskey they take a man's 2 bits for their would gnaw holes in limestone. Peter is likelier to find a ledge of dollar bills than he is good whiskey this far off the main trail. The late Daniel J. could have told him as much, and Daniel Jaceboy, who accompanies Uncle Peter, will know it hereafter. The young man felt wholesomely insignificant at these and other signs that he was taken on sufferance as a son and a grandson. He was content that it should be so. Indeed, there was little wherewith he was not content. That he was habitually preoccupied, even when there was most movement about them, early became apparent to Uncle Peter. That he was constantly cheerful proved the matter of his musings to be pleasant. That he was proner than most youths to serious meditation Uncle Peter did not believe. Therefore, he attributed the moods of abstraction to some matter probably connected with his project of removing the family east. It was not permitted Uncle Peter to know, nor was his own youth recent enough for him to suspect, the truth. And the mystery stayed inviolate until a day came and went that laid it bare even to the old man's eyes. They awoke one morning to find the car on a siding at the One Girl Mine. Coupled to it was another car from an eastern road that their train had taken on sometime in the night. Percival noted the car with interest as he paced beside the track in the cool, clear air before breakfast. The curtains were drawn, and the only signs of life to be observed were at the kitchen end, where the white-clad cook could be seen astir. Grant, porter on the Bines car, told him the other car had been taken on at Caslow Junction, and that it belonged to Rulon Shepler, the New York financier, who was aboard with a party of friends. As Percival and Uncle Peter left their car for the shaft house after breakfast, the occupants of the other car were bestirring themselves. From one of the open windows, a low but impassioned voice was exhausting the current idioms of damnation in sweeping dispraise of all land areas north and west of 59th Street, New York. Uncle Peter smiled grimly. Percival flushed, for the hidden Protestant had uttered what were his own sentiments a month before. Reaching the shaft house, they chatted with Pangburn, the superintendent, and then went to the storeroom to don blouses and overalls for a descent into the mine. For an hour they stayed underground, traversing the various levels and drifts, while Pangburn explained the later developments of the vein and showed them where the new stoping had been begun. Chapter 6. A Meeting and a Clashing. As they stepped from the cage at the surface, Percival became aware of a group of strangers between him and the open door of the shaft house, people displaying in dress and manner the unmistakable stamp of New York. For part of a minute, while the pupils of his eyes were contracting to the light, he saw them but vaguely. Then, as his sight cleared, he beheld foremost in the group, beaming upon him with an expression of pleased and surprised recognition, the girl whose face and voice had for nearly half a year peopled his lover's solitude with fair visions and made its silence to be all melody. Had the encounter been anticipated, his composure would perhaps have failed him. Not a few of his waking dreams had sketched this, their second meeting, and any one of the ways it had pleased him to plan it would assuredly have found him nervously embarrassed. But so wildly improbable was this reality that not the daringest of his imagined happenings had approached it. His thoughts for the moment had been not of her. Then, all at once, she stood before him in the flesh, and he was cool, almost unmoved. He suspected at once that her father was the trim, fastidiously dressed man who looked as if he had been abducted from a morning stroll down the avenue to his club, that the plump, ruddy, high-bred woman, surveying the west disapprovingly through a lorgnon, would be her mother. Shepler he knew by sight, with his big head, massive shoulders, and curiously short, tapering body. Some other men and a woman were scanning the hoisting machinery with superior looks. The girl, before starting toward him, had waited hardly longer than it took him to eye the group. And then came an awkward 2 seconds upon her, whose tact in avoiding the awkward was reputed to be more than common. With her hand extended she had uttered, "Why, mister," before it flashed upon her that she did not know the name of the young man she was greeting. The mister was threatening to prolong itself into an R of excruciating length and disgraceful finality, an R that is terminated neatly by no one but hardened hotel clerks. Then a miner saved the day. "Mr. Bines," he said, coming up hurriedly behind Percival with several specimens of ore, "you forgot these." "RRR Bines, how do you do?" concluded the girl with an eye flash of gratitude at the humble instrument that had prevented an undue hiatus in her salutation. They were apart from the others, and for the moment unnoticed. The young man took the hand so cordially offered, and because of all the things he wished and had so long waited to say, he said nothing. "Isn't it jolly? I am Miss Milbury," she added in a lower tone, and then, raising her voice, "Mama, Mr. Bines and Papa," and there followed a hurried and but half-acknowledged introduction to the other members of the party. And behold, in that moment the young man had schemed the edifice of all his formless dreams. For 6 months he had known the unsurpassable luxury of wanting and of knowing what he wanted. Now, all at once, he saw this to be a world in which dreams come more than true. Shepler and the party were to go through the mine as a matter of sightseeing. They were putting on outer clothes from the storeroom to protect them from the dirt and damp. Presently Percival found himself again at the bottom of the shaft. During the descent of 1,200 feet, he had reflected upon the curious and interesting fact that her name should be Milbury. He felt dimly that this circumstance should be ranked among the most interesting of natural phenomena, that she should have a name, as the run of mortals, and that it should be one name more than another. When he discovered further that her Christian name was Avis, the phenomenon became stupendously bewildering. They too were in the last of the party to descend. On reaching bottom, he separated her with promptness and guile from 2 solemn young men, copies of each other, and they were presently alone. In the distance, they could see the others following ghostly lamps. From far-off mysterious recesses came the muffled musical clink of the sledges on the drills. An employee who had come down with them started to be their guide. Percival sent him back. "I've just been through. I can find my way again." "Ver well," said the man, "with the exception that it don't happen something. Yes," and he stayed where he was. Down one of the crosscuts they started, stepping aside to let a car of ore be pushed along to the shaft. "Do you know," began the girl, "I am so glad to be able to thank you for what you did that night." "I'm glad you are able. I was beginning to think I should always have those thanks owing to me. I might have paid them at the time, but it was all so unexpected, and so sudden it rattled me quite. I thought you were horribly cool-headed." "I wasn't. Your manner reduced me to a groom who opened your carriage door. But grooms don't often pick strange ladies up bodily and bear them out of a pandemonium of waltzing cab horses. I'd never noticed before that cab horses are so frivolous and hysterical. And grooms know where to look for their pay." They were interrupting nervously and bestowing furtive side looks upon each other. "If I'd not seen you," said the girl, "glanced at you before that evening, I shouldn't have remembered so well. Doubtless I'd not have recognized you today. I didn't know you did glance at me, and yet I watched you every moment of the evening. You didn't know that, did you?" She laughed. "Of course I knew it. A woman has to note such things without letting it be seen that she sees. And I'd have sworn you never once so much as looked my way. Don't we do it well, though? And in spite of all the time I gave to a study of your face, I lost the detail of it. I could keep only the effect of its expression and the few tones of your voice I heard. You know, I took those on a record so I could make 'em play over any time I wanted to listen. Do you know, that has all been very sweet to me, my helping you and the memory of it, so vague and sweet. Aren't you afraid we're losing the others?" She halted and looked back. "No, I'm afraid we won't lose them. Come on, you can't turn back now, and you don't want to hear anything about mines. It wouldn't be at all good for you, I'm sure. Quick, down this way, or you'll hear Pangburn telling someone what a stope is, and think what a thing that would be to carry in your head. Really, a stope sounds like something that would get you in the night. I'm afraid." Half in his spirit, she fled with him down a dimly lighted incline where men were working at the rocky wall with sledge and drill. There was that in his manner which compelled her quite as literally as when at their first meeting he had picked her up in his arms. As they walked single file through the narrowing of a drift, she wondered about him. He was Western, plainly. An employee in the mine, probably a manager or director or whatever it was they called those in authority in mines. Plainly, too, he was a man of action and a man who engaged all her instinctive liking. Something in him at once coerced her friendliest confidence. These were the admissions she made to herself. She divined him, moreover, to be a blend of boldness and timidity. He was bold to the point of telling her things unconventionally, of beguiling her into remote underground passages away from the party, yet she understood. She knew at once that he was a determined but unspoiled gentleman, that under no provocation could he make a mistake. In any situation of loneliness, she would have felt safe with him, as with a brother, she thought. Then, feeling her cheeks burn, she turned back and said, "I must tell you he was my brother, that man, that night." He was sorry and glad all at once. The sorrow being the lesser and more conventional emotion, he started upon an awkward expression of it, which she interrupted. "Never mind saying that, thank you. Tell me something about yourself now. I really would like to know you. What do you see and hear and do in this strange life?" "There's not much variety," he answered, with a convincing droop of depression. "For 6 months I've been seeing you and hearing you, seeing you and hearing you, not much variety in that, nothing worth telling you about." Despite her natural caution, intensified by training, she felt herself thrill to the very evident sincerity of his tones, so that she had to affect mirth to seem at ease. "Dear, dear, what painful monotony, and how many men have said it since these rocks were made. And now you say it well, I admit. But there's nothing new under the sun, you know." "No, not even a new excuse for plagiarism, is there?" "Well, you see, as long as the same old thing keeps true, the same old way of telling it will be more or less depended upon. After a few hundred years of experiment, you know, they hit on the fewest words that tell the most, and everybody uses them because no one can improve them. Maybe the prehistoric cave gentleman, who proposed to his loved one with a war club just back of her left ear, had some variation of the formula suiting his simple needs, after he'd got her home and brought her to, and she said it was all so sudden. And a man can work in little variations of his own today. For example, I'm sure we'd best be returning. For example, I could say, that for keeping the mind active and the heart working overtime, the memory of you surpasses any tonic advertised in the backs of the magazines. Or that. I think that's enough. I see you could vary the formula in case. Have varied it, but don't forget I prefer the original unvaried. After all, there are certain things that you can't tell in too few words. Now, you stubborn person, really, I know all about myself. I asked you to tell me about yourself. And I began at once to tell you everything about myself, everything of interest, which is yourself. I see your sense of values is gone, poor man. I shall question you. Now you are a minor, and I like men of action, men who do things. I've often wondered about you, and seriously, I'm glad to find you here doing something. I remembered you kindly, with real gratitude indeed. You didn't seem like a New York man either, and I decided you weren't. Honestly, I am glad to find you here at your work in your miner's clothes. You mustn't think we forget how to value men that work." On the point of saying thoughtlessly, "But I'm not working here, I own the mine," he checked himself. Instead, he began a defense of the man who doesn't work, but who could if he had to. "For example," he continued, "here we are at a place that you must be carried over, otherwise you'd have to wade through a foot of water or go around that long way we've come. I've rubber boots on, and so I pick you up this way." He held her lightly on his arm, and she steadied herself with a hand between his shoulders. "And staggering painfully under my burden, I wade out to the middle of this subterranean lake." He stopped. "You see, I've learned to do things. I could pick you from that slippery street and put you in your carriage, and I can pick you up now without wasting words about it. But you're wasting time, hurry, please, and anyway, you're a miner and used to such things." He remained standing. "But I'm not wasting time, and I'm not a miner in the sense you mean. I own this mine, and I suppose for the most part 1M, the sort of man you seem to have gotten tired of, the man who doesn't have to do anything. Even now, I'm this close to work only because my grandfather wanted me to look over the properties my father left. But hurry, please, and set me down. Not until I warn you that I'm just as apt to do things as the kind of man you thought I was. This is twice I've picked you up now. Look out for me, next time I may not put you down at all." She gave a low little laugh, denoting unruffled serenity. She was glorying secretly in his strength, and she knew his boldness and timidity were still justly balanced. And there was the rather astonishing bit of news he had just given her. That needed a lot of consideration. With slow, sure-footed steps, he reached the farther side of the water and put her on her feet. "There, I thought I'd reveal the distressing truth about myself while I had you at my mercy. I might have suspected, but I gave the name no thought. Bines, to be sure. You are the son of the Bines who died some months ago. I heard Mr. Shepler and my father talking about some of your mining properties. Mr. Shepler thought the one girl was such a funny name for your father to give a mine. Now they neared the foot of the shaft, where the rest of the party seemed to await them. As they came up, Percival felt himself raked by a broadside from the maternal lorgnon that left him all but disabled. The father glowered at him and asked questions in the high key we are apt to adopt in addressing foreigners, in the instinctive fallacy that any language can be understood by anyone if it be spoken loudly enough. The mother's manner was a crushing rebuke to the young man for his audacity. The father's manner was meant to intimate that natives of the region in which they were then adventuring were not worthy of rebuke, save such general rebukes as may be conveyed by displaying one's natural superiority of manner. The other members of the party, excepting Shepler, who talked with Pangburn at a little distance, took cue from the Milbrys and aggressively ignored the abductor of an only daughter. They talked over, around, and through him, as only may those mortals whom it hath pleased heaven to have born within certain areas on Manhattan Island. The young man felt like a social outcast until he caught a glance from Miss Milbury. That young woman was still friendly, which he could understand, and highly amused, which he could not understand. While the temperature was at its lowest, the first load ascended, including Miss Milbury and her parents, a chatty blonde, and an uncomfortable little man who, despite his being 1,200 feet toward the center thereof, had 3 times referred bitterly to the fact that he was out of the world. "I shall see you soon above ground, shall I not?" Miss Milbury had asked, at which her mother shot Percival a parting volley from her rapid-fire lorgnon, while her father turned upon him a back whose sidelines were really admirable, considering his age and feeding habits. The behavior of these people appeared to intensify the amusement of their child. The 2 solemn young men who remained continued to chat before Percival as they would have chatted before the valet of either. He began to sound the spiritual anguish of a pariah, also to feel truculent and, in his own phrase, Westy. With him, Westy meant that you were as good as anyone else, and a shade better than a whole lot if it came to a showdown. He was not a little mortified to find how easy it was for him to fall back upon that old cushion of provincial arrogance. It was all right for Uncle Peter, but for himself, well, it proved that he was less finely Eastern than he had imagined. As the cage came down for another ascent, he let the 2 solemn young men go up with Shepler and Pangburn, and went to search for Uncle Peter. There, thank God, is a man, he reflected. Chapter 7. The rapid-fire lorgnon is spiked. He found Uncle Peter in the crosscut, studying a bit of ore through a glass, and they went back to ascend. "Them folks," said the old man, "must be the kind that newspaper meant that had done something in practical achievement. I bet that girl's mother will achieve something practical with you fur cuttin', the girl out of the bunch. She was awful tormented, talked 2 or 3 times about the people in the humbler walks of life bane, strangely something or other. You ain't such a humble walker now, are you, son? But say, that yellow-haired woman, she ain't a bit diffident, is she? She's a very hearty lady, I must say. But did you see Miss Milbury?" "Oh, that's her name, is it, the one that her mother was so worried about, and you?" "Yes, I saw her. Pert and cunnin', but a heap too wise for you, son, take my steer on that. Say, she'd have your pelt nailed to the barn while you was wonderin' which way you'd jump." "Oh, I know I'm only a tender, teething infant," the young man answered, with masterly satire. "Well now, as long's you got that bankroll, you jest look out fur cupboard love, the kind the old cat has when she comes rubbin' up against your leg and purrin' like you was the whole thing." The young man smiled as they went up, with youth's godlike faith in its own sufficiency, albeit he smarted from the slights put upon him. At the surface, a pleasant shock was in store for him. There stood the formidable Mrs. Milbury beaming upon him. Behind her was Mr. Milbury, the pleasing model of all a city's refinements, awaiting the boon of a hand-clasp. Behind these were the uncomfortable little man, the chatty blonde, and the 2 solemn young men who had lately exhibited more manner than manners. Percival felt they were all regarding him now with affectionate concern. They pressed forward effusively. "So good of you, Mr. Bines, to take an interest in us. My daughter has been so anxious to see one of these fascinating mines." "Awfully obliged, Mr. Bines. Charmed, old man, deuced pally of you to stay by us down in that hole, you know. So clever of you to know where to find the gold." He lost track of the speakers. Their speeches became one concerted effusion of affability that was music to his ears. Miss Milbury was apart from the group. Having doffed the waterproofs, she was now pluming herself with those fussy-looking, but mysteriously potent little pats, which restore the attire and mind of women to their normal perfection and serenity. Upon her face was still the amused look Percival had noted below. "And, Mr. Bines, do come in with that quaint old grandfather of yours and lunch with us," urged Mrs. Milbury, who had, as it were, spiked her lorgnon. "Here's Mr. Shepler to second the invitation, and then we shall chat about this very interesting West." Miss Milbury nodded encouragement, seeming to chuckle inwardly. In the spacious dining compartment of the Shepler car, the party was presently at lunch. "You seem so little like a Western man," Mrs. Milbury confided graciously to Percival on her right. "We cal'late he'll fetch out all straight, though in a year or so," put in Uncle Peter from over his chop, with guileless intent to defend his grandson from what he believed to be an attack. "Of course, a young man's bound to get some foolishness into him in an Eastern college like this boy went to." Percival had flushed at the compliment to himself, also at the old man's failure to identify it as such. Mr. Milbury caressed his glass of claret with ardent eyes, and took the situation in hand with the easy confidence of a master. "The West," said he affably, "has sent us some magnificent men. In truth, it's amazing to take count of the Western men among us in all the professions. They are notable, perhaps I should say, less for deliberate niceties of style than for a certain rough directness, but so adaptable is the American character that one frequently does not suspect their humble origin." "Meaning their Western origin?" inquired Shepler blandly, with secret intent to brew strife. "Weller, to be sure, my dear fellow, not necessarily humble, of course perhaps I should have said. Of course, not necessarily disgraceful, as you say, Milbury," interrupted Shepler, "and they often do conceal it. Why, I know a chap in New York who was positively never east of Kansas City until he was 25 or so, and yet that fellow today," he lowered his voice to the pitch of impressiveness, "has over 80 pairs of trousers and complains of the hardship every time he has to go to Boston." "Fancy, now!" exclaimed Mrs. Drelmer, the blonde. Mr. Milbury looked slightly puzzled, and Uncle Peter chuckled, affirming mentally that Rulon Shepler must be like one of those tugboats, with most of his lines under the surface. "But I say, you know, Shepler," protested one of the solemn young men, "he must still talk like a banjo." "And gargle all his R's," added the other, very earnestly. "They never get over that, you know." "Instead of Lawson, entirely," put in Uncle Peter, who found himself feeling what his grandson called Westy. "Of course, he calls it New York, and probably he don't like it in Boston because they always call him Roristas." "Good for the old boy," thought Percival, and then, aloud, "It is hard for the West and the East to forgive each other's dialects. The inflated R and the smothered R never quite harmonize." "Western money talks good straight New York talk," ventured Miss Milbury, with the air of one who had observed in her time. Shepler grinned, and the parents of the young woman resisted with indifferent success their twin impulses to frown. "But the service is so wretched in the West," suggested Oldacre, the carefully dressed little man with the tired, troubled eyes whom the world had been deprived of. "I fancy, now, there's not a good waiter this side of New York." "An American," said Percival, "never can make a good waiter or a good valet. It takes a Latin, or, still better, a Briton, to feel the servility required for good service of that sort. An American now always fails at it because he knows he is as good as you are, and he knows that you know it, and you know that he knows you know it, and there you are, two mirrors of American equality face to face and reflecting each other endlessly, and neither is comfortable. The American is as uncomfortable at having certain services performed for him by another American as the other is in performing them. Give him a Frenchman, or an Italian, or a fellow born within the sound of Bow bells to clean his boots and lay out his things and serve his dinner, and he's all right enough." "Here's here," cried Uncle Peter. "Fancy, now," said Mrs. Drelmer, "a creature in a waiter's jacket having emotions of that sort." "Our excellent country," said Mr. Milbury, "is perhaps not yet what it will be. There is undeniably a most distressing rawness where we might expect finish. Now in Chicago," he continued in a tone suitably hushed for the relation of occult phenomena, "we dined with a person who served champagne with the oysters, soup, fish, and entree, and for the remainder of the dinner you may credit me or not. He proffered a claret of 1875. I need hardly remind you, the most delicate vintage of the latter half of the century, and it was served frappé. There was genuine emotion in the speaker's voice. And Papa nearly swooned when our host put cracked ice and 2 lumps of sugar into his own glass. Avis, dear, remonstrated the father in a tone implying that some things positively must not be mentioned at table. Well, you shouldn't expect too much of those self-made men in Chicago, said Shepler. If they'd only make themselves as well as they make their sausages and things, sighed Mr. Milbury. And the self-made man will talk shop, suggested Oldacre. He thinks you're dying to hear how he made the first 1,000 of himself. Still, those Chicago chaps learn quickly enough when they settle in New York, ventured one of the young men. I knew a Chicago chap who lived east 2 years and went back not a half-bad sort, said the other. God help him now, though. His father made him go back to work in a butcher shop or something of the sort. Best thing I ever heard about Chicago, said Uncle Peter. A man from your town told me once he had to stay in Chicago a year, and, says he, I went out there a New Yorker, and I went home an American, he says. The old man completed this anecdote in tones that were slightly inflamed. How extremely typical, said Mrs. Milbury. Truly the West is the place of unspoiled Americanism and the great unspent forces. You are quite right, Mr. Bines. Think of all the unspent forces back in that silver mine, remarked Miss Milbury, with a patent effort to be significant. My perverse child delights to pose as a sordid young woman, the fond mother explained to Percival, yet no one can be less so, and you, Mr. Bines, I am sure, would be the last to suspect her of it. I saw in you at once those sterling qualities. Isn't it dreadfully dark down in that sterling silver mine? Observed Miss Milbury, apropos of nothing, apparently, while her mother attacked a second chop that she had meant not to touch. Here's hoping we'll soon be back in God's own country, said Oldacre, raising his glass. Hear, hear, cried Uncle Peter, and drained his glass eagerly as they drank the toast. Whereat they all laughed, and Mrs. Drelmer said, What a dear, lively wit for an old gentleman. Oldacre, said Shepler, has really been the worst sufferer. This is his first trip west. Beg pardon, Shepler. I was west as far as Buffalo, let me see, in 1878 or 79. Dear me, is that so? Queried Uncle Peter. I got east as far as Cheyenne that same year. We nearly run into each other, didn't we? Shepler grinned again. Oldacre found a man from New York on the train the other day, up in one of the emigrant cars. He was a truck driver, and he looked it and talked it, but Oldacre stuck by him all the afternoon. Well, he'd left the old town 3 weeks after I had, and he'd been born there the same year I was in the 9th Ward, and he remembered as well as I did the day Barnum's museum burned at Broadway and Ann. I liked to hear him talk. Why, it was a treat just to hear him say Broadway and 23rd Street, or Madison Square or City Hall Park. The poor devil had consumption, too, and probably he'll never see them again. I don't know if I shall ever have it, but I'd never leave the old town as he was doing. That's like Billy Brew, said Uncle Peter. Billy loves Faro Bank just as this gentleman loves New York. When he gets a role he has to play. One time he landed in Pocatello when there wa'n't but one game in town. Billy found it and started in. A friend saw him there and called him out. Billy, says he, cash in and come out, that's a brace game. Sure, says Billy. Sure, says the feller. All right, says Billy, much obliged fur puttin' me on. And he started out lookin' fur another game. About 2 hours later, the feller saw Billy common, out of the same place, and Billy owned up he'd gone back there and blowed in every cent. Why, you geezer, says his friend, didn't I put you on that they was dealin' brace there? Sure, says Billy, sure you did, but what could I do? It was the only game in town. That New York mania is the same sort, said Shepler, laughing, while Mrs. Drelmer requested everybody to fancy immediately. Your grandfather is so dear and quaint, said Mrs. Milbury. You must certainly bring him to New York with you, for of course a young man of your capacity and graces will never be satisfied out of New York. Young men like yourself are assuredly needed there, remarked Mr. Milbury warmly. Surely they are, agreed Miss Milbury, and yet with a manner that seemed almost to annoy both parents. They were sparing no opportunity to make the young man conscious of his real oneness with those about him, and yet subtly to intimate that people of just the Milbrys' perception were required to divine it at present. "These Westerners fancy you one of themselves, I dare say," Mrs. Milbry had said, and the young man purred under the strokings. His fever for the East was back upon him. His weeks with Uncle Peter going over the fields where his father had prevailed had made him convalescent, but these New Yorkers, the very manner and atmosphere of the Mun, did the work. He envied them their easier speech, their matter-of-fact air of omniscience, the elaborate and cultivated simplicity of their dress, their sureness and sufficiency in all that they thought and said and did. He was homesick again for the life he had glimpsed. The West was rude, desolate, and depressing. Even Uncle Peter, whom he had come warmly to admire, jarred upon him with his crudity and his Western assertiveness. And there was the woman of the East, whose presence had made the day to seem dreamlike. And she was kind, which was more than he would have dared to hope, and her people, after their first curious chill of indifference, seemed actually to be courting him. She, the fleeting and impalpable dream-love, whom the thought of seeing ever again had been wildly absurd, was now a human creature with a local habitation, the most beautiful name in the world, and two parents whose complacence was obvious even through the lover's timidity. Chapter 8. Up Skiplap Cannon. The meal was ending in smoke, the women, excepting Miss Milbry, having lighted cigarettes with the men. The talk had grown less truculently sectional. The Angstead twins told of their late fishing trip to Lake St. John for salmon, of projected tour to British Columbia for mountain sheep, and to Manitoba for elk and moose. Mr. Milbry described with minute and loving particularity the preparation of oeufs de façon, avec beurre au champagne. Mrs. Milbry related an anecdote of New York society, not much in itself, but which permitted the disclosure that she habitually addressed by their first names 3 of the foremost society leaders, and that each of these personages adopted a like familiarity toward her. Mrs. Drelmer declared that she meant to have Uncle Peter Bines at one of her evenings the very first time he should come to New York, and that, if he didn't let her know of his coming, she would be offended. Oldacre related an incident of the ball given to the Prince of Wales, traveling as Baron Renfrew, on the evening of October 12, 1860, in which his father had figured briefly before the royal guest to the abiding credit of American tact and gentility. Shepler was amused until he became sleepy, whereupon he extended the freedom of his castle to his guests and retired to his stateroom. Uncle Peter took a final shot at Oldacre. He was observed to be laughing, and inquiry brought this. "I just couldn't help snickerin' over his idy of God's own country. He thinks God's own country is a little strip of an island with a row of well-fed folks up and down the middle and a lot of hungry folks on each side. Meb, he's right. I'll be bound, it needs the love of God, but if it is his own country, it don't make him any connoisseur of countries with me. I'll tell you that." Oldacre smiled at this assault, the well-bred, tolerant smile that loyal New Yorkers reserve for all such barbaric belittling of their empire. Then he politely asked Uncle Peter to show Mrs. Drelmer and himself through the stamp mill. At Percival's suggestion of a walk, Miss Milbry was delighted. After an inspection of the Bines car, in which Oldacre declared he would be willing to live forever if it could be anchored firmly in Madison Square, the party separated. Out into the clear air, already cooling under the slanting rays of the sun, the young man and the girl went together. Behind them lay the one street of the little mining camp, with its wooden shanties on either side of the railroad track. Down this street Uncle Peter had gone, leading his charges toward the busy anthill on the mountainside. Ahead the track wound up the cannon, cunningly following the tortuous course of the little river to be sure of practicable grades. On the farther side of the river, a mountain road paralleled the railway. Up this road the two went, followed by a playful admonition from Mrs. Milbry. "Remember, Mr. Bines, I place my child in your keeping." Percival waxed conscientious about his charge and insisted at once upon being assured that Miss Milbry would be warm enough with the scarlet golf cape about her shoulders, that she was used to walking long distances, that her boots were stoutly soled, and that she didn't mind the sun in their faces. The girl laughed at him. Looking up the cannon with its wooded sides, cool and green, they could see a gray, dim mountain with patches of snow near its top, in the far distance, and ranges of lesser eminences stepping up to it. "It's 100 miles away," he told her. Down the cannon the little river flickered toward them, like a billowy silver ribbon trimmed with white chiffon around the rocks, declared the girl. In the blue depths of the sky, an immense height above, lolled an eagle, lazy of wing, in lordly indolence. The suggestions to the eye were all of spacious distances and large masses of the room and stuff for unbounded action. "Your west is the breathingest place," she said, as they crossed a footbridge over the noisy little stream and turned up the road. "I don't believe I ever drew a full breath until I came to these altitudes. One has to breathe more air here, there's less oxygen in it, and you must breathe more to get your share, and so after a while one becomes robust. Your cheeks are already glowing, and we've hardly started. There are your colors, see." Along the edge of the green pines and spruce were lavender asters. A little way in the woods, they could see the blue columbines and the mountain phlox, pink and red. "There are your eyes and your cheeks. What a dangerous character you'd be if you were sent to match silks." On the dry, barren slopes of gravel across the river, full in the sun's glare, grew the Spanish bay in it, with its spikes of creamy white flowers. "There I am more nearly," she pointed to them. "They're ever so much nearer my disposition. But about this thin air, it must make men work harder for what comes easier back in our country, so that they may become able to do more capable. I am thinking of your grandfather. You don't know how much I admire him. He is so staunch and strong and fresh. There's more fire in him now than in my father or Launton Oldacre, and I dare say he's a score of years older than either of them. I don't think you quite appreciate what a great old fellow he is. I admire Uncle Peter much more, I'm sure, than he admires me. He's afraid I'm not strong enough to admire that eastern climate of your social and moral. I suppose it's natural for you to wish to go. You'd be bored here, would you not? You couldn't stay in these mountains and be such a man as your grandfather. And yet there ought to be so much to do here. It's all so fresh and roomy and jolly. Really, I've grown enthusiastic about it. Ah, but think of what there is in the East End you are there. To think that for 6 months I've treasured every little memory of you, such a funny little lot, as they were to think that this morning I awoke thinking of you, yet hardly hoping ever to see you, and to think that for half the night we had ridden so near each other in sleep, and there was no sign or signal or good omen. And then to think you should burst upon me like some new sunrise that the stupid astronomers hadn't predicted. You see," he went on after a moment, "I don't ask what you think of me. You couldn't think anything much as yet, but there's something about this whole affair, our meeting and all, that makes me think it's going to be symmetrical in the end. I know it won't end here. I'll tell you one way Western men learn. They learn not to be afraid to want things out of their reach, and they believe devoutly because they've proved it so often that, if you want a thing hard enough and keep wanting it, nothing can keep it away from you." A bell had been tinkling nearer and nearer on the road ahead. Now a heavy wagon, filled with sacks of ore, came into view, drawn by 4 mules. As they stood aside to let it pass, he scanned her face for any sign it might show, but he could see no more than a look of interest for the brawny driver of the wagon, shouting musically to his straining team. "You are rather inscrutable," he said, as they resumed the road. She turned and smiled into his eyes with utter frankness. "At least you must be sure that I like you, that I am very friendly, that I want to know you better and want you to know me better. You don't know me at all, you know. You Westerners have another way of accepting people too readily. It may work no harm among yourselves, but perhaps Easterners are a bit more perilous. Sometimes, now, a very Eastern person doesn't even accept himself very trustingly. He finds it so hard to get acquainted with himself." The young man provided one of those silences of which a few discerning men are instinctively capable, and for which women thank them. "This road," she said, after a little time of rapid walking, "leads right up to the end of the world, doesn't it? See, it ends squarely in the sun." They stopped where the turn had opened to the west, a long vista of gray and purple hills far and high. They stood on a ridge of broken quartz and gneiss, thrown up in a bygone age. To their left a few dwarf Scotch firs threw shadows back toward the town. The ball of red fire in the west was half below the rim of the distant peak. "Stand so," she spoke in a slightly hushed tone that moved him a step nearer almost to touch her arm, "and feel the round little earth turning with us. We always think the sun drops down away from us, but it stays still. Now remember your astronomy and feel the earth turn. See, you can actually see it move whirling along like a child's ball because it can't help itself. And then there's the other motion around the sun, and the other, the rushing of everything through space, and who knows how many others. And yet we plan our futures and think we shall do finely this way or that, and always forget that we're taken along in spite of ourselves. Sometimes I think I shall give up trying, and then I see later that even that feeling was one of the unknown motions that I couldn't control. The only thing we know is that we are moved in spite of ourselves, so what is the use of bothering about how many ways, or where they shall fetch us? Ah, Miss Khayyam, I've often read your father's verses. No relation whatever, we're the same person he was I. But don't forget you can see the earth moving by a rising as well as by a setting star, by watching a sun rise. A rising star if you wish, she said, smiling once more with perfect candor and friendliness. They turned to go back in the quick-coming mountain dusk. As they started downward, she sang from the Persian garden, and he blended his voice with hers. Myself, when young, did eagerly frequent doctor and saint, and heard great argument about it and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went. With them the seed of wisdom did I sow, and with my own hand wrought to make it grow. And this was all the harvest that I reaped. I came like water, and like wind I go. I shall look forward to seeing you and your mother and sister in New York, she said, when they parted, and I am sure I shall have more to say when we're better known to each other. If you were the one woman before, if the thought of you was more than the substance of any other to me, you must know how it will be now, when the dream has come true. It's no small thing for your best dream to come true. Dear me, haven't we been sentimental and philosophically? I'm never like this at home, I assure you. I've really been thoughtful. From up the cannon came the sound of a puffing locomotive that presently steamed by them with its 3 dingy little coaches, and, after a stop for water and the throwing of a switch, pushed back to connect with the Shepler car. The others of the party crowded out onto the rear platform as Percival helped Miss Milbury up the steps. Uncle Peter had evidently been chatting with Shepler, for as they came out the old man was saying, "Get action is my motto. Do things, don't fritter. Be something and be it good and hard. Get action early and often." Shepler nodded. But men like us are apt to be unreasonable with the young. We expect them to have their own vigor and our wisdom, and the infirmities of neither. The goodbyes were hastily said, and the little train rattled down the cannon. Miss Milbury stood in the door of the car, and Percival watched her while the glistening rails that seemed to be pushing her away narrowed in perspective. She stood motionless and inscrutable to the last, but still looking steadily toward him almost wistfully, it seemed to him once. "Well," he said cheerfully to Uncle Peter. "You know, son, I don't like to cuss, but except 1 or 2 of them folks I'd sooner live in the middle kittle of hell than in the place that turns 'em out. They rile me that talk about people in the humbler walks of life. Of course, I am humble, but then, son, if you come right down to it, as the feller said, I ain't so damned humble." Chapter 9. 3 letters, private and confidential. From Mr. Percival Bines to Miss Psyche Bines, Montana City. On car at Skiplap, Tuesday night. Dear sis, when you kept nagging me about who is the girl, and I said you could search me, you wouldn't have it that way. But honestly, until this morning I didn't know her myself. Now that I can put you next, here goes. One night last March, after I'd come back from the other side, I happened into a little theater on Broadway where a burlesque was running. It's a rowdy little place, a music hall, but nice people go there because, though it's stuffy, it's kept decent. She was in a box with 2 men, one old and one young and an older woman. As soon as I saw her, she had me lashed to the mast in a high sea, with the great salt waves dashing over me. I never took much stock in the tales about its happening at first sight, but they're as matter of fact as market reports. Soon as I looked at her, it seemed to me I'd known her always. I was sure we knew each other better than any 2 people between the Battery and Yonkers, and that I wasn't acting sociable to sit down there away from her and pretend we were strangers yet. Actually, it rattled me so I had to take the full count. If I hadn't been wedged in between a couple of people that filled all the space, and then some, it isn't any 20 to 1 that I wouldn't have gone right up to her and asked her what she meant by cutting me. I was udgy enough for it. But I kept looking, and after a while I was able to sit up and ask what hit me. She was dressed in something black and kind of shiny, and wore a big black hat fussed up with little red roses, and her face did more things to me in a minute than all the rest I've ever seen. It was full of little kissy places. Her lips were very red and her teeth were very white, and I couldn't tell about her eyes. But she was bred up to the last notch, I could see that. Well, I watched her through the tobacco smoke until the last curtain fell. They were putting on wraps for a minute or so, and I noticed that the young fellow in the party, who'd been drinking all through the show, wasn't a bit too steady to do an act on the high wire. They left the box and came down the stairs, and I bunched into the crowd and let myself ooze out with them, wondering if I'd ever see her again. I fetched up at an exit on the side street, and there they were directly in front of me. I just naturally drifted to one side and continued my little private corner in crude rubber. It was drizzling in a beastly way. The street was full of carriages. Numbers were being called. Cab drivers were insulting each other hoarsely. People dashing out to see if their carriages weren't coming everything in a whirl of drizzle and dark and yells, with the horses' hoofs on the pavement sounding like castanets. The two older people got into a carriage and were driven off, while she and the young fellow waited for theirs. I could see then that he was good and soused. He was the same lad they throw on the screen when the Old Homestead quartet sings, "Where is my wandering boy tonight?" I could see she was annoyed and a little worried because he was past taking notice. The man kept yelling the number of their carriage from time to time, while the others he'd called were driving up it was 249. If anyone ever tries to worm it out of you, and then I saw from her face that 249 had wriggled pretty near to the curb, but was still kept away by another carriage. She said something to the drunken cub and started to reach the carriage by going out into the street behind the one in its way. At the same time, their carriage started forward, and the inebriate, instead of going with her, started the other way to meet it. And so, there she was alone on the slippery pavement in this muddle of prancing horses and yelling terriers. If you can get any bets that I was more than 2 seconds getting out there to her, take them all, and give better than track odds if necessary. Then I guess she got rattled, for when I would have led her back to the curb, she made a dash the other way and all but slipped under a team of bays that were just aching to claw the roses off her hat. I saw she was helpless and turned around. So I just naturally grabbed her, and she was so frightened by this time that she grabbed me, and the result was that I carried her to the sidewalk and set her down. Their carriage still stood there, with little Georgie Rumlets screaming to the driver to go on. I had her inside in a jiffy, and they were off. Not a word about my preserver, though, of course, with the fright and noise and her mortification, that was natural. After that, you can believe it or not, she was the girl. And I never dreamed of seeing her any place but New York again. Well, this morning when I came up from below at the mine, she was standing there as if she had been waiting for me. She is Miss Avis Milbury of New York. Her father and mother fine people, the real thing, I judge her with her, members of a party Rulon Shepler has with him on his car. They've been here all day, went through the mine, had lunch with them and later a walk with her, they leaving at 5:30 for the east. We got on fairly well, considering. She is a wonder if anybody cross-examines you. She is about your height, I should judge about 5'4", though not so plump as you, still her look of slenderness is deceptive. She's one of the build that aren't so big as they look, nor yet so small as they look. Thoroughbred is the word for her, style and action, as the horse people say, perfect. The poise of her head, her mettlesome manner, her walk, show that she's been bred up like a Derby winner. Her face is the one all the aristocrats are copied from, finely cut nose, chin firm but dainty, lips just delicately full and the reddest ever, and her color when she has any a rose pink. I don't know that I can give you her eyes. You only see first that they're deep and clear, but as near as anything they are the warm, slattish lavender blue you see in the little fall asters. She has so much hair it makes her head look small, a sort of light chestnut, with warmish streaks in it. Transparent is another word for her. You can look right through her eyes and skin are so clear. Her nature, too, is the frank, open kind. Step in and examine our stock. No trouble to show goods and all that, and she is so beautifully unconscious of her beauty that it goes double. At times, she gave me a queer little impression of being older at the game than I am, though she can't be a day over 20, but I guess that's because she's been around in society so much. Probably she'd be called the typical New York girl, if you wanted to talk talky talk. Now I've told you everything, except that the people all asked kindly after you, especially her mother and a Mrs. Drelmer, who's a 4-horse team all by herself. Oh, yes. No, I can't remember very well. Some kind of a brown walking skirt, short, and high boots and one of those blue-striped shirtwaists, the squeezy-looking kind, and when we went to walk, a red plaid golf cape. and for general all-around dearness say, the other entries would all turn green and have to be withdrawn. If anyone thinks this thing is going to end here, you make a book on it right away. Take all you can get. Little Willie Lushlitz was her brother a lovely boy if you get to talking reckless. With love to Lady Abercrombie, and trusting, my dear Countess, to have the pleasure of meeting you at Henley a fortnight hence, I remain. Most cordially yours, E. Malvern Dever St. Trevor's, Bart and Notary Public. From Mrs. Joseph Drelmer to the Hun, Cecil G. H. Mauburn, New York. En route, August 28th. My dear Mauburn, ever hear of the tribe of Bines? If not, you need to. The father, immensely wealthy, died a bit ago, leaving a widow and 2 children, one of the latter being a marriageable daughter in more than the merely technical sense. There is also a grandfather, now a little descended into the vale of years, who, they tell me, has almost as many dollars as you or I would know what to do with, a queer old chap who lounges about the mountains and looks as if he might have anything but money. We met the son and the old man at one of their mines yesterday. They have a private car as large as Shepler's and even more sybaritic, and they'd been making a tour of inspection over their properties. They lunched with us. Knowing the Milbrys, you will divine the warmth of their behavior toward the son. It was too funny at first. Avis was the only one to suspect at once that he was the very considerable personage he is, and so she promptly sequestered him, with a skill born of her long practice, in the depths of the earth, somewhere near China, I fancy. Her dear parents were furious. Dressed as one of the miners, they took him to be an employee. The whole party, taking the cue from outraged parenthood, treated him icily when he emerged from one of those subterranean galleries with that tender sprig of girlishness. That is, we were icy until, on the way up, he remaining in the depths, Avis's dear mother began to rebuke the thoughtless minx for her indiscretion of strolling through the earth with a working person. Then Avis, sweet chatterbox, with joyful malice revealed that the young man, whose name none of us had caught, was Bines, and that he owned the mine we were in, and she didn't know how many others, nor did she believe he knew himself. You should have felt the temperature rise. It went up faster than we were going. By the time we reached the surface, the 2 Milbrys wore looks that would have made the angel of peace and goodwill look full of hatred and distrust. Nothing would satisfy them, but that we wait to thank the young Croesus for his courtesy. I waited because I remembered the daughter, and Oldacre and the Angstead twins waited out of decency. And when the genius of the mine appeared from out his golden catacombs, we fell upon him in desperate kindness. Later in the day, I learned from him that he expects to bring his mother and sister to New York this fall, and that they mean to make their home there hereafter. Of course, that means that the girl has notions of marriage. What made me think so quickly of her is that in San Francisco, at a theater last winter, she was pointed out to me, and while I do you not the injustice of supposing it would make the least difference to you, she is rather a beauty, you'll find. Figure fullish, yellow hair, and a good-natured, well-featured, pleasing sort of face. A bit rococo in manner, I suspect. A little too San Francisco, as so many of these Western beauties are, but you'd not mind that, and a year in New York will tone her down anyway. Now if your dear uncle will only confer a lasting benefit upon the world and his title upon you, by paying the only debt he is ever liable to pay, I am persuaded you could be the man here. I know nothing of how the fortune was left, nor of its extent, except that it's said to be stiffish, and out here that means a big, round sum. The reason I write promptly is that you may not go out of the country just now. That sweet little Milbury Chitrieli, Avis is far too old now for ingenu parts has not only grappled the son with hooks of steel, but from remarks the good mother dropped concerning the fine qualities of her son, she means to convert the daughter's dot into Milbury prestige also. What a glorious double stroke it would be, after all their years of trying. However, with your title, even in perspective, Fred Milbury is no rival for you to fear, providing you are on the ground as soon as he, which is why I wish you to stay in New York. I am indeed gratified that you have broken off whatever affair there may have been between you and that music hall person. Really, you know, though they talk so about us, a young man can't mess about with that sort of thing in New York as he can in London. So I'm glad she's gone back, and as she is in no position to harm you, I should pay no attention to her threats. What under heaven did the creature expect? Why should she have wanted to marry you? I shall see you probably in another fortnight. You know that Milbury girl must get her effrontery direct from where they make it. She pretended that at first she took young Bines for what we all took him, an employee of the mine. You can almost catch them winking at each other when she tells it, and dear Mama with such beautiful resignation says, "My Avis is so impulsively democratic." Dear Avis, is really quite as impulsive as the steel bridge our train has just rattled over. Sincerely. Josephine Preston Drelmer. From Miss Avis Milbury to Mrs. Cornelia Van Geist, New York. Mutterchen, dearest, I feel like that green hunter you had to sell last spring, the one that would go at a fence with the most perfect display of serious intentions, and then balk and bolt when it came to jumping. Can it be that I, who have been trained from the cradle to the idea of marrying for money, will bolt the gate after all the expense and pains lavished upon my education to this end? After the years spent in learning how to enchant, subdue, and exploit the most useful of all animals, and the most agreeable, barring a few. And yet, right when I'm the fittest 24 years old, knowing all my good points and just how to coerce the most admiration for each, able nicely to calculate the exact disturbing effect of the ensemble upon any poor male, and feeling confident of my excessively eligible party when I decide for him in this situation, striven for so earnestly, I feel like bolting the bars. How my trainer and jockey would weep tears of rage and despair if they guessed it. There I know your shrewd gray eyes are crackling with curiosity, and you want to know what it's all about, whether to scold me or mother me, and will I please omit the entrails and get to the roast mutton. But you dear old aunt, there is more vagueness than detail, and I know I'll strain your patience before I've done. But to relieve your mind, nothing at all has really happened. After all, it's mostly a troublesome state of mind, that I shall doubtless find gone when we reach Jersey City, and in two ways this western trip is responsible for it. Do you know the journey itself has been fascinating? Too bad so many of us cross the ocean 20 times before we know anything of this country. We loiter in Paris, do the stupid German watering places, the Norway fjords, down to Italy for the museums, see the chateaux of the Loire, or do the English racetracks, thinking we're mused. And all the time out here where the sun goes down is an intensely interesting and beautiful country of our own that we overlook. I'd never before been even as far as Chicago. Now for the first time I can appreciate lots of those things in Whitman that I think heroic deeds were all conceived in the open air, and free poems also. Now I see the secret of making the best persons. It is to grow in the open air and to eat and sleep with the earth. I mayn't have quoted correctly, but you know the sort of thing I mean, that sounds so breezy and stimulating. And they've helped me understand the immensity of the landscapes and the ideas out here, the big, throbbing, rough young life, and under it all, as Whitman says, a meaning democracy, American democracy. Really, it's been interesting, the jolliest time of my life, and it's got me all unsettled. More than once in watching some scene typical of the region, the plain, busy, earnest people, I've actually thrilled to think that this was my country felt that queer little tickling tingle that locates your spine for you. I'm sure there's no ennui here. Someone said the other day, ennui is a disease that comes from living on other people's money. I said no, that I'd often had as fine an attack as if I'd been left a billion, that ennui is when you don't know what to do next and wouldn't do it if you did. Well, here they always do know what to do next, and as one of them told me, we always get up early the day before to do it. Auntie, dear, the trip has made me more restless and dissatisfied than ever. It makes me want to do something, to risk something, to want something more than I've ever learned to want. That's one reason I'm acting badly. The other will interest you more. It's no less a reason than the athletic young Bayard who cheated those cab horses of their prey that night Fred didn't drink all the Scotch whiskey in New York. Our meeting, and the mater's treatment of him before she discovered who he was, are too delicious to write. I must wait to tell you. It is enough to say that now I heard his name it recalled nothing to me, and I took him from his dress to be a working man in the mine we visiting, though from his speech and manner of a gentleman, someone in authority. Dear, he was so dear and so westernly breezy and progressive and enterprising and so appallingly candid. I've been the one woman, the unknown but remembered ideal since that encounter. Of course, that was to be said, but strangely enough he meant it. He was actually and unaffectedly making love to me. He's not so large or tall, but quick and springy and muscled like a panther. He's not beautiful either, but pleasant to look at, one of those broad, high-cheeked faces one sees so much in the West, with the funniest quick yellowish-gray eyes and the most disreputable mustache I ever saw, yellow and ragged. If he must eat it, I wish he would eat it off even clear across. And he's likely to talk the most execrable slang, or to quote Browning. But he was making real love, and you know I'm not used to that. I'm accustomed to go my pace before sharply calculating eyes to show if I'm worth the asking price. But here was real love being made off down in the earth. We'd run away from the others because I liked him at once. I don't mind telling you he moved me, partly because I had wondered about him from that night, and partly because of all I had come to feel about this new place and the new people, and because he seemed such a fine, active specimen of Western manhood. I won't tell you all the wild, lawless thoughts that scurried and sneaked through my mind. They don't matter. Now for all at once it came out that he was the only son of that wealthy Bines who died a while ago. You remember the name was mentioned that night at your house when they were discussing the exodus of Western millionaires to New York. Someone named the father as one who liked coming to New York to dissipate occasionally, but who was still rooted in the soil where his millions grew. There was the son before me, just an ordinary man of millions. After all, in my little toy balloon of romance that I'd been floating so gaily on a string of sentiment was pricked to nothing in an instant. I felt my nostrils expand with the excitement of the chase, and thereafter I was my coldly professional self. If that young man has not now a high estimate of my charms of person and mind, then have my ways forgot their cunning, and I be no longer the daughter of Margaret Milbury, née Van School. But Mutterchen, now comes the disgraceful part. I'm afraid of myself even in spite of our affairs being so bad. Dad has doubtless told you something must be done very soon, and I seem to be the only one to do it. And yet I am shying at the gate. This trip has unsettled me, I tell you, letting me, among other things, see my old self. Before I always rather liked the idea of marriage, that is, after I'd been out a couple of years not too well, but well enough, and now some way I rebel, not from scruples, but from pure selfishness. I'm beginning to find that I want to enjoy myself and to find, further, that I'm not indisposed to take chances as they say out here. Will you understand, I wonder, and do women who sell themselves ever find any real pleasure in the bargain? The most eloquent examples, the ones that sell themselves to many men, lead wretched lives. But does the woman who sells herself to but one enjoy life anymore? She's surely as bad from any standpoint of morals, and I imagine sometimes she is less happy. At any rate, she has less freedom and more obligations under her contract. You see, I am philosophizing pretty coldly. Now be horrified, if you will. I am selfish by good right, though. Haven't we spent all our surplus in keeping you up for a good marriage? Says the mater, meaning by a good marriage that I shall bring enough money into the family to keep up its traditions. I am, in other words, an investment from which they expect large returns. I told her I hoped she could trace her selfishness to its source as clearly as I could mine, and as for the family traditions, Fred was preserving those in an excellent medium. Which was very ugly in me, and I cried afterwards and told her how sorry I was. Are you shocked by my cold calculations? Well, I am trying to let you understand me, and I have no time to waste in patching fig leaves for the naked truth. I am cursed not only with consistent feminine longings and desires, but in spite of my training and the examples around me, with a disinclination to be wholly vicious. A while ago marriage meant only more luxury and less worry about money. I never gave any thought to the husband, certainly never concerned myself with any notions of duty or obligation toward him. The girls I know are taught painstakingly how to get a husband, but nothing of how to be a wife. The husband in my case was to be an inconvenience, but doubtless an amusing one. For all his oppression, if there were that, and even for the mere offense of his existence, I should wreak my spite merrily on his vulgar dollars. But you are saying that I like the present eligible. That's the trouble. I like him so well I haven't the heart to marry him. When I was 20 I could have loved him devotedly, I believe. Now something seems to be gone, some freshness or fondness. I can still love, I know it only too well, night and day, but it must be a different kind of man. He is so very young and reverent and tender, and in a way so unsophisticated. He is so afraid of me, for all his pretense of boldness. Is it because I must be taken by sheer force? I'll not be surprised if it is. Do we not in our secret soul of souls nourish this beatitude? Blessed is the man who destroys all barriers. Florence Aikmit said as much one day, and Florence, poor soul, knows something of the matter. Do we not sit defiantly behind the barriers, insolently challenging threatening capital punishment for any assault, relaxing not one severity, yet falling meek and submissive and glad, to the man who brutally and honestly beats them down and destroys them utterly? So many fail by merely beating them down. Of course, if an untidy litter is left, we make a row. We reconstruct the barrier, and that particular assailant is thenceforth deprived of a combatant's rights. What a dear you are that I can say these things to you. Were girls so frank in your time? Well, my knight of the Golden Cross, joke, laughter and loud applause and cries of go on, has a little, much indeed, of the impetuous in him, but alas, not enough. He has a pretty talent for it, but no genius. If I were married to him tomorrow, as surely as I am a woman, I should be made to inflict pain upon him the next day, with an insane stress to show him, perhaps, I was not the ideal woman he had thought me, perhaps out of a jealousy of that very ideal I had inspired rational creatures. Aren't we? Beg pardon, not we then, but I. Now he, being a real likable man of a man, can I do that for money? Do I want the money badly enough? Would I not even rather be penniless with the man who coerced every great passion and littlest impulse, body and soul perhaps, with a very hateful insolence of power over me? Do you know, I suspect sometimes that I've been trained down too fine, as to my nerves, I mean. I doubt if it's safe to pamper and trim and stimulate and refine a woman in that hothouse atmosphere, at least if she's a healthy woman. She's too apt sometime to break her gait, get the bit of tradition between her teeth, and then let her impulses run away with her. Oh, Mutterchen, I am so sick and sore, and yet filled with a strange new zest for this old puzzle of life. Will I ever be the same again? This man is going to ask me to marry him the moment I am ready for him too. Shall I be kind enough to tell him no, or shall I steel myself to go in and hurt him, make him writhe? And yet, do you know what he gave me while I was with him? I wonder if women feel it commonly. It was a desire for motherhood, a curiously vivid and very definite longing entirely irrespective of him, you understand, although he inspired it. Without loving him or being at all moved toward him, he made me sheerly want to be a mother. Or is it only that men we don't love make us feel motherly? Am I wholly irrational and selfish and bad, or what am I? I know you'll love me, whatever it is, and I wish now I could snuggle on that soft, cushiony shoulder of yours and go to sleep. Can anything be more pitiful than a fine old family, afflicted with dry rot like ours? I'm always amused when I read about the suffering in the tenements. The real anguish is up in the homes like ours. We have to do without so very many more things, and mere hunger and cold are easy compared to the suffering we feel. Perhaps when I'm back to that struggle for appearances, I'll relent and barter my charms, as the old novels used to say, sanely and decently like a well-brought-up New York girl with certain reservations, to a man who can support the family in the style to which it wants to become accustomed. Yet there may be a way out. There is a Bines daughter, for example, and Mama, who never does one half where she can as well do two, will marry her to Fred if she can. On the other hand, Joe Drelmer was putting in words for young Mauburn, who will be Lord Castlethorpe when his disreputable old uncle dies. She hasn't yet spent what she got for introducing the Canavis prince to that oldest Alarton girl, so if she secures this prize for Mauburn, she'll be comfortable for a couple of more years. Perhaps I could turn my hand to something like that. I know the ropes as well as she does. There, it is a punishment of a letter, isn't it, dear? But I've known every bad place in it, and I've religiously put in your come, child. Every time it belonged, so you've not still to scold me, for which be comforted a little, and give me only a few words of cheerful approval if your conscience will let you. I need that, after all, more than advice. Look for us in a week, with a bear hug for you. Avis. P.S. Is it true that Ned Ristine and his wife have fixed it up and are together again since his return? Not that I'm interested especially, but I chanced to hear it gossiped the other day here on the car. Indeed, I hope you know how thoroughly I detest that man. Chapter 10. The Price of Averting a Scandal. As the train resumed speed after stopping at a station, Grant, the porter, came back to the observation room of the Bines car with a telegram for Uncle Peter. The old man read it, and for a time mused himself into seeming oblivion. Across the car, nearby, Percival lounged in a wicker armchair and stared cheerfully out into the gathering night. He, too, was musing, his thoughts keeping pleasantly in time with the rhythmic click of the wheels over the rail joints. After a day in the open air, he was growing sleepy. Uncle Peter aroused him by making his way back to the desk, the roll top of which he lifted with a sudden rattle. He called to Percival. Sitting down at the desk, he read the telegram again and handed it to the young man, who read, "Party will try to make good, no bluff. Won't compromise inside limit set. Have seen paper and wish another interview before following original instructions. Party will wait 48 hours before acting. Where can you be seen? Wire office tonight. Tafe and Copland." The young man looked up with mild interest. Uncle Peter was writing on a telegraph blank. Tafe and Copland, Butte, Montana. Due Butte 7:3 a.m. tomorrow. Join me on car not 16, go to Montana City. Peter Bines. DHF 742. To the porter who answered his ring, he handed the message to be put off at the first stop. "But what's it all about?" asked Percival, seeing by Uncle Peter's manner that he was expected to show concern. Uncle Peter closed the desk, lighted one of his best cigars, and dropped into a capacious chair. The young man seated himself opposite. "Well, son, it's a matter I calculated first off to handle myself, but it looks now as if you better be in on it. I don't know just how much you knew about your pa's ways, but anyhow, you wouldn't play him to grade much higher above standard than the run of him out here that has had things common too easy for him. He was all right, Dan'l J. was. God knows I ain't discountin' the comfort I've always took in him. He'd stand acid all right at any stage of the game. Don't forget that about your pa." The young man reflected. The worst story I ever heard of Pa was about the time he wanted to draw $20,000 from the bank in Tacoma. They telegraphed the Butte National to wire his description, and the answer was tall and drunk. "Well, son, his periodicals wa'n't all. Seems as if this crowd has a way for women, and they generally get the gaff because they're so blamed easy. You don't hear of them Eastern big men gettin' it so often, but I've seen enough of 'em to know it ain't because they're any straighter. They're just a little keener on business propositions. They draw a fine sight when it comes to splittin' pennies, while men out here like your pa is lavish and careless. You know about lots of the others. There's Sully Pence, good-hearted a man as ever sacked o'er, and plenty long-headed enough for the place he's bought in the Senate. But Sully is restless until he's bought up one end of every town he goes into, from Eden plumb over to Washington. D.C. and tain't ever the Sunday school end Sully buys either. If he was mackin' $2 million a month instead of one Sully'd grieve himself to death, because they don't make that $5 kind of wine fast enough. Then there was Seth Larby. We're just gettin' to the details of Seth's expense account after he found the lucky cuss. I see the courts have decided against the widow and children, and so they'll have to worry off about 5 or 6 millions for the poor lady he duped so outrageously with a checker on the chips. As for old Nate Crannell, a lawyer from Cheyenne was tellin' me his numerous widows by courtesy was goin' to form an association and share his leavin's pro rata. Said they'd all got kind of acquainted and made up their minds they was such a reg'lar band of wolves that none of 'em was able to do any of the others in the long run, so they'd divide even. Then there was Dave Kisper and— "Never mind any more," Percival broke in. "Do you mean that my father was mixed up like those old Indians?" "Looks now as if he was. That telegram from Copland is concernin' of a lady a party that was with him when he died. The press report sent out that the young and beautiful Mrs. Bines was with her husband and was prostrated with grief. Your ma and Pishy was up to steamin' springs at the time, and I kep' it from them all right. But how was he entangled, to what extent? That's what we'll get more light on in the morning. She made a play right after the will was filed for probate, and I told Copland to see just what grounds she had, and I'd settle myself if she really had any and wa'n't unreasonable. It's just a question of blackmail, isn't it? What did you offer?" "Well, she has a slew of letters get. Them is a matter of sentiment and keepin' the thing quiet. Then she claims to have a will made last December and duly witnessed, givin' her the one girl outright and $1 million cash. So you can see she ain't anything ordinary. I told Copland to offer her $1 million cash for everything rather'n have any fuss. I was goin' to fix it up myself and keep quiet about it. And this telegram looks as if she wanted to fight. Well, meb that, and meb it means that she knows we don't want to fight considerable more than $1 million worth. How much do you think she'll hold out for? Can't tell, you don't know how big pills she's been smockin'. But damn it all, that's robbery. Yes, but it's her deal. You remember when Billy Brew was playin' 7-Up with a stranger in the Two-Hump Saloon over to Eden, and Chitty Foggle the bartender called him up front and whispered that he'd just seen the feller turn a jack from the bottom. Well, says Billy, looking kind of reprovin' at Chitty, it was his deal, wan it. Now it's sure this blonde party's deal, and we better reckon ahead a mite before we start any roughhouse with her. You're due to find out if you hadn't better let her turn her jack and trust to gettin', even on your deal. You got a claim staked out in New York, and a scandal like this might handicap you in workin' it. And 'tain't as if hushin' her up was something we couldn't well afford. And think of how it would torment your ma to know of them doin's, and how 'twould shame Pish and company. Of course, robbery is robbery, but mebbe's our play to be sporty like Billy Brew was. Pretty bad, isn't it? I never suspected Pa was in anything of this sort. Well, I knew Dan'l J. purty well, and I spleened against some of his ways, but that's done fur. Now the folks out in this part of the country have come to expect it from a man like him. They don't mind so much. But them New York folks, well, I thought meb you'd like to take a clean bill of health when you settle in that center of culture and enlightenment, and remember your ma and Pish. Of course the exposure would mean a lot of cheap notoriety. Well, and not so all-fired cheap at that, even if we beat. I've heard that lawyers are threatenin' to stop this thing of workin' entirely for their health. There's that to weigh up. But I hate to be done. Well, wouldn't you be worse done if you let a matter of money, when you're reekin' with it, keep you from protectin' your pa's name? Do you want folks to snicker when they read that lovin' husband and father business on his gravestone? My. I guess that young woman and her folks we met the other day'd be tickled to death to think they knew you after they'd read, one of them, Sunday newspaper stories with pictures of us all. And an extry fine one of the millionaire's dupe, basely enticed from her poor but honest millinery business in Spokane. Percival shuddered. Well, let's see what Copland has to say in the morning. If it can be settled within reason, I suppose, we better give up. That's my view now, and the estate bane, left as simply as it was, we can makin' the payments unbeknownst to the folks. They said good night, and Percival went off to dream that a cab horse of mammoth size was threatening to eat Miss Milbury, unless he drove it to Spokane Falls and bought 2 million millinery shops. When he was jolted to consciousness, they were in the switching yard at Butt, and the car was being coupled to the rear of the train made up for Montana City. He took advantage of the stop to shave. By the time he was dressed, they were underway again, steaming out past the big smelters that palled the sky with heavy black smoke. At the breakfast table, he found Uncle Peter and Copland. I'm inclined, said the lawyer, as Percival peeled a peach, to agree with your grandfather. This woman, if I may use the term, is one of the nerviest leg-pullers you're ever likely to strike. Lord, I should hope so, said Percival with hearty emphasis. She studied your father, and she knew him better than any of us, I judge. She certainly knew he was liable to go at any time, in exactly the way he did go. Why, she even had a doctor down from Frisco to Monterey when they were there about a year ago, introduced him as an old friend, and had him stay around 3 days just to give her a private professional opinion on his chances. As to this will, the signature is undoubtedly genuine, but my judgment is she procured it in some way on a blank sheet of paper and had the will written above on sheets like it. As it conforms to the real will word for word, excepting the bequests to her, she must have had access to that before having this one written. Of course, that helps to make it look as if the testator had changed his mind only as to the one legatee, makes it look plausible and genuine. The witnesses were, of course, parties to the fraud, but I seriously question our ability to prove there was fraud. We think they procured a copy of the will we kept in our safe at Butt through the clerk that Tafe fired a while back because of his drinking habits and because he was generally suspicious of him. Of course, that's only surmise. But can't we fight it? Demanded Percival, hungrily attacking the crisp, brown little trout. Well, if we allowed it to come to a contest, we might expose the whole thing, and then again we might not. I tell you, she's clever. She's shown it at every step. Now then, if you do fight, and the lawyer bristled as if his fighting spirit were not too far under the control of his experience-born caution, why, you have litigation that's bound to last for years, and it would be pretty expensive. I admit the case is tempting to a lawyer, but in the end you don't know what you'll get, especially with this woman. Why do you know she's already, we've found, made up to 2 different judges that might be interested in any litigation she'd have, and she's cultivating others. The role of Joseph, he continued, has never, to the best of my belief, been gracefully played in the world's history, and you may have noticed that the members of the Montana judiciary seem to be particularly awkward in their essays at it. In the end, then, you'll be out a lot of money even if you win. On the other hand, you have a chance to settle it for good and all, getting back everything excepting the will, which, of course, we couldn't touch or even concede the existence of, but which would, if such an instrument were extant, be destroyed in the presence of a witness whose integrity I could rely upon well as upon my own. The letters which she has, and which I have seen, are also such as would tend to substantiate her claims and make the large bequests to her seem plausible, and they're also such letters as I should infer the family would rather wish not to be made public, as they would be if it came to trial. Just what I told him, remarked Uncle Peter. What she'll hold out for I don't know, but I'd suggest this, that I meet her attorney and put the case exactly as I've found it out as to the will, letting them suspect, perhaps, that we have admissions of some sort from Hornby, the clerk, that might damage them. Then I can put it that, while we have no doubt of our ability to dispose of the will, we do wish to avoid the scandal that would ensue upon a publication of the letters they hold and the exposure of her relations with the testator, and that upon this purely sentimental ground we are willing to be bled to a reasonable extent. The one girl is a valuable mine, but my opinion is she'll be glad to get $2 million if we seem reluctant to pay that much. With that gusto of breakfast appetite, which arouses the envy of persons whose alimentation is not what it used to be, Percival had devoured ruddy peaches and purple grapes, trout that had breasted their swift native currents that very morning, crisp little curls of bacon, muffins that were mere flecks of golden foam, honey with the sweetness of 1,000 fragrant blossoms, and coffee that was oily with richness. For a time, he had seemed to make no headway against his hill-born appetite. The lawyer, who had broken his fast with a strip of dry toast and a cup of weak tea, had watched him with unfeigned and reminiscent interest. Grant, who stood watchful to replenish his plate, and whose pleasure it was to see him eat, regarded him with eyes fairly dewy from sympathy. To A.L. Jackson, the cook on a trip for hot muffins, he observed, "He eats Jess like Th. ol' man. I sut'ny do love tea, see that boy behave when he got his fresh moral appetite on him. He sut'ny do kai hisef mighty handsome." With Copland's final recommendation to settle Percival, concluded his meal, and after surveying with fondly pleasant regret the devastation he had wrought, he leaned back in his chair and lighted a cigar. He was no longer in a mood to counsel fight, even though he disliked to submit. "You know," he reminded Uncle Peter, "what that editorial in the Rock Rip Champion said about me when we were over there. We opine that the junior Bines will become a warm piece of human force if he isn't ground-sluiced too early in the game. Well, and here I'm ground-sluiced the first rattle out of the box." But the lawyer went over the case again, point by point, and Percival finally authorized him to make the best settlement possible. He cared as little for the money as Uncle Peter did, large sum though it was, and then his mother and sister would be spared a great humiliation, and his own standing where most he prized it would not be jeopardized. "Settle the best you can," was his final direction to Copland. The lawyer left them at the next station to wait for a train back to Butte. Chapter 11. How Uncle Peter Bines Once Cut Loose. As the train moved on after leaving Copland, Percival fell to thinking of the type of man his father had been. "Uncle Peter," he said suddenly, "they don't all cut loose, do they, now you never did?" "Yes, I did, son. I yanked away from all the hitchin' straps of decency when I first struck it, just like all the rest of 'em. Oh, I was an Indian in my time a reg'lar measly hop pickin', Siwash at that. You don't know, of course, what livin' out in the open on bacon and beans does for a healthy man's cravens. He gets so he has visions day and night of high-livin' nice broiled steaks with plenty of fat on 'em, and specially cake and preserves and pies like mother used to make fat, juicy mince pies that would assay at least $800 a ton in raisins alone, say nothing of the baser metals. He sees the crimp around the edges made with a fork, and the picture of a leaf pricked in the middle to vent the steam, and he gets to smellin' 'em when they're pulled smockin' hot out of the oven. And frosted cake, the layer kind about 5 layers, with stratas of jelly and custard and figs and raisins and whatever it might be. I saw 'em for years with a big cuttin' out to show the cross-section. But a man that has to work by the day fur enough to take him through the prospectin' season can't blow any of his dust on frivolous things like pie. The hard-workin' plain food is the kind he has to tote, and I never heard of pie bane in anybody's grub steak either. Well, for 2 or 3 years at a time, the nearest I'd ever get to them dainties would be a piece of sourdough bread baked on a stove lid. But whenever I was in the big camps, I'd always go look into the bake shop windows and just glow-trubber, they call it nowadays. My, but they would be beautiful. Son, if I could have been guaranteed that kind of a heaven, some of them times, I'd have become the hottest kind of a Christian zealot, I'll tell you that. That spell of gloatin' was what I always looked forward to when I was lyin' out nights. Well, the time before I made the strike, I outfitted in Grand Bar. The bake joint there was just a mortal aggravation. Sakes, but it did torment a body so. It was kep' by a chink, and the star play in the window was a kind of 2-story cake with frostin' all over the place on top and down the sides, and on the bottom for all I knew, it looked that rich. And it had coconut mixed in with it. Say now, that concrete looked fit to pave the streets of the New Jerusalem with an A hunk was cut out. Just like I'd always dream of so much showin', a cross-section of rich yellow cake and a fruity-lookin' fillin' that just made a man want to give up. I was there 3 days, and every day I'd stop in front of that window and just naturally hone for a slice of that vision. The chink was standin' in the door the first day. $6, he says, kind of intissin' me. He might as well a said 6,000. I shook my head. Next day I was there again, yearnin'. The chink see me and come out. $1 lil piece, he says. I says, no, you slant-eyed heathen, or some such name as that. But when you're looking for tests of character, son, don't let that one hide away from you. I'd play that for the heftiest moral courage I've ever showed anyway. The 3rd day it was gone, and a lemon pie was there, all with nice kind of brownish snow on top. I was on my way out then, pushin' the mule. I took one lingerin' last look and felt proud of myself when I saw the hump in the pack made by my bag of beans. That like flummery foods, no kind of diet to be trackin' up payrock on, I says to kind of cheer myself. 4 weeks later I struck it, and 6 weeks after that I had things in shape sot I was able to leave. I was nearer to other places 'twas bigger, but I made fur Grand Bar, lettin' Aunt I wanted to see about a claim there. I'd felt foolish to have anyone know just why I was mackin' the trip. On the way I got to havin' nightmares. Fear that chink would be gone. I knew if he was I'd go down to my grave with something common to me because I'd never found just that identical cake I'd been famishin' for. When I got up front of the window, you can believe it or not, but that chink was just settin' down another like it. Now you know how that Monte Cristo carried on after he'd proved up. Well, I got into his class, all right. I walked in past a counter where the chink had crullers and gingerbread and a lot of low-grade stuff like that, and I sat down to a little table with this here marble old cloth on it. Bring her back, I says, kind of tremblin' and pointin' to the window. The chink pattered up and come back with a little slab of it on a tin plate. I just let it set there. Bring it all, I says. I want the whole ball of wax. $6, he says, kind of cautious. I pulled out my buckskin pouch. Bring her back and take it out of that, I says when I get through, I says. He grinned and hurried back with it. Well, son, nothing had ever tasted so good to me, and I ain't sayin' that wa'n't the biggest worth of all my monite I ever got. I'd been trainin' fur that cake fur 20-odd year and proddin' my imagination up fur the last 10 weeks. I et that all, and I et another one with jelly, and a bunch of little round ones with frostin' and raisins, and a bottle of brandied peaches, and about a dozen cream puffs, and half a lemon pie with frostin' on top, and 4 or 5 Charlotte Rushes. The chink had learned to make 'em all in Frisco. That meal set me back $34.75. When I went out, I noticed the plain sponge cakes and fruit cakes and dried apple pies things that had been out of my reach for 20 years, but they did look common and unappetizing. I kind of shivered at the sight of 'em. I ordered another one of the big cakes and 2 more lemon pies for the next day. For 4 days I led a life of what they call unbridled licentiousness, while that chink pandered to me. I never was any hand for a drink, but I cut loose in that fancy food joint, now I tell you. The 5th day I begun to taper off. I begun to have a suspicion the stuff was made of sawdust with plasty of Paris fir frostin'. The 6th day I was sure it was sawdust, and my shameful debauch comes to an end right there. I remembered the story about the feller that calculated his chickens wouldn't tell any different, so he fed 'em sawdust instead of cornmeal, and by and by a settin' of eggs hatched out 12 of the chickens had wooden legs, and the 13th was a woodpecker. Say, I felt so much like 2 cords of 4-foot stove wood that it made me plumb nervous to catch sight of a sawbuck. It took just 3 weeks for me to get right inside again. My, but meat victuals and all like that did taste mighty scrumptious when I could handle 'em again. After that, when I'd been out in the hills for a season, I'd get that hankerin' back, and when I come in, I'd have a little frosted cake orgy now and then. But I kept myself purty well in hand. I never overdone it like that again, for you see, I'd learned something. First off, there was the appetite. I soon see the gist of my fun had been the wanton the stuff, the appetite for it, and if you nursed an appetite along and diluted it with promises it would stay by you like one of them meechin', yellow dogs. But as soon as you tried to do the good fairy act by it, and give it all it hankered for, you killed it off, and then you wouldn't be entertained by it no more, and kept stirred up and busy. And so I laid out to nurse my appetite, and aggravate it by never givin' it quite all it wanted. When I was in the hills after a day's tramp, I'd let it have its fling on such delicacies as I could turn out of the fryin' pan myself, but when I got in again, I'd begin to act bossy with it. It's wanton, reasonably, that keeps folks alive, I reckon. The blessed folks I've ever saw was them that had killed all their wants by overfeedin' 'em. Then again, son, in this world of human failin's, there ain't anything ever can be as pure and blameless and satisfyin' as the stuff in a bake shop window looks like it is. Don't ever forget that. It's just too good to be true. And in the next place, pastry's good in its way, but the best you can ever get is what's made for you at home. I'm talkin' about a lot of things now that you don't probably know any too much about. Sometimes the boys out in the hills spends their time dreamin' for other things besides pies and cakes, but that system of mine holds good all through the deal. You can play it from soda to hock and not lose out. And that's why I'm outlastin' a lot of the boys and still gettin' my fun out of the game. It's a good system for you, son, while you're learnin' to use your head. Your pa played it at first, then he cut loose, and you need it worse'n ever he did if I got you sized up right. He touched me on one side and touched you on the other, but you can last longer if you just keep the system in mind a little. Remember what I say about the window stuff. Percival had listened to the old man's story with proper amusement, and to the didactics with that feeling inevitable to youth which says secretly, as it affects to listen to one whom it does not wish to wound, "Yes, yes, I know, but you were living in another day, long ago, and you are not me." He went over to the desk and began to scribble a name on the pad of paper. "If a man really loves one woman, he'll behave all right," he observed to Uncle Peter. "Oh, I ain't preachin' like some do. Havin' a good time is all right. It's the only thing, I reckon, sometimes that justifies the misery of livin'. But cuttin' loose is bad judgment. A man wakes up to find that his natural promptins has cold-decked him. If I smoked the best cigars now all the time, purty soon I'd get sot I wouldn't appreciate 'em. That's why I always keep some of these outdoor freeburners on hand, one of them now and then makes the others taste better." The young man had become deaf to the musical old voice. He was writing, "My dear Miss Milbury, I send you the first and only poem I ever wrote. I may of course be a prejudiced critic, but it seems to me to possess in abundance those graces of meter, rhyme, high thought in poetic form, and perfection of finish which the critics unite in demanding. To be honest with you, and why should I conceal that conceit which every artist is said secretly to feel in his own production? I have encountered no other poem in our noble tongue which has so moved and captivated me. It is but fair to warn you that this is only the first of a volume of similar poems which I contemplate writing. And as the theme appears now to be inexhaustible, I am not sure that I can see any limit to the number of volumes I shall be compelled to issue. Pray accept this author's copy with his best and hopefulest wishes. One other copy has been sent to the book reviewer of the Arcady Lyre, in the hope that he, at least, will have the wit to perceive in it that ultimate and ideal perfection for which the humbler bards have hitherto striven in vain. Sincerely and seriously yours, P. Percival Bines. Thus ran the exalted poem on a sheet of note paper. Avis Milbury, 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 and 98,000 other verses quite like it. Chapter 12. Plans for the journey east. Until late in the afternoon, they rode through a land that was bleak and barren of all grace or cheer. The dull browns and grays of the landscape were unrelieved by any green or freshness save close by the banks of an occasional stream. The vivid blue of a cloudless sky served only to light up its desolation to greater disadvantage. It was a grim, unsmiling land, hard to like. "This may be God's own country," said Percival once, looking out over a stretch of gray sagebrush to a mass of red sandstone jutting up, high, sharp, and ragged, in the distance. "But it looks to me as if he got tired of it himself and gave up before it was half finished." "A man has to work here a few years to love it," said Uncle Peter, shortly. As they left the car at Montana City in the early dusk, that thriving metropolis had never seemed so unattractive to Percival, so rough, new, garish, and wanting so many of the softening charms of the East. Through the wide, unpaved streets, lined with their low wooden buildings, they drove to the Bines mansion, a landmark in the oldest and most fashionable part of the town. For such distinctions are made in Western towns as soon as the first 2 shanties are built. The Bines house had been a monument to new wealth from the earliest days of the town, which was a fairly decent antiquity for the region. But the house and the town grated harshly now upon the young man. He burned with a fever of haste to be off toward the east over the far rim of hills, and the farther higher mountain range, to a land that had warmed genially under 300 years of civilized occupancy where people had lived and fraternized long enough to create the atmosphere he craved so ardently. While Chinese Wang lighted the hall gas and busied himself with their hats and bags, Psyche Bines came down the stairs to greet them. Never had her youthful freshness so appealed to her brother. The black gown she wore emphasized her blonde beauty. As to give her the aspect of mourning, one might have tried as reasonably to hide the radiance of the earth in springtime with that trifling pall. Her brother kissed her with more than his usual warmth. Here was one to feel what he felt, to sympathize warmly with all those new yearnings that were to take him out of the crude West. She wanted, for his own reasons, all that he wanted. She understood him, and she was his ally against the aged and narrow man who would have held them to life in that physical and social desert. "Well, sis, here we are," he began. "How fine you're looking, and how is Mrs. Throckmorton? Give her my love and ask her if she can be ready to start for the effete East in 20 minutes. It was his habit to affect that he constantly forgot his mother's name. He had discovered years before that he was sometimes able thus to puzzle her momentarily. "Why, Percival," exclaimed this excellent lady, coming hurriedly from the kitchen regions, "I haven't a thing packed. 20 minutes goodness, I do declare." It was an infirmity of Mrs. Bines that she was unable to take otherwise than literally whatever might be said to her. An infirmity known and played upon relentlessly by her son. "Oh, well," he exclaimed with a show of irritation. "I suppose we'll be delayed then. That's like a woman, never ready on time. Probably we can't start now till after dinner. Now hurry, you know that boat leaves the dock for tonsillitis at 8:23. I hope you won't be seasick." Boat dock, Mrs. Bines stopped to convince herself beyond a certainty that no dock nor boat could be within many hundred miles of her by any possible chance. "Never mind," said Psyche. "Give Ma half an hour's notice and she can start for any old place." "Can't she, though?" And Percival, seizing his astounded mother, waltzed with her down the hall, leaving her at the far end with profusely polite assurances that he would bring her immediately a lemon ice, an ice pick, and a cold roast turkey with pink stockings on. "Never mind, Mrs. Cartwright," he called back to her. "Oh, beg pardon, Bines?" Yes, to be sure. Well, never mind, Mrs. Brennings. We'll give you time to put your gloves and a bottle of horseradish and a nail file and hammer into that neat traveling bag of yours. Now let me go up and get clean again. That lovely alkali dust has worked clear into my bearings, so I'm liable to have a hot box just as we get the line open 90 miles ahead. At dinner and afterwards, the New West and the Old aligned themselves into hostile camps, as of yore. The young people chatted with lively interest of the coming change, of the New York people who had visited the mine, of the attractions and advantages of life in New York. Uncle Peter, though he had long since recognized his cause as lost, remained doggedly inimical to the migration. The home was being broken up and he was depressed. "Anyhow, you'll soon be back," he warned them. "You won't like it a mite. I tried it myself 30 years ago. I'll just camp here until you do come back. But you'll be glad to get here again." "Why not have Billy Brew come stay with you?" suggested Mrs. Bines, who was hurting herself with pictures of the old man's loneliness. "In case you should want a plaster on your back or some nutmeg tea brewed or anything. That wung is so trifling." "Maybe I might," replied the old man, "but Billy Brew ain't exactly broke to a shack like this. I know just what he'd do all his spare time. He'd set down to that newfangled horseless piano and play it to death." Uncle Peter meant the new automatic piano in the parlor. As far as the new cabinet was from the what, not this modern bit of mechanism, was from the old cottage organ, the latter with its casket of household melodies, and the former with its perforated paper repertoire of the world's best music, ranging without prejudice from Beethoven's Fifth Symphony to "I Never Did Like a Nigger Nohow," by a composer who shall be unnamed on this page. And Uncle Peter won't have anyone to bother him when he makes a litter with all those old plans and estimates and maps of his, said Psyche. "You'll be able to do a lot more work, Uncle Peter, this winter." "Yes, only I ain't got any more work to do than I ever had, and I always managed to do that, no matter how you did clean up after me and mix up my papers. I'm like old nigger Pomeroy. He was doin' a job of whitewishin' one day, and he had an old whitewash brush with most of the hair gone out of it. I says to him, 'Pomeroy, why don't you get you a new brush? You could do twice as much work.' And Pomeroy says, 'That's right, Mr. Bines, but the trouble is I ain't got twice as much work to do. So don't you folks get out on my account,' he concluded politely. "And you know we shall be in mourning," said Psyche to her brother. "I've thought of that. We can't do any entertaining, except of the most informal kind, and we can't go out, except very informally. But then, you know, there aren't many people that have us on their lists, and while we're keeping quiet we shall have a chance to get acquainted a little." "I hear they do have dreadful times with help in New York," said Mrs. Bines. "Don't let that bother you, Ma," her son reassured her. "We'll go to the Hightower Hotel first. You remember you and Pa were there when it first opened. It's twice as large now, and we'll take a suite, have our meals served privately, our own servants provided by the hotel, and you won't have a thing to worry you. We'll be snug there for the winter, then for the summer we'll go to Newport, and when we come back from there we'll take a house. Meantime, after we've looked around a bit we'll build, maybe up on one of those fine corners east of the park." "I almost dread it," his mother rejoined. "I never did see how they kept track of all the help in that hotel, and if it's twice as monstrous now, however do they do it and have the beds all made every day and the meals always on time?" "And you can get meals there," said Percival. "I've been needing a broiled lobster all summer, and now the oysters will be due-fine fat buzzards, Bays End oyster crabs." "He ain't been able to touch a morsel out here," observed Uncle Peter with a palpably false air of concern. "I got all worried up about him, barely peckin' at a crumb or two." "I never could learn to eat those oysters out of their shells," Mrs. Bines confessed. "They taste so much better out of the can. Once we had them raw, and on two of mine were those horrid little green crabs, actually squirming. I was going to send them back, but your pa laughed and ate them, himself ate them alive and kicking." "And terrapin," exclaimed Percival with anticipatory relish. "That terrapin stew does taste kind of good," his mother admitted, "but land's sakes, it has so many little bits of bones in it I always get nervous eating it. It makes me feel as if all my teeth was coming out." "You'll soon learn all those things, Ma," said her daughter, "and not to talk to the waiters and everything like that. She always asks them how much they earn, and if they have a family, and how many children, and if any of them are sick, you know," she explained to Percival. "And I s'pose you ain't much of a hand for smockin' cigarettes, are you, Ma?" inquired Uncle Peter casually. Me? Exclaimed Mrs. Bines in horror. I never smoked one of the nasty little things in my life. Son, said the old man to Percival reproachfully, is that any way to treat your own mother? Here she's had all this summer to learn cigarette smockin', and you ain't put her at all that time wasted, when you know she's got to learn. Get her one now so she can light up. Why, Uncle Peter Bines, how absurd, exclaimed his granddaughter. Well, them ladies smoked the other day, and they was some of the regular original Van Vans. You don't want your poor ma kept out of the game, do you? Going to let her set around and toy with the coppers, or maybe keep cases now and then, are you? Or you going to get her a stack of every color and let her play with you? Pish, now, haven't been to a Frisco seminary she can pick it up, probably in no time. But ma ought to have practice here at home, so she can find out what brand she likes best. Now, Marthy, them Turkish cigarettes, in a nice silver box with some naked ladies painted on the outside, and your own monogram MB. In gold letters on every cigarette. Don't let him scare you, Ma, Percival interrupted. You'll get into the game all right, and I'll see that you have a good time. Only I hope the First M.E. Church of Montana City never hears of her outrageous cuttin's up, said Uncle Peter, as if to himself. They'd have her up in church her, sure smockin' cigarettes with her gold monogram on at her age. And of course we must go to the Episcopal church there, said Psyche. I think those Episcopal ministers are just the smartest-looking men ever. So swell-looking, and anyway it's the only church the right sort of people go to. We must be awfully high church, too. It's the very best way to know nice people. I s'pose if every day'd be Sunday by and by, like the old song says, it'd be easier for you, wouldn't it? Asked the old man. You and Petty would be 401 and 402 in just no time at all. Uncle Peter continued to be perversely frivolous about the most exclusive metropolitan society in the world. But Uncle Peter was a crabbed old man, lingering past his generation, and the young people made generous allowance for his infirmities. Only there's one thing, said his sister to Percival, when later they were alone, we must be careful about Ma. She will persist in making such dreadful breaks, in spite of everything I can do. In San Francisco last June, just before we went to Steaming Springs, there was one hot day, and of course everybody was complaining. Mrs. Beale remarked that it wasn't the heat that bothered us so, but the humidity. It was so damp, you know. Ma spoke right up so everybody could hear her and said, Yes, isn't the humidity dreadful? Why, it's just running off me from every pore. Chapter 13. The Argonauts returned to the rising sun. It was mid-October. The 2 saddle horses and a team for carriage use had been shipped ahead. In the private car, the little party was beginning its own journey eastward. From the rear platform, they had watched the tall figure of Uncle Peter Bines standing in the bright autumn sun, aloof from the band of kerchief-waving friends, the droop of his head and shoulders showing the dejection he felt at seeing them go. He had resisted all entreaties to accompany them. His last injunction to Percival had been to marry early. I know your stock and I know you, he said, and you got no call to be rangin' them pastures without a brand. You never was meant for a maverick. Only don't let the first woman that comes ridin' herd get her iron on you. No man knows much about the critters, of course, but I've noticed a few things in my time. You pick one that's full-chested, that's got a fairish-sized nose, and that likes cats. The full chest means she's healthy, the nose means she ain't finicky, and lickin' cats means she's kind and honest and unselfish. Ever notice some women when a cat's around? They pretend to like 'em and say, nice kitty. But you can see they're viewin' 'em with bitter hate and suspicion. If they have to stroke 'em, they do it plenty gingerly and you can see 'em shudderin' inside like. It means they're catty themselves. But when one grabs a cat up as if she was goin' to eat it and cuddles it in her neck and talks baby talk to it, you play her fur bane sound and true. Pass up the others, son. And speakin' of the fair sex, he added, as he and Percival were alone for a moment, that enterprisin' lady we settled with is goin' to do one thing you'll approve of. She's goin', he continued, in answer to Percival's look of inquiry, to take her bankroll to New York. She says it's the only place for folks with money, just like you say. She tells Copland that there wa'n't any fit society out here at all no advantages for a lady of capacity and ambitions. I reckon she's goin' to be 403 all right. Seems to me she did pretty well here. I don't see any kicks do her. Yes, but she's like all the rest. The West was good enough to make her money in, but the East gets her when spend-in time comes. As the train started, he swung himself off with a sad little, "Be good to yourself." "Thank the Lord we're underway at last," cried Percival, fervently, when the group at the station had been shut from view. "Isn't it just heavenly?" exclaimed his sister. "Think of having all of New York you want being at home, there and not having to look forward to this desolation of a place." Mrs. Bines was neither depressed nor elated. She was maintaining that calm level of submission to fate which had been her lifelong habit. The journey and the new life were to be undertaken, because they formed for her the line of least resistance along which all energy must flow. Had her children elected to camp for the remainder of their days in the center of the desert of Gobi, she would have faced that life with as little sense of personal concern and with no more misgivings. Down out of the maze of hills, the train wound. And then by easy grades, after 2 days of travel down off the Great Plateau to where the plains of Nebraska lay away to a far horizon in brown billows of withered grass. Then came the crossing of the sullen, sluggish Missouri, that highway of an earlier day to the great Northwest. And after that the better wooded and better settled lands of Iowa and Illinois. "Now we're getting where Christians live," said Percival, with warm appreciation. "Why, Percival," exclaimed his mother reprovingly, "do you mean to say there aren't any Christians in Montana City? How you talk. There are lots of good Christian people there, though I must say I have my doubts about that new Christian Science church they started last spring." The term, Mrs. Thorndyke, was used in its social rather than its theological significance, replied her son, urbanely. "Far be it from me to impugn the religion of that community, of which we are ceasing to be integers at the pleasing rate of 60 miles an hour. God knows they need their faith in a different kind of land hereafter." And even Mrs. Bines was not without a sense of quiet and rest induced by the gentler contours of the landscape through which they now sped. "The country here does seem a lot cozier," she admitted. The hills rolled away amiably and reassuringly. The wooded slopes in their gay coloring of autumn invited confidence. Here were no forbidding stretches of the gray alkali desert, no grim bare mountains, no solitude of desolation. It was a kind land, fat with riches. The shorn yellow fields, the capacious red barns, the well-conditioned homes, all told eloquently of peace and plenty. So, too, did the villages, those lively little clearinghouses for immense farming districts. To the adventurer from New York, they seem always new and crude. To our travelers from a newer, cruder region, they were actually aesthetic in their suggestions of an old and well-established civilization. In due time, they were rattling over a tangled maze of switches, dodging interminable processions of freight cars, barely missing crowded passenger trains whose bells struck clear and then flatted as the trains flew by. Defiling by narrow waterways, crowded with small shipping, winding through streets lined with high, gloomy warehouses amid the clang and clatter, the strangely sounding bells and whistles of 1,000 industries, each sending up its just contribution of black smoke to the pall that lay always spread above. And steaming at last into a great roomy shed where all was system, and where the big engine trembled and panted as if in relief at having run in safety a gantlet so hazardous. "Anyway, I'd rather live in Montana City than Chicago," ventured Mrs. Bines. "Whatever pride you may feel in your discernment, Mrs. Cadwallader, is amply justified," replied her son, performing before the amazed lady a bow that indicated the lowest depths of slavish deference. "I am now," he continued, "going out to pace the floor of this locomotive boudoir for a few exhilarating breaths of smoke, and pretend to myself that I've got to live in Chicago forever. A little discipline like that is salutary to keep one from forgetting the great blessing which a merciful providence has conferred upon one." "I'll walk a bit with you," said his sister, donning her jacket and a cap. "Lest my remarks have seemed indeterminate, madam," sternly continued Percival at the door of the car, "permit me to add that if Chicago were heaven I should at once enter upon a life of crime. Do not affect to misunderstand me, I beg of you. I should leave no avenue of salvation open to my precious soul. I should incur no risk of being numbered among the saved. I should be a D, and I should sit up nights to invent new ways of evil. If I had any leisure left from being as wicked as I could be, I should devote it to teaching those I loved how to become abandoned. I should doubtless issue a pamphlet, How to Merit Perdition Without a Master. Learn to be wicked in your own home in 10 lessons. Instructions sent securely sealed from observation. Thousands of testimonials from the most accomplished reprobates of the day. I trust Mrs. Llewellyn Leffingwell Thompson that you will never again so far forget yourself as to utter that word, Chicago, in my presence. If you feel that you must give way to the evil impulse, go off by yourself and utter the name behind the protection of closed doors where this innocent girl cannot hear you. Come, sister. Otherwise I may behave in a manner to be regretted in my calmer moments. Let us leave the woman alone, now. Besides, I've got to go out and help the hands make up that New York train. You never can tell. Some horrible accident might happen to delay us here 30 minutes. Cheer up, Ma. It's always darkest just before leaving Chicago, you know. Thus flippantly do some of the younger sons of men blaspheme this metropolis of the Midwest city, the creation of which is, by many persons of discrimination, held to be the chief romance and abiding miracle of the 19th century. Let us rejoice that one such partisan was now at hand to stem the torrent of abuse. As Percival held back the door for his sister to pass out, a stout little ruddy-faced man with trim gray side whiskers came quickly up the steps and barred their way with cheery aggressiveness. "Ah, Mr. Higby, well," exclaimed Percival cordially. "Thought it might be some of you folks when I saw the car," said Higby, shaking hands all around. "And Mrs. Bines, too, and the girl looking like a Delaware peach when the crops failed. How's everybody, and how long you going to be in the good old town?" "Ah, we were just speaking of Chicago as you came in," said Percival blandly. "Isn't she a great old town, though a wonder?" "My boy," said Higby in low, solemn tones that came straight from his heart, "she gets greater every day you live. You can see her at it fairly. How long since you been here?" "I came through last June, you know, after I left your yacht at Newport." Yes, to be sure. So you did poor Daniel J. But say, you wouldn't know the town now if you haven't seen it since then. Why, I run over from New York every 30 days or so, and she grows out of my ken every time, like a 5-year-old boy. Say, I've got Mrs. Higby up in the New York sleeper, but if you're going to be here, a spell will stop a few days longer, and I'll drive you around what say, Packing Houses Lake Shore Drive Lincoln Park. He waited, glowing confidently, as one submitting irresistible temptations. Percival beamed upon him with moist eyes. "By Jove, Mr. Higby, that's clever of you'ts royal. Sis and I would like nothing better, but you see my poor mother here is almost down with nervous prostration, and we've got to hurry her to New York without an hour's delay to consult a specialist. We're afraid," he glanced anxiously at the astounded Mrs. Bines and lowered his voice, "we're afraid she may not be with us long." "Why, Percival," began Mrs. Bines dazedly, "you was just saying." "Now don't fly all to pieces. Ma, take it easier with friends, be sure of that. You needn't beg us to go on. You know we wouldn't think of stopping when it may mean life or death to you. You see just the way she is." He continued to the sympathetic Higby, "We're afraid she may collapse any moment. So we must wait for another time, but I'll tell you what you do. Go get Mrs. Higby and your traps and come let us put you up to New York. We've got lots of room run along now and we'll have some of that ham, the kind you have always bought, for lunch. A.L. Jackson is a miserable cook, too, if I don't know the truth." Gently urging Higby through the door, he stifled a systematic inquiry into the details of Mrs. Bynes's affliction. "Come along quick, I'll go help you and we'll have Mrs. Higby back before the train starts. Do you know," Mrs. Bines thoughtfully observed to her daughter, "I sometimes mistrust Percival ain't just right in his head. You remember he did have a bad fall on it when he was 2 years and 5 months old, 2 years, 5 months, and 18 days. The way he carries on right before folks' faces. That time I went through the asylum, but there was a young man kept going on with the same outlandish rigmarole, just like Percival. The idea of Percival telling me to eat a lemon ice with an ice pick, and oh, why don't the flesh brushes wear nice, proper clothes brushes? And be sure and hammer my nails good and hard after I get them manicured. And back home, he was always wanting to know where the me-toggers were, saying he'd just bought 900 new ones and he'd have to order a ton more if they were all lost. I don't believe there is such a thing as a me-togger. I don't know what on earth a body could do with one. And that other young man," she concluded, significantly, "they had him in a little bit of a room with an iron-barred door to it like a prison cell." Chapter 14. Mr. Higby communicates some valuable information. The The Higbees were presently at home in the Bines car. Mrs. Higbee was a pleasant, bustling, plump little woman, sparkling-eyed and sprightly. Prominent in her manner was a helpless little confession of inadequacy to her ambitions that made her personality engaging. To be energetic and friendly and deeply absorbed in people who were bold and confident was her attitude. She began bubbling at once to Mrs. Bines and Psyche of the latest fashions for mourners. Crepe was more swagger than ever before, both as trimming and for entire costumes. House gowns, my dear, and dinner gowns, made entirely of crepe in the princess style, will exactly suit your daughter, and on the dinner gowns, she can wear a trimming of that dull jet passementerie. From gowns, she went naturally to the difficulty of knowing whom to meet in a city like New York and how to meet them, and the watchfulness required to keep daughter Millie from becoming entangled with leading theatrical gentlemen. Amid Percival's lamentations that he must so soon leave Chicago, the train moved slowly out of the big shed to search in the interwoven puzzle of tracks for one that led to the east. As they left the center of the city, Higbee drew Percival to one of the broad side windows. "Pull up your chair and sit here a minute," he said, with a mysterious little air of importance. "There's a thing this train's going to pass right along here that I want you to look at. Maybe you've seen better ones, of course, and then again." It proved to be a sign some 20 feet high and a whole block long. Emblazoned upon its broad surface was Higbee's Hams. At one end, and towering another 10 feet or so above the mammoth letters, was a white-capped and aproned chef, abandoning his mercurial French temperament to an utter frenzy of delight over a Higbee's ham, which had apparently just been vouchsafed to him by an invisible benefactor. "There now," exclaimed Higbee, "what do you call that, I want to know, hey?" "Great, magnificent," cried Percival, with the automatic and ready hypocrisy of a sympathetic nature. "That certainly is great." "Notice the size of it?" queried Higbee when they had flitted by. "Did I?" exclaimed the young man reproachfully. "We went by pretty fast, you couldn't see it well. I tell you, the way they're allowed to run trains so fast right here in this crowded city is an outrage. I'm blamed if I don't have my lawyer take it up with the board of aldermen slaughtering people on their tracks right and left. You'd think these railroad companies own the earth, but that sign, now. Did you notice you could read every letter in the label on that ham? You wouldn't think it was 100 yards back from the track, would you? Why, that label by actual measure is 6 feet, 4 inches across, and yet it looks as small, and everything all in the right proportion. It's wonderful. It's what I call art," he concluded, in a slightly dogmatic tone. "Of course it's art," Percival agreed. "All hand-painted, I suppose." "Sure, that painting alone, letters and all, cost $450. I've just had it put up. I've been after that place for years, but it was held on a long lease by Max, the square tailor, you know. You probably remember the sign he had there, peerless pants worn by Chicago's best dressers with a man in his shirt sleeves looking at a new pair. Well, finally, I got a chance to buy those 2 back lots, and that give me the site, and there she is, all finished and up. That's partly what I come on this time to see about. How'd you like the wording of that sign?" "Fine, simple, and effective," replied Percival. "That's it, simple and effective. It goes right to the point, and it don't slop over beyond any after it gets there. We studied a good deal over that sign. The other man, the tailor, had too many words for the board space. My advertisin' man wanted it to be first, Higbee's Hams, that's all. But I don't know, for so big a space that seemed to me kind of flippant and undignified. Then I got it down to eat Higbee's Hams. That seemed short enough, but after studying it, I says, what's the use of saying eat? No one would think, I says, that a ham is to paper the walls with or to stuff sofa cushions with, so off comes eat as being superfluous, and leaving it simple and dignified Higbee's Hams. By the way, said Percival, when they were sitting together again, later in the day, where is Henry now? Higbee chuckled. That's the other thing took me back this time, the new sign and getting Hank started. Henry is now working 10 hours a day out to the packing house. After a year of that, he'll be taken into the office, and his hours will be cut down to 8. 8 hours a day will seem like sinful idleness to Henry by that time. Percival whistled in amazement. I thought you'd be surprised, but the short of it is, Henry found himself facing work or starvation. He didn't want to starve a little bit, and he finally concluded he'd rather work for his dad than anyone else. You see, Henry was doing the rake's progress act there in New York, being a gilded youth and such like. Now being a gilded youth and a well-known man about town is something that wants to be done in moderation, and Henry didn't seem to know the meaning of the word. I put up something like $180,000 for Hank's gilding last year. Not that I grudged him the money, but it wasn't doing him any good. He was making a monkey of himself with it, Henry was. A good bit of that 180 went into a comic opera company that was one of the worst I ever did see. Henry had no judgment. He was too easy. Well, along the summer, he was on the point of making a break that would, well, I says to him, says I, Hank, I'm no penny squeezer. I like good stretchy legs myself, I says. I like to see them elastic so they'll give a plenty when they're pulled. But, I says, if you take that step, I says, if you declare yourself, then the rubber in your legs, I says, will just naturally snap. You'll find you've overplayed the tension, I says, and there won't be any more stretch left in them. The secret is, Hank was being chased by a whole family of wolves. That's the gist of it. Fortune hunters with tushes like the ravening lion in Africa's gloomy jungle. They were not only cold, stone broke, mind you, but hyenas into the bargain, the father and the mother and the girl, too. They'd got their minds made up to marry the girl to a good wad of money, and they'll do it, too, sooner or later, because she's a corker for looks. All right, Tan, they'd all made a dead set for Hank. So, quick as I saw how it was, I says, here, I says, is where I save my son an heir from a passel of butchers, I says, before they have him scalded and dressed and hung up outside the shop for the holiday trade, I says, with the red paper rosette stuck in Henry's chest, I says. Are the New York girls so designing? Asked Percival. Is Higby's ham good to eat? Replied Higby oracularly. So, he continued, when I made up my mind to put my foot down, I just casually mentioned to the old lady, say, she's got an eye that would make liquid air shiver that cold blue like an army overcoat. Well, I mentioned to her that Henry was a spendthrift, and that he wasn't ever going to get another cent from me, that he didn't earn just the same as if he wasn't any relation of mine. I made it plain, you bet. She found just where little Henry boy stood with his kind-hearted, liberal old father. Say, maybe Henry wasn't in cold storage with the whole family from that moment. I see those fellows in the laboratories are puttering around just now trying to get the absolute zero of temperature. Say, Henry got it, and he don't know a thing about chemistry. Then I jounced Hank. I proceeded to let him know he was up against a trite close up against it, so you couldn't see daylight between 'em. You're 25, I says, and you play the best game of pool, I'm told, of any of the chappies in that father-made-the-money club you got into, I says, but I've looked it up, I says, and there ain't really what you could call any great future for a pool champion, I says, and if you're ever going to learn anything else, it's time you was at it, I says. Now you go back home and tell the manager to set you to work, I says, and your wages won't be big enough to make you interesting to any skirt dancer either, I says. And you make a study of the hog from the ground up. Exhaust his possibilities just like your father done, and make a man of yourself, and then sometime, I says, you'll be able to give good medicine to a cub of your own when he needs it. And how did poor Henry take all that? Well, Hank squealed at first like he was getting the knife, but finally when he was up against it, and especially when he see how this girl and her family throwed him down the elevator shaft from the 10th story, why, he come around beautifully. He's really got sense, though he doesn't look at Henry as though Lord knows I didn't pull him up a bit too quick. But he come out and went to work like I told him. It's the greatest thing ever happened to him. He ain't so fat-headed as he was already. Henry'll be a man before his dad's through with him. But weren't the young people disappointed? Asked Percival. Weren't they in love with each other? In love? In an effort to express scorn adequately, Mr. Higby came perilously near to snorting. What do you suppose a girl like that cares for love? She was dead in love with the nice long yellowbacks that I've piled up because the public knows good ham when they taste it. As for being in love with Henry, or with any man, say, young fellow, you've got something to learn about those New York girls. And this one, especially. Why, it's been known for the 3 years we've been there that she's simply hunting night and day for a rich husband. She tries for 'em all as fast as they get in line. Henry was unlucky in finding that kind. They're not all like that, those New York girls are not, and he had the air of being able, if he chose, to name 1 or 2 luminous exceptions. Silas, called Mrs. Higby, are you telling Mr. Bines about our Henry and that Milbury girl? Yep, answered Higby, I told him. About what girl? What was her name? asked Percival in a lower tone. Milbury's that family's name, Horace Milbury. Why, Percival interrupted, somewhat awkwardly. I know the family, the young lady we met the family out in Montana a few weeks ago. Sure enough, they were in Chicago and had dinner with us on their way out. I remember Mr. Milbury spoke of what fine claret you gave him. Yes, and I wasn't stingy with ice, either, the way those New York people always are. Why, at that fellow's house, he gives you that claret wine as warm as soup. But as for that girl, he added, say, she'd marry me in a minute if I wasn't tied up with the little lady over there. Of course, she'd rather marry a sub-treasury. She's got about that much heart in her, cold-blooded as a German carp. She'd marry me, she'd marry you, if you was the best thing in sight. But say, if you was broke, she'd have about as much use for you as Chicago's got for St. Louis. Chapter 15. Some light with a few sidelights. The real spring in New York comes when blundering nature has painted the outer wilderness for autumn. What is called spring in the city by unreflecting users of the word is a tame, insipid season yawning into not more than half-wakefulness at best. The trees in the gas-poisoned soil are slow in their greening. The grass has but a pallid city vitality, and the rows of gaudy tulips set out primly about the fountains in the squares are palpably forced and alien. For the sumptuous blending and flaunt of color, the spontaneous awakening of warm, throbbing new life, and all those inspiring miracles of regeneration which are performed elsewhere in April and May, the city pent must wait until mid-October. This is the spring of the city's year. There be those to hint captiously that they find it an affair of false seeming, that the gorgeous coloring is a mere trick of shop window cunning, that the time is juiceless and devoid of all but the specious delights of surface. Yet these, perhaps, are unduly imaginative for a world where any satisfaction is held by a tenure precarious at best. And even these carpers, be they never so analytical, can at least find no lack of springtime fervor in the eager throngs that pass entranced before the window show. They, the free-swinging, quick-moving men and women, the best-dressed of all throngs in this young world, sun-browned, sun-enlivened, recreated to a fine metal for enjoyment by their months of mountain or ocean sport, these are, indeed, the ones for whom this afterspring is made to bloom. And since they find it to be a shifting miracle of perfections, how are they to be quarreled with? In the big polished windows, waxen effigies of fine ladies, gracefully patient, display the latest dinner gown from Paris, or the creamiest of beribboned tea gowns. Or they pose in attitudes of polite adieus and greeting, all but smothered in a king's ransom of sable and ermine. Or, to the other extreme, they complacently permit themselves to be observed in the intimate revelations of Parisian lingerie, with its misty froth of embroideries, its fine-spun webs of foamy lace. In another window, behold a sprightly and enlivening ballet of shapely silken hosiery, fitting its sculptured models to perfection, ranging in tints from the first tender green of spring foliage to the rose pink of the spring sun's afterglow. A few steps beyond, we may study a window where the waxen ladies have been dismembered. Yet a second glance shows the retained portions to be all that woman herself considers important when she tries on the bird toque, or the picture hat, or the gauze confection for afternoons. The satisfied smiles of these waxen counterfeits show them to have been amply recompensed, with the headgear, for their physical incompleteness. But if these terraces of color and grace that line the sides of this narrow spring valley be said to contain only the dry husks of adornment, surely there may be found others more technically spring-like. Here in this broad window, foregathered in a congress of colors designed to appetize, are the ripe fruits of every clime and every season. The southern pomegranate beside the hardy northern apple, scarlet and yellow, the early strawberry and the late ruddy peach, figs from the Orient and pines from the Antilles, dates from Tunis and tawny persimmons from Japan, misty sea-green grapes and those from the hothouse tasteless, it is true, but so lordly in their girth and royal purple. Portly golden oranges and fat plums, pears of mellow blondness and pink-skinned apricots. Here at least is the veritable stuff and essence of spring, with all its attending aromas of more integrity, perhaps, than the same colorings simulated by the confectioner's craft in the nearby window display of impossible sweets. And still more of this belated spring will gladden the eye in the florist's window. In June, the florist's shop is a poor place, sedulously to be shunned. Nothing of note blooms there then. The florist himself is patently ashamed of himself. The burden of sustaining his traditions he puts upon a few dejected shrubs called hardy perennials that have to labor the year around. All summer it is as if the place feared to compete with nature when color and grace flower so cheaply on every southern hillside. But now its glories bloom anew, and its superiority over nature becomes again manifest. Now it assembles the blossoms of a whole long year to bewilder and allure. Its windows are shaded glens, vine-embowered, where spring, summer, and autumn blend in all their regal and diverse abundance, and the closing door of the shop fans out odors as from 1,000 Persian gardens. But spring is not all of life, nor what at once chiefly concerns us. There are people to be noted, a little series of more or less related phenomena to be observed. One of the people, a young man, stands conveniently before this same florist's window, at that hour when the sun briefly flushes this narrow canon of Broadway from wall to wall. He had loitered along the lively highway an hour or more, his nerves tingling responsively to all its stimuli. And now he mused as he stared at the tangled tracery of ferns against the high bank of wine-red autumn foliage, the royal cluster of white chrysanthemums, and the big jar of American beauties. He had looked forward to this moment, to when he should enter that same door and order at least an armful of those same haughty roses sent to an address his memory cherished. Yet now, the time having come, the zest for the feat was gone. It would be done. It were ungraceful not to do it, after certain expressions. But it would be done with no heart, because of the certain knowledge that no one, at least no one to be desired, could possibly care for him, or consider him even with interest for anything but his money, the same kind of money Higby made by purveying hams, and she wouldn't care in the least whether it was mine or Higby's, so there was a lot of it. Yet he stepped in and ordered the roses, nor did the florist once suspect that so lavish a buyer of flowers could be a prey to emotions of corroding cynicism toward the person for whom they were meant. From the florist's, he returned directly to the hotel to find his mother and Psyche making homelike the suite to which they had been assigned. A maid was unpacking trunks under his sister's supervision. Mrs. Bines was in converse with a person of authoritative manner regarding the service to be supplied them. 2 maids would be required, and Madame would of course wish a butler. Mrs. Bines looked helplessly at her son, who had just entered. "I think we've always did our own buttling," she faltered. The person was politely interested. "I'll attend to these things, Ma," said Percival, rather suddenly. "Yes, we'll want a butler and the 2 maids, and see that the butler knows his business, please, and here take this, and see that we're properly looked after, will you?" As the bill bore a large C on its face, and the person was rather a gentleman anyway, this unfortunate essay at irregular conjugation never fell into a certain class of anecdotes which Mrs. Bynes's best friends could now and then bring themselves to relate of her. But other matters are forward. We may next overtake 2 people who loiter on this bracing October day down a leaf-strewn aisle in Central Park. "You," said the girl of the pair, "least of all men can accuse me of lacking heart. You are cold to me now. But look, think what did I offer you had my trust everything I could bring myself to give you. Look what I would have sacrificed at your call. Think how I waited and longed for that call. You know how helpless I was. Yes, if you wanted more than my bare self. I should have been helpless, too, if I had wanted more than you. It would have been folly madness that way." "Folly madness? Do you remember the sonnet of revolt you sent me? Sit on this bench. I wish to say it over to you, very slowly. I want you to hear it while you keep your later attitude in mind. Life, what is life? To do without avail the decent, ordered tasks of every day. Talk with the sober. Join the solemn play. Tell for the 100th time the self-same tale told by our grandsires in the self-same vale, where the sun sets with even, level ray, and nights, eternally the same, make way for hueless dawns, intolerably pale. But I know the verse. No, hear it out, hear what you sent me. And this is life? Nay, I would rather see the man who sells his soul in some wild cause, the fool who spurns, for momentary bliss, all that he was and all he thought to be, the rebel stark against his country's laws, God's own mad lover, dying on a kiss." She had completed the verse with the hint of a sneer in her tones. "Yes, truly, I remember it. But some day you'll thank me for saving you. Of course it would have been regular in a way, but people here never really forget those things, and we'd have been helpless some day. You'll thank me for thinking for you. Why do you believe I'm not thanking you already? Hang it all, that's what you made me think yesterday when I met you. And so you called me heartless. Now tell me just what you expect a woman in my position to do. I offered to go to you when you were ready. Surely that showed my spirit, and you haven't known me these years. Without knowing, it would have to be that or nothing. Well, hang it, it wasn't like the last time, and you know it. You're not kind any longer. You can be kind, can't you? Her lip showed faintly the curl of scorn. No, I can't be kind any longer. Oh, I see you've known your own mind so little. There's been so little depth to it all, you couldn't dare. It was foolish to think I could show you my mind. But you still care for me. No, I don't. You should have no reason to think so if I did. When I heard you'd made it up, I hated you, and I think I hate you now. Let us go back. No, please don't touch me ever again. Farther downtown, in the cozy drawing room of a house in a side street east of the avenue, two other persons were talking. A florid and profusely freckled young Englishman spoke protestingly from the hearthrug to a woman who had the air of knowing emphatically better. But my dear Mrs. Drelmer, really, I can't take a curate with me, and send up word won't she be good enough to come downstairs and marry me directly, not when I've not seen her, Nonsense, replied the lady, unimpressed. You can do it nearly that way if you'll listen to me. Those Westerners perform quite in that manner, I assure you. They call it hustling. Dear me. Yes, indeed, dear you. And another thing, I want you to forestall that Milbury youth, and you may be sure he's no farther away than Tuxedo or Meadowbrook. Now, they arrived yesterday. They'll be unpacking today and settling tomorrow. I'll call the day after, and you shall be with me. And you forget that devil suppose she's as good as her threat. Absurd, how could she be? You don't know her, nor the old beggar either, by Jove. All the more reason for haste. We'll call tomorrow. Wait. Better still, perhaps I can enlist the Gwyll Tathelston. I'm to meet her tomorrow. I'll let you know. Now I must get into my tea harness, so run along. We are next constrained to glance at a strong man bowed in the hurt of a great grief. Horace Milbury sits alone in his gloomy, high-ceilinged library. His attire is immaculate. His slender, delicate hands are beautifully white. The sensitive lines of his fine face tell of the strain under which he labors. What dire tragedies are those we must face wholly alone, where we must hide the wound, perforce, because no comprehending sympathy flows out to us, because instinct warns that no help may come save from the soul's own well of divine fortitude. Some hope, tenderly, almost fearfully, held and guarded, had perished on the day that should have seen its triumphant fruition. He raised his handsome head from the antique, claw-footed desk, sat up in his chair, and stared tensely before him. His emotion was not to be suppressed. Do tears tremble in the eyes of the strong man? Let us not inquire too curiously. If they tremble down the fine-skinned cheek, let us avert our gaze. For grief in men is no thing to make a show of. A servant passed the open door, bearing an immense pasteboard box, with one end cut out to accommodate the long stems of many roses. Jarvis. Yes, sir. What is it? Flowers, sir, for Miss Avis. Let me see on the card. He took the card from the florist's envelope and glanced at the name. Take them away. The stricken man was once more alone, yet now it was as if the tender beauty of the flowers had balmed his hurt, taught him to hope anew. Let us in all sympathy and hope retire. For cheerfuller sights, we might observe Launton Oldacre in a musty curio shop, delighted over a pair of silver candlesticks with square bases and fluted columns, fabricated in the reign of that fortuitous monarch, Charles II. Or we might glance in upon the Higbees in their section of a French chateau, reproduced up on the stately riverside drive, where they complete the details of a dinner to be given on the morrow. Or perhaps it were better to be concerned with a matter more weighty than dinners and antique candlesticks. The search need never be vain, even in this world of persistent frivolity. As, for example, tell Mrs. Van Geist if she can't come down, I'll run up to her. Yes, Miss Milbury. Mrs. Van Geist entered a moment later. Why, Avis, child, you're glowing, aren't you? I must be. I suppose I've just walked down from 59th Street, and before that I walked in the park. Feel how cold my cheeks are, Mutterchin. It's good for you. Now we shall have some tea and talk. Yes, I'm hungry for both, and some of those funny little cakes. Come back where the fire is, dear. The tea has just been brought. There, take the big chair. It always feels like you like your arms, Mutterchen, I am tired. And throw off that coat. There's the lemon if you're afraid of cream. I wish I weren't afraid of anything but cream. You told me you weren't afraid of that cat anymore. I'm not, I just told him so. But I'm afraid of it all. I'm tired trying not to drift, tired trying not to try, and tired trying to try. Oh, dear, sounds like a nonsense verse, doesn't it? Have you anyone tonight? No, I think I must stay with you till morning. Send someone home to say I'll be here. I can always think so much better here, and you, dear old thing, to mother me. Do, child, I'll send Sandon directly. He will go to the house of mourning. What's the latest? Papa was on the verge of collapse this morning, and yet he was striving so bravely and nobly to bear up. No one knows what that man suffers. It makes him gloomy all the time about everything. Just before I left, he was saying that, when one considers the number of American homes in which a green salad is never served, one must be appalled. Are you appalled, Auntie? But that isn't it. Nothing has happened. Well, there'll be no sensation about it in the papers tomorrow, but a very dreadful thing has happened. Papa has suffered one of the cruelest blows of his life. I fancy he didn't sleep at all last night, and he looked thoroughly bowled over this morning. But what is it? Well, oh, it's awful. First of all, there were 6 dozen of early bottled. 1875 Chateau Lafitte, that was the bitterest, but he had to see the rest go. 2 Chateau Margaux of 80, some terribly ancient port, and Madeira, the driest kind of sherry, a lot of fine. Full clarets of 77, and 78 oh, you can't know how agonizing it was to him. I've heard them so often, I know them all myself. But what on earth about them? Nothing, only the Cosmopolitan Club's wine cellar auctioned off, you know. For over a year, Papa has looked forward to it. He knew every bottle of wine in it. He could recite the list without looking at it. Sometimes he sounded like a French lesson, and he's been under a fearful strain ever since the announcement was made. Well, the great day came yesterday, and poor Pater simply couldn't bid in a single drop. It needed ready money, you know, and he had hoped so cheerfully all the time to do something. It broke his heart, I'm sure, to see that Chateau Lafitte go, and only imagine, it was bid in by the butler of that odious Higby. You should have heard Papa rail about the vulgar nouveau riches. When he came home he talked quite like an anarchist. But by tonight he'll be blaming me for his misfortunes. That's why I chose to stay here with you. Poor Horace, whatever are you going to do? Well, dearie, as for me, it doesn't look as if I could do anything but one thing. And here is my ardent young Croesus coming out of the West. You called him your athletic Bayard once. The other's more to the point at present. And what else can I do? Oh, if someone would just be brave enough to live the raw, quivering life with me, I could do it, I give you my word. I could let everything go by the board, but I am so alone and so helpless, and no man is equal to it nowadays. All of us here seem to be content to order a half portion of life. Child, those dreams are beautiful, but they're like those flying machines that are constantly being tested by the credulous inventors. A wheel or a pinion goes wrong, and down the silly things come tumbling. Very well, then I shall be wise, I suppose I shall be, and I'll do it quickly. This fortune of good gold shall propose marriage to me at once, and be accepted so that I shall be able to look my dear old father in the face again, and then, after I'm married, well, don't blame me for anything that happens. I'm sure you'll be happy with him, it's only your silly notions. He's in love with you. That makes me hesitate. He really is a man. I like him. See this letter, a long review from the Arcady Lyre of the poem he wrote, a poem consisting of Avis Milbury. The reviewer has been quite enthusiastic over it, too, written from some awful place in Montana. What more could you ask? He'll be kind. You don't understand, Mutterchen. He seems too decent to marry that way, and yet it's the only way I could marry him. And after he found me out, think of what marriage is he'd have to find it out. I couldn't act long, doubtless, he wouldn't even be kind to me then. You are morbid, child. But I will do it. I shall. I will be a credit to my training, and I shall learn to hate him, and he will have to learn well. A great deal that he doesn't know about women. She stared into the fire and added, after a moment's silence, oh, if a man only could live up to the verses he cuts out of magazines. Chapter 16. With the barbaric hosts. History repeats itself so cleverly, with a variance of stage settings and accessories so cunning, that the repetition seldom bores and is, indeed, frequently undetected. Thus, the descent of the barbarians upon a decadent people is a little tour de force that has been performed again and again since the oldest day. But because the assault nowadays is made not with force of arms, we are prone to believe it is no longer made at all, as if human ways had changed a bit since those ugly, hairy tribes from the northern forests descended upon the Roman Empire. And yet the mere difference that the assault is now made with force of money in no way alters the process, nor does it permit the result to vary. On the surface, all is cordiality and peaceful negotiation. Beneath is the same immemorial strife, the life and death struggle, pitiless, inexorable. What would have been a hostile bivouac within the city's gates, but for the matter of a few centuries, is now, to select an example which remotely concerns us, a noble structure on Riverside Drive, facing the lordly Hudson and the majestic Palisades that form its farther wall. And for the horde of Goths and Visigoths, Huns and Vandals, drunkenly reeling in the fitful light of campfires, chanting weird battle runes, fighting for captive vestals, and bickering in uncouth tongues over the golden spoils, what have we now to make the parallel convince? Why, the same barbarians, actually, the same hairy rudeness, the same unrefined, all-conquering, animal force. A red-faced, big-handed lot, imbued with hearty good nature and an easy tolerance for the ways of those upon whom they have descended. Here are chiefs of renown from the farthest fastnesses, they and their curious households. The ironmonger from Pittsburgh, the gold miner from Dawson, the copper chief from Butte, the silver chief from Denver, the cattle chief from Oklahoma, lord of 300,000 good acres and 30,000 cattle, the lumber prince from Michigan, the founder of a later dynasty in oil, from Texas. And, for the unesthetic but effective Attila, an able fashioner of pork products from Chicago. Here they make festival, carelessly, unafraid, unmolested. For, in the lapse of time, the older peoples have learned not only the folly of resisting inevitables, but that the huge and hairy invaders may be treated and bartered with not unprofitably. Doubtless, it often results from this amity that the patrician strain is corrupted by the alien admixture, but business has been business since as many as two persons met on the face of the new earth. For example, this particular shelter is builded upon land which one of the patrician families had held for a century solely, because it could not be disposed of. Yet the tribesmen came, clamoring for palaces, and now this same land, with some adjoining areas of trifling extent, produces an income that will suffice to maintain that family almost in its ancient and befitting estate. In this mammoth pile, for the petty rental of $10,000 or $15,000 a year, many tribes of the invaders have found shelter and entertainment in apartments of many rooms. Outwardly, in details of ornamentation, the building is said to duplicate the chateau's Blois. Those splendid palaces of Francis I inside are all the line and color and device of elegant opulence, modern to the last note. To this palace of an October evening comes the tribe of Bines, and many another such, for a triumphal feast in the abode of barbarian Silas Higby. The carriages pass through a pair of lordly iron gates, swung from massive stone pillars, under an arch of wrought iron with its antique lamp, and into the echoing courtyard flanked by trim hedges of box. Alighting, the barbaric guests of Higby are ushered through a marble-walled vestibule, from which a wrought iron and bronze screen gives way to the main entrance hall. The ceiling here reproduces that of a feudal castle in Rouen, with some trifling and effective touches of decoration in blue, scarlet, and gold. The walls are of white keen stone, with ornate windows and balconies jutting out above. In one corner is a stately stone mantel with richly carved hood, bearing in its central panel the escutcheon of the gallant French monarch. Up a little flight of marble steps, guarded by its handrail of heavy metal, shod with crimson velvet, one reaches the elevator. This pretty enclosure of iron and glass, of classic detail in the period of Henry Roman II, of Circassian walnut trim, with crotch panels, has more the aspect of boudoir than elevator. The deep seat is of walnut, upholstered with fat cushions of crimson velvet edged in dull gold galloon. Over the seat is a mirror cut into small squares by wooden muntins. At each side are electric candles softened by red silk shades. One's last view before the door closes noiselessly is of a bay window opposite, set with cathedral glass casement lights, which shed soft colors upon the hall bench of carven stone and upon the tessellated floor. The door to the Higbee domain is of polished mahogany, set between lights of antique vert Italian glass and bearing an ancient brass knocker. From the reception room, with its walls of green Empire silk, one passes through a foyer hall of Cordova leather hangings to the drawing room with its 3 broad windows. Opposite the entrance to this superb room is a mantel of carved Caen stone, faced with golden Pavonazza marble, with old Roman andirons of gold ending in the fleur-de-lis. The walls are hung with blue Florentine silk, embossed in silver. Beyond a bronze grille is the music room, a library done in Austrian oak with stained burlap paneled by dull-forged nails, a conservatory, a billiard room, a smoking room. This latter has walls of red damask and a mantel with post-tenebras lux, cut into one of its marble panels, a legend at which the worthy lessee of all this splendor is wont often to glance with respectful interest. The admirable hostif, one be broad-minded, is now in the drawing-room, seconding his worthy wife and pretty daughter who welcome the dinner guests. For a man who has a fad for ham and doesn't care who knows it, his bearing is all we have a right to expect that it should be. Among the group of arrivals, men of his own sort, he is speaking of the ever-shifting fashion in beards, to the evangel of a Texas oil field who flaunts to the world one of those heavy mustaches spuriously extended below the corners of the mouth by means of the chin growth of hair. Another, a worthy tribesman from Snohomish, Washington, wears a beard which, for a score of years, has been let to be its own true self, to express, fearlessly, its own unique capacity for variation from type. These two have rallied their host upon his modishly trimmed side whiskers. "You're right," says Mr. Higbee amiably. "I ain't stuck any myself on this way of trimming up a man's face, but the madam will have it this way, says it looks more refined and New Yorky. And now, do you know, ever since I've wore 'em this way, ever since I had 'em scraped from a round under my neck here, I have to go to Florida every winter. Come January or February, I get bronchitis every blamed year." 2 of the guests only are alien to the barbaric throng. There is the noble Baron Ronald de Paliac, decorated, reserved, observant, almost wistful. For the moment he is picturing dutifully the luxuries a certain marriage would enable him to procure for his noble father and his aged mother, who eagerly await the news of his quest for the Golden Fleece. For the Baron contemplates, after the fashion of many conscientious explorers, a marriage with a native woman, though he permits himself to cherish the hope that it may not be conditioned upon his adopting the manners and customs of the particular tribe that he means to honor. Monsieur the Baron has long since been obliged to confess that a suitable mésalliance is none too easy of achievement, and, in testimony of his vicissitudes, he has written for a Paris comic paper a series of grimly satiric essays upon New York society. Recently, moreover, he has been upon the verge of accepting employment in the candy factory of a bourgeois compatriot. But hope has a little revived in the noble breast, since chance brought him and his title under the scrutiny of the bewitching Miss Millicent Higbee and her appreciative mother. And tonight there is not only the pretty Miss Higbee, but the winning Miss Bines, whose dot, the Baron has been led to understand, would permit his beloved father unlimited piquet at his club, to say nothing of regenerating the family chateau. Yet these are hardly matters to be gossiped of. It is enough to know that the Baron Ronald de Paliac, when he discovers himself at table between Miss Bines and the adorable Miss Higbee, becomes less saturnine than has for some time been his wont. He does not forget previous disappointments, but desperately snaps his swarthy jaws in commendable superiority to any adverse fate. "Genie don pas un dam," he says to himself, and translates, as was his practice, to better his English, "I do not present a dam. I shall take what it is that it may be." The noble Baron de Paliac at this feast of the tribesmen was like the captive patrician of old led in chains that galled. The other alien, Launton Oldacre, was present under terms of honorable truce, willingly and without ulterior motive, saving as he confessed to himself a consuming desire to see how the other half lives. He was no longer the hunted and dismayed being Percival had met in that far-off and impossible Montana, but was now untroubled, remembering, it is true, that this slumming expedition, as he termed it, had taken him beyond the recognized bounds of his beloved New York, but serene in the consciousness that half an hour's drive would land him safely back at his club. Oldacre observed Miss Psyche Bines approvingly. "We are so glad to be in New York," she had confided to him, sitting at her right. "My dear young woman," he warned her, "you haven't reached New York yet." The talk being general and loud, he ventured further. "This is Pittsburgh, Chicago, Kansas City, Denver, almost anything but New York. Of course, I know, these are not the swell old families." Oldacre sipped his glass of old Oloroso sherry and discoursed. "And our prominent families, the ones whose names you read, are not New York anymore either. They are rather London and Paris. Their furniture, clothing, plate, pictures, and servants come from one or the other. Yes, and their manners too, their interests and sympathies and concerns, their fashions and sometimes their morals. They are assuredly not New York any more than Gobelin tapestries and Fortuny pictures and Louis Seize chairs are New York." "How queerly you talk. Where is New York, then?" Oldacre sighed thoughtfully, between 2 spoonfuls of tortue vert clair. "Well, I suppose the truth is that there isn't much of New York left in New York. As a matter of fact, I think it died with the old volunteer fire department. Anyway, the surviving remnant is coy. Real old New Yorkers like myself, neither poor nor rich, are swamped in these days like those prehistoric animals whose bones we find. There comes a time when we can't live, and deposits form over us and we're lost even to memory." But this talk was even harder for Miss Bines to understand than the English speech of the Baron Ronald de Paliac, and she turned to that noble gentleman as the turbot with sauce coral was served. The dining room, its wall wainscoted from floor to ceiling in Spanish oak, was flooded with soft light from the red silk dome that depended from its crown of gold above the table. The laughter and talk were as little subdued as the scheme of the rooms. It was an atmosphere of prodigal and confident opulence. From the music room near by came the soft strains of a Haydn quartet, exquisitely performed by finished and expensive artists. "Say, Higby," it was the oil chief from Texas, "see if them fiddlers of yours can't play Ma Honolulu Lulu." Oldacre, wincing and turning to Miss Bines for sympathy, heard her say, "Yes, do, Mr. Higby. I do love those ragtime songs, and then have them play Tell Me, Pretty Maiden, and the Intermezzo." He groaned in anguish. The talk ran mostly on practical affairs. The current values of the great staple commodities, why the corn crop had been light, what wheat promised to bring, how young Berman of the Chicago Board of Trade had been pinched in his own wheat corner for 4 millions put up by his admiring father, what beef on the hoof commanded, how the Federal Oil Company would presently own the state of Texas. Almost every barbarian at the table had made his own fortune. Hardly one but could recall early days when he toiled on farm or in shop or forest, herded cattle, prospected, sought adventure in remote and hazardous wilds. "'Tain't much like them old days, eh, Higby?" queried the Crown Prince of Cripple Creek, "when you and me had to walk from Chicago to Green Bay, Wisconsin, because we didn't have enough shillings for stage fare." He gazed about him suggestively. "Corned beef and cabbage was pretty good then, eh?" And with sure, vigorous strokes, he fell to demolishing his filet de dinde à la Périgueux, while a butler refilled his glass with Chateau Mailscott, 1878. "Well, it does beat the 2 rooms the madam and me started to keep house in when we was married," admitted the host. "That was on the banks of the Chicago River, and now we got the Hudson flowin' right through the front yard, you might say, right past our own yacht landing." From old days of work and hardship, they came to discuss the present and their immediate surroundings, social and financial. Their daughters, it appeared, were being sought in marriage by the sons of those among whom they sojourned. "Oh, they're a nice band of handshakers, all right," asserted the gentleman from Kansas City. "One of 'em tried to keep company with our Caroline, but I wouldn't stand for it. He was a crackin' good shinny player, and he could lead them cotillion dances blowin', a whistle and callin', all right up, or something like a car starter, but tell me something good about him," I says to an old friend of his family. "Well, he hemmed and hawed he was a New York gentleman, and says he, 'I don't know whether I could make you understand or not,' he says, 'but he's got family,' just like that, 'Baron down hard on family and you've got money,' he says, 'and money and family need each other badly in this town,' he says. 'Yes,' says I met up with a number of people here,' I says, 'but I ain't met none yet that you'd have to blindfold and back into a lot of money,' I says, 'family or no family,' I says. 'And that young man,' he says, is a pleasant, charming fellow. Why, he says, he's the best-coated man in New York. Well, I looked at him and I says, well, says I, he may be the best-coated man in New York, but he'll be the best-booted man in New York too, I says, if he comes around trying to spark Caroline any more or would be if I had my way. His chin's pushed too far back under his face, I says, and besides, I says, Caroline is being waited on by a young hardware drummer, a good steady young fellow traveling out of little old KC. I says, and while he ain't much for family, I says, he'll have one of his own before he gets through, I says. We start families where I come from, I says. Good boy, good for you, cheered the self-made barbarians, and drank success to the absent disseminator of hardware. With much loud talk of this unedifying character, the dinner progressed to an end. Through Sel d'Agno, floated in '84 champagne, terrapin convoyed by a special Madeira of 1850, and canvasback duck with Romani Conti, 1865, to a triumphant finale of Turkish coffee and 1811 brandy. After dinner, the ladies gossiped of New York society, while the barbaric males smoked their big oily cigars and bandied reminiscences. Higbee showed them through every one of the apartment's 22 rooms, from reception hall to laundry, manipulating the electric lights with the skill of a stage manager. The evening ended with a cakewalk, for the musical artists had by rare wines been mellowed from their classic reserve into a mood of ragtime abandon. And if Monsieur the Baron, with his ceremonious grace, was less exuberant than the Crown Prince of Cripple Creek, who sang as he stepped the sensuous measure, his pleasure was not less. He joyed to observe that these men of incredible millions had no hauteur. I do not, wrote the Baron to his noble father the Marquis that night, yet understand their joke. Why should it be droll to wish that the man whose coat is of the best should also wear boots of the best? But as for what they call une promenade de gâteau, I find it very enjoyable. I have met a Emil Bines to whom I shall at once pay my addresses. Unlike Emil Higbee, she is not the father from Chicago nor elsewhere. Quel diable de ham. Chapter 17. The Patricians Entertain. To reward the enduring who read politely through the garish revel of the preceding chapter, covers for 14 are now laid with correct and tasteful quietness at the sophisticated board of that fine old New York family, the Milbrys. Shaded candles leave all but the glowing table in a gloom discreetly pleasant. One need not look so high as the old-fashioned stuccoed ceiling. The family portraits tone agreeably into the half-light of the walls. The huge old-fashioned walnut sideboard, soberly ornate with its mirrors, its white marble top, and its wood-carved fruit, towers majestically aloft in proud scorn of the frivolous Chippendale fad. Jarvis, the accomplished and incomparable butler, would be subdued and scholarly-looking, but for the flagrant scandal of his port wine nose. He gives finishing little Phillips to the white chrysanthemums massed in the central epergne on the long silver plateau, and bestows a last cautious survey upon the cut glass and silver radiating over the dull white damask. Finding the table and its appointments faultless, he assures himself once more that the sherry will come on irreproachably at a temperature of 60 degrees, that the burgundy will not fall below 65 nor mount above 70. For Jarvis wots of a palate so acutely sensitive that it never fails to record a variation of so much as 1 degree from the approved standard of temperature. How restful this quiet and reserve after the color and line tumult of the Higbee apartment. There the flush and bloom of newness were oppressive to the right-minded. All smelt of the shop. Here the dull tones and decorous lines caress and soothe instead of overwhelming the imagination with effects too grossly literal. Here is the veritable spirit of good form. Throughout the house this contrast might be noted. It is the brownstone, high-stoop house, guarded by a cast-iron fence, built in vast numbers when the world of fashion moved north to Murray Hill and Fifth Avenue a generation ago. One of these houses was like all the others inside and out, built of unimaginative builder's architecture. The hall, the long parlor, the back parlor or library, the high stuccoed ceilings, not only were these alike in all the houses, but the furnishings, too, were apt to be of a sameness in them all, rather heavy and tasteless, but serving the ends that such things should be meant to serve, and never flamboyant. Of these relics of a simpler day not many survive to us, save in the shameful degeneracy of boarding houses. But in such as are left, we may confidently expect to find the traditions of that more dignified time kept unsullied. Indeed, as we find in the House of Milbury, a settled air of gloom that suggests insolvent but stubbornly determined exclusiveness. Something of this air, too, may be noticed in the surviving tenants of these austere relics. Yet it would hardly be observed in this house on this night, for not only do arriving guests bring the aroma of a later prosperity, but the hearts of our host and hostess beat high with a new hope. For the fair and sometimes uncertain daughter of the House of Milbury, after many ominous mutterings, delays, and frank rebellions, has declared at last her readiness to be a credit to her training by conferring her family prestige, distinction of manner and charms of person upon one equipped for their suitable maintenance. Already her imaginative father is ravishing in fancy the moldiest wine cellars of continental Europe. Already the fond mother has idealized a house in Millionaire's Row east of the park, where there shall be 20 servants instead of 3, and there shall cease that gnawing worry lest the treacherous north-setting current sweep them west of the park into one of those hideously new apartment houses, where the halls are done in marble that seems to have been sliced from a huge Roquefort cheese, and where one must vie, perhaps, with a shopkeeper for the favors of an irreverent and materialistic janitor. The young woman herself entertains privately a state of mind which she has no intention of making public. It is enough, she reasons, that her action should outwardly accord with the best traditions of her class, and indeed, her family would never dream of demanding more. Her gown tonight is of orchard green, trimmed with apple blossoms, a single pink spray of them caught in her hair. The rounding, satin grace of her slender arms, sloping to the opal-tipped fingers, the exquisite line from ear to shoulder strap, the melting ripeness of her chin and throat, the tender pink and white of her fine skin, the capricious inciting tilt of her small head, the dainty lift of her short nose, these allurements she has inventoried with a calculating and satisfied eye. She is glad to believe that there is every reason why it will soon be over. And since the whole loaf is notoriously better than a half, here is the engaging son of the house, also firmly bent upon the high emprise of matrimony. Handsome, with the chin, it may be, slightly receding, but an unexcelled leader of cotillions, a surpassing polo player, clever, winning, and dressed with an effect that has long made him remarked in polite circles, which no mere money can achieve. Money, indeed, if certain ill-natured gossip of tradesmen be true, has been an inconsiderable factor in the encompassment of this sartorial distinction. He waits now, eager for a first glimpse of the young woman whose charms, even by report, have already won the best devotion he has to give. A grievous error it is to suppose that Cupid's artillery is limited to bow and arrows. And now, instead of the rude commercial horde that laughed loudly and ate uncouthly at the board of the barbarian, we shall sit at table with people born to the only manner said to be worth possessing, if we accept, indeed, the visiting tribe of Bines, who may be relied upon, however, to behave at least unobtrusively. As a contrast to the oppressively Western matron from Kansas City, here is Mistress Fidelia Oldacre on the arm of her attentive son. She would be very old, but for the circumstance that she began early in life to be a belle, and age cannot stale such women. Brought up with board at her back, books on her head, to guard her complexion as if it were her fair name, to be diligent at harp practice and conscientious with the dancing master, she is almost the last of a school that nursed but the single aim of subjugating man. Tonight, at 70-something, she is a bit of pink bisque fragility, bubbling tirelessly with reminiscence, her vivacity unimpaired, her energy amazing, and her coquetry faultless. From which we should learn, and be grateful therefore, that when a girl is brought up in the way she ought to go, she will never be able to depart from it. Here also is Cornelia Van Geist, sister of our admirable hostess relict of a gentleman who had been first or second cousin to half the people in society it were really desirable to know, and whose taste in wines, dinners, and sports had been widely praised at his death by those who had had the fortune to be numbered among his friends. Mrs. Van Geist has a kind, shrewd face, and her hair, which turned prematurely gray while she was yet a wife, gives her a look of age that her actual years belie. Here, too, is Rulon Shepler, the money god, his large, round head turning upon his immense shoulders without the aid of a neck sharp-eyed, grizzled, 50, short of stature, and with as few illusions concerning life as the New York financier is apt to retain at his age. If we be forced to wait for another guest of note, it is hardly more than her due, for Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan is truly a personage, and the best people on more than one continent do not become unduly provoked at being made to wait for her. Those less than the very best frankly esteem it a privilege. Yet the great lady is not careless of engagements, and the wait is never prolonged. Mrs. Milbury has time to say to her sister, "Yes, we think it's going, and really, it will do very well, you know." The girl has had some nonsense in her mind, for a year past none of us can tell what, but now she seems actually sensible, and she's promised to accept when the chap proposes. But there is time for no more gossip. The belated guest arrives, enveloped in a vast cloak, and accompanied by her two nephews, whom Percival Bines recognizes for the solemn and taciturn young men he had met in Shepler's party at the mine. Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan, albeit a decorative personality, is constructed on the same broad and generously graceful lines as her own Victoria. The great lady has not only two chins, but what any fair-minded observer would accept as sufficient promise of a good third. Yet hardly could a slighter person display to advantage the famous Gwilt Athelstan jewels. The rope of pierced diamonds with pigeon-blood rubies strung between them, which she wears wound over her corsage, would assuredly overweight the frail Fidelia Oldacre. The tiara of emeralds and diamonds was never meant for a brow less majestic, nor would the stomacher of lustrous gray pearls and glinting diamonds ever have clasped becomingly a figure that was svelte or skinny. As the great lady herself is frank enough to term all persons even remotely inclined to be svelte. But let us sit and enliven a proper dinner with talk upon topics of legitimate interest and genuine propriety. Here will be no discussion of the vulgar matter of markets, staples, and prices, such as we perforce endured through the overwined and too abundant repast of Higby. Instead of learning what beef on the hoof brings per hundredweight, FOB. At Cheyenne, we shall here glean at once the invaluable fact that while good society in London used to be limited to those who had been presented at court, the presentations have now become so numerous that the limitation has lost its significance. Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan thus discloses, as if it were a trifle, something we should never learn at the table of Higby, though we ate his heavy dinners to the day of ultimate chaos. And while we learned at that distressingly new table that one should keep one's heifers and sell off one's steer calves, we never should have been informed there that Dinard had just enjoyed the gayest season of its history under the patronage of this enterprising American, nor that Lady de Muzzy had opened a tea-room in Grafton Street, and Cynthia, Marchioness of Anglebury, a beauty improvement parlor on the Strand, because she needs the money. Lots of 'em talkin' to trade nowadays. It's a smart sayin', there now that all the peers are Marian actresses and all the peeresses goin' into business. Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan nodded little shocks of brilliance from her tiara and hungrily speared another oyster. Only trouble is, it's such rotten hard work collectin' bills from their intimate friends, they simply won't pay. Nor at the barbaric Higbys should we have been vouchsafed to treasure for our own the knowledge that Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan had merely run over for the cup fortnight, meaning to return directly to her daughter, Catharine, Duchess of Blanchmere, in time for the Melton Mowbray hunting season, nor that she had been rather taken by the new way of country life among us, and so tempted to protract her gracious sojourn. Really, she admits, we're common to do the right thing over here. A few years were all we needed. Hardly a town house to be opened before Thanksgiving, I understand, and down at the hills some of the houses will stay open all winter. It's coachin', ridin', and golf and auto racin' and polo and squash. Really, the young folks don't go in at all except to dance and eat, and it's quite right, you know. It's quite decently English now. Why, at Morris Park the other day, the crowd on the lawn looked quite like Ascot, actually. Nor could we have learned in the hostel camp the current gossip of Tuxedo, Meadowbrook, Lenox, Morristown, and Ardsley, of the mishap to Mrs. Jimmy Wetton, twice unseated at a recent meet, of the women's championship tournament at Chatsworth, or the good points of the new runner-up at Baltusrol, daily to be seen on the links. Where we might incur knowledge of Beaumont, Gusher, or Pittsburgh Mill, we should never have discovered that teas and receptions are really falling into disrepute, that a series of dinner dances will be organized by the mothers of debutantes to bring them forward, and that big subscription balls are in disfavor, since they benefit no one but the caterers who serve poor suppers and bad champagne. Mrs. takes only Scotch whiskey and soda. But I'm glad, she confides to Horace Milbury on her left, that you haven't got to follow in this fad of having one wine at dinner. I know it's English, but it's downright shoddy. Her host's eyes swam with gratitude for this appreciation. I stick to my peg, she continued, but I like to see a Chablis with the oysters and good dry sherry with the soup, and a Moselle with the fish, and then you're ready to be livened with a bit of champagne for the roast, and steadied a bit by Burgundy with the game. Fim sticks to it, too, tells me my peg is downright encouragement to the bacteria, but I tell him I've no quarrel with my bacteria. Live and let live is my motto, I tell him, and if the microbes and I both like Scotch and soda, why, what harm? I'm 42, and not so much of a fool that I ain't a little bit of a physician. I know my stomach, I tell him. What about these Western people? She asked Oldacre at her other side, after a little. Decent, unpretentious folks, somewhat new, but with loads of money. I've heard how the breeds storm in New York in droves, but they tell me some of us need the money. I dined with one last night, a sugar-cured ham magnate from Chicago. Dear me, how shockin'. But they're good, whole-souled people. And well-heeled, and that's what we need, it seems. Some of us been so busy bane, well-familied that we've forgot to make money. It's a good thing, too. Nature has her own building laws about fortunes. When they get too skyscrapey, she topples them over. These people with their thrifty habits would have all the money in time if their sons and daughters didn't marry aristocrats with expensive tastes who know how to be spenders. Nature keeps things fairly even, one way or another. You're thinkin' about Kitty and the Duke. No, not then I wasn't, though that's one of the class I mean. I was thinking especially about these Westerners. Well, my grandfather made the best barrels in New York, and I'm mother-in-law of a chap whose ancestors for 350 years haven't done a stroke of work. But he's the Duke of Blanchmere, and I hope our friends here will come as near gettin' the worth of their money as we did. And if that chap, she glanced at Percival, marries a certain young woman, he'll never have a dull moment. I'd vouch for that. I'm quite sure she's the devil in her. And if the yellow-haired girl marries the fellow next her, he might do worse. Yes, but might she? He's already doing worse, and he'll keep on doing it even if he does marry her. Nonsense about that, all rot. What can you expect of these chaps? So does the Duke do worse, but you'll never hear Kitty complain so long as he lets her alone and she can wear the strawberry leaves. I fancy I'll have those young ones down to the hills for Halloween and the weekend. Might as well help 'em along. At the other end of the table, the fine old ivory of her cheeks gently suffused with pink until they looked like slightly crumpled leaves of a la France rose, Mrs. Oldacre was flirting brazenly with Shepler, and prattling impartially to him and to one of the twin nephews of old days in social New York. Of a time when the world of fashion occupied a little space at the Battery and along Broadway. Of its migration to the far north of Great Jones Street, St. Mark's Place, and 2nd Avenue. In Waverly Place had been the flowering of her bellehood, and the day when her set moved on to Murray Hill was to her still recent and revolutionary. Between the solemn Angstead twins, Mrs. Bines had sat in silence until by some happy chance it transpired that horse was the word to unlock their lips. As Mrs. Bines knew all about horses, the twins at once became voluble, showing her marked attention. The twins were notably devoid of prejudice if your sympathies happened to run with theirs. Miss Bines and young Milbury were already on excellent terms. Percival and Miss Milbury, on the other hand, were doing badly. Some disturbing element seemed to have put them aloof. Miss Milbury wondered somewhat, but her mind was easy, for her resolution had been taken. Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan extended her invitation to the young people, who accepted joyfully. Come down and camp with us, and help Fim keep the batteries of his autos run out. You know they deteriorate when they're left half-charged, and it's one of the cares of his life to see to the whole 6 of 'em when they come in. He gets in one and the men get in the others, and he leads a solemn parade around the stables until they've been run out. Tell me the leisure class isn't a hard-working class now. Over coffee and chartreuse in the drawing room, there was more general talk of money and marriage, and of one for the other. And so he married money, concluded Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan of one they had discussed. Happy marriage, Shepler called out. No, money talks, And this time, on my word now, it made you want to put on those thick sealskin earmuffs. Poor chap, and he'd been talking to me about the monotony of married life. Monotony, my boy, I said to him, you don't know lovely woman. And now he wishes jolly well that he'd not done it, you know. Here, too, was earned by Mrs. Bines a reputation for wit that she was never able quite to destroy. There had been talk of a banquet to a visiting celebrity the night before, for which the menu was one of unusual costliness. Mr. Milbury had dwelt with feeling upon certain of its eminent excellences, such as loin of young bear, a la Granville, and the boned quail, stuffed with goose livers. Really, he concluded, from an artistic standpoint, although large dinners are apt to be slurred and slighted, it was a creation of undoubted worth. And the orchestra, spoke up Mrs. Bines, who had read of the banquet, played Hail to the Chef. The laughter at this sally was all it should have been, even the host joining in it. Only 2 of those present knew that the good woman had been warned not to call chef, chief, as Silas Higby did. The fact that neither should chief be called chef was impressed upon her later, in a way to make her resolve ever again to eschew both of the troublesome words. When the guests had gone, Miss Milbury received the praise of both parents for her blameless attitude toward young Bines. "It will be fixed when we come back from Wheatley," said that knowing young woman, "and now don't worry any more about it." "And Fred," said the mother, "do keep straight down there. She's a commonplace girl, with lots of mannerisms to unlearn, but she's pretty and sweet and teachable. And she'll learn a lot from Fred that she doesn't know now," finished that young man's sister from the foot of the stairway. Back at their hotel, Psyche Bines was saying, "Isn't it queer about Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan? We've read so much about her in the papers. I thought she must be someone awful to meet. I was that scared, and instead, she's like anyone and real chummy besides, and, actually, Ma, don't you think her dress was dowdy all except the diamonds? I suppose that comes from living in England so much. And hasn't Mrs. Milbury twice as grand a manner, and the son he's a precious, he knows everything and everybody. I shall like him." Her brother, who had flung himself into a cushioned corner, spoke with the air of one who had reluctantly consented to be interviewed, and who was anxious to be quoted correctly. "Mrs. Gwilt Athelstan is all right. She reminds me of what Uncle Peter writes about that new herd of shorthorns. This breed has a mild disposition, is a good feeder, and produces a fine quality of flesh. But I'll tell you one thing, sis," he concluded with sudden emphasis. "With all this talk about marrying for money, I'm beginning to feel as if you and I were a couple of white rabbits out in the open with all the game laws off." Chapter 18. The Course of True Love at a House Party. Among sundry maxims and observations of King Solomon, collated by the discerning men of Hezekiah, it will be recalled that the way of a man with a maid is held up to wonder. "There be," says the wise king, who composed a little in the crisp manner of Mr. Kipling, "3 things which are too wonderful for me, yea, 4 which I know not: the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid." Why he neglected to include the way of a maid with a man is not at once apparent. His unusual facilities for observation must seemingly have inspired him to wonder at the maid's way even more than at the man's, and wise men later than he have not hesitated to confess their entire lack of understanding in the matter. But if Solomon included this item in his summary, the men of Hezekiah omitted to report the fact, and by their chronicles we learn only that the woman eateth and wipeth her mouth, and saith, "I have done no wickedness." Perhaps it was Solomon's mischance to observe phenomena of this character too much in the mass. Miss Milbury's way, at any rate, with the man she had decided to marry, would undoubtedly have made more work for the unnamed Boswells of the king, could it have been brought to his notice. For, as she journeyed to the meeting place on a bright October afternoon, she confessed to herself that it was of a depth beyond her own fathoming. Lolling easily back in the wicker chair of the car that bore her, and gazing idly out over the brown fields and yellow forests of Long Island as they swirled by her, she found herself wishing once that her eyes were made like those of a doll. She had lately discovered of one that when it appeared to fall asleep, it merely turned its eyes around to look into its own head. With any lesser opportunity for introspection, she felt that certain doubts as to her own motives and processes would remain forever unresolved. It was not that she could not say, "I have done no wickedness." Let us place this heroine in no false light. She was little concerned with the morality of her course as others might appraise it. The fault, if fault it be, is neither ours nor hers, and Mr. Darwin wrote a big book chiefly to prove that it isn't. From the force of her environment and heredity, Miss Milbury had debated almost exclusively her own chances of happiness under given conditions. And if she had, for a time, questioned the wisdom of the obvious course, entirely from her own selfish standpoint, it is all that, and perhaps more than, we were justified in expecting from her. Let her, then, cheat the reader of no sympathy that might flow to a heroine struggling for a high moral ideal. Merely is she clear-headed enough to have discovered that selfishness is not the thing of easy bonds it is reputed to be, that its delights are not certain, that one does not unerringly achieve happiness by the bare circumstance of being uniformly selfish. Yet even this is a discovery not often made, nor one to be lightly esteemed. For have not the wise ones of church and state ever implied that the way of selfishness is a way of sure delight, to be shunned only because its joys endure not? So it may be, after all, no small merit we claim for this girl in that, trained to selfishness and a certain course, she yet had the wit to suspect that its joys have been overvalued even by its professional enemies. It is no small merit, perhaps, even though, after due and selfish reflection, she determined upon the obvious course. If sometimes her heart was sick with the hunger to love and be loved by the one she loved, so that there were times when she would have bartered the world for its plenary feeding, it is all that, we insist, and more than could be expected of this sort of heroine. And so she had resolved upon surrender upon an outward surrender. Inwardly, she knew it to be not more than a capitulation under duress, whose terms would remain forever secret except to those clever at induction. And now, as the train took her swiftly to her fate, she made the best of it. There would be a townhouse fit for her, a country house at Tuxedo or Lenox or Westbury, 1,000 good acres with greeneries, a game preserve, trout pond and race course, a cottage at Newport, a place in Scotland, a house in London, perhaps. Then there would be jewels such as she had longed for, a portrait by Chartrand, she thought, and there was the dazzling thought of going to Felix or Dowsett with credit unlimited. And he would the thought of him as it had always come to her keep on hurting with a hurt she could neither explain nor appease. Would he annoy her, enrage her perhaps, or even worse, tire her? He would be very much in earnest, of course, and so few men could be in earnest gracefully. But would he be stupid enough to stay so? And if not, would he become brutal? She suspected he might have capacities for that. Would she be able to hide all but her pleasant emotions from him, hide that want, the great want, to which she would once have done sacrifice? Well, it was easier to try than not to try, and the sacrifice one could always sacrifice if the need became imperative. And I'm making much of nothing, she concluded. No other girl I know would do it, and Papa shall give me away. What a pretty euphemism that is, to be sure. But her troubled musings ended with her time alone. From a whirl over the crisp, firm macadam, tucked into one of Phimister Gwiltathelstan's automobiles with 4 other guests, with no less a person than her genial host for chauffeur, she was presently ushered into the great hall where a huge log fire crackled welcome, and where blew a lively little gale of tea chatter from a dozen people. Tea Miss Milbury justly reckoned among the little sanities of life. Her wrap doffed and her veil pushed up, she was in a moment restored to her normal ease, a part of the group, and making her part of the talk that touched the latest news from town, the flower show, automobile show, Irving and Terry, the morning's meet, the weekly musicale and dinner dance at the club, and at length upon certain matters of marriage and divorce. Ladies, this is degenerating into a mere hammerfest. Thus spoke a male wit who had listened. Give over, and be nice to the absent. The end of the fairy story was, continued the previous speaker, unheeding, and so they were divorced and lived happily ever after. I think she took the Chicago motto, marry early and often, said another, but here she comes. And as blonde and fluffy little Mrs. Aikmit, a late divorcee, joined the group, the talk ranged back to the flourishing new hunt at Goshen, the driving over of Tuxedo people for the meet, the nasty accident to Warner Ridgway when his blue ribbon winner musette fell upon him in taking a double jump. Miss Milbury had taken stock of her fellow guests. Especially was she interested to note the presence of Mrs. Drelmer and her protégé, Mauburn. It meant, she was sure, that her brother's wooing of Miss Bines would not be uncontested. Another load of guests from a later train bustled in, the Bineses among them, and there was more tea and fresher gossip, while the butler circulated again with his tray for the trunk keys. The breezy hostess now took pains to impress upon all that only by doing exactly as they pleased, as to going and coming, could they hope to please her. Had she not, by this policy, conquered the cold Scottish exclusiveness of Inverness-shire, so that the right sort of people fought to be at her house parties during the shooting, even though she would persist in traveling back and forth to London in gowns that would be conspicuously elaborate at an afternoon reception, and even though, in any condition of dress, she never left quite enough of her jewels in their strong-box. During the hour of dressing sack and slippers, while maids fluttered through the long corridors on hair-tending and dress-hooking expeditions, Mrs. Drelmer favored her hostess with a confidential chat in that lady's boudoir, and, over scotch and soda and a cigarette, suggested that Mr. Mawburn, in a house where he could really do as he pleased, would assuredly take Miss Bines out to dinner. Mrs. Gwiltathelston was instantly sympathetic. "Only I can't take sides, you know, my dear, and young Milbury will think me shabby if he doesn't have first go, but I'll be impartial. Milbury shall take her in, and Mawburn shall be at her other side, and may God have mercy on her soul. These people have so much money, I hear, it amounts to financial embarrassment, but with those 2 chaps for the girl, and Avis Milbury for that decent young chap, I fancy they'll be disembarrassed, in a measure. But I mustn't play favorites, as those slangy nephews of mine put it." And so it befell at dinner in the tapestried dining room that Psyche Bines received assiduous attention from 2 gentlemen whom she considered equally and superlatively fascinating. While she looked at one, she listened to the other, and her neck grew tired with turning. Of anything, save the talk, her mind was afterward a blank. But why is not that the ideal dinner for any but mere feeders? Nor was the dazzled girl conscious of others at the table of Florence Aikmet, the babyish blonde, listening with feverish attention to the German savant Dr. von Herzlick, who had translated Goethe's Iphigenie in Taurus into Greek merely as recreation, and who was now justifying his choice of certain words and phrases by citing passages from various Greek authors, a choice which the sympathetic listener, after discreet intervals for reflection, invariably commended. "Oh, you wonderful, wonderful man, you!" she exclaimed, resolving to sit by some one less wonderful another time. Or there was Mrs. Gwiltathelston, like a motherly Venus rising from a sea of pink velvet and white silk lace, asserting that some one or other would never get within sniffing distance of the Sandringham set. Or her husband, whose face, when he settled it in his collar, made the lines of a perfect liar, and of whom it would presently become inaccurate to say that he was getting bald. He was insisting that too many houses spoil the home, and that, with 6 establishments, he was without a place to lay his head, that is, with any satisfaction. Or there was pale, thin, ascetic Winnie Wilberforce, who, as a theosophist, is understood to believe that, in a former incarnation, he came near to having an affair with a danseuse. He was expounding the esoterics of his cult to a high-colored brunette with many turquoises, who, in turn, was rather inclined to the horsestock of one of the nephews. Or there were Miss Milbury and Percival Bines, of whom the former had noted with some surprise that the latter was studying her with the eyes of rather cold calculation, something she had never before detected in him. After dinner, there were bridge and music from the big pipe organ in the music room, and billiards and some dancing. The rival cavaliers of Miss Bines, perceiving simultaneously that neither would have the delicacy to withdraw from the field, cunningly inveigled each other into the billiard room, where they watchfully consumed whiskey and soda together with the design of making each other drunk. This resulted in the 2 nephews, who invariably hunted as a pair, capturing Miss Bines to see if she could talk horse as ably as her mother, and when they found that she could, planning a coaching trip for the morrow. It also resulted in Miss Bines seeing no more of either cavalier that night, since they abandoned their contest only after everyone but a sleepy butler had retired, and at a time when it became necessary for the Englishman to assist the American up the stairs, though the latter was moved to protest, as a matter of cheerful generality, that he was all right entirely capital. At parting, he repeatedly urged Mawburn, with tears in his eyes, to point out one single instance in which he had ever proved false to a friend. To herself, when the pink rose came out of her hair that night, Miss Milbury admitted that it wasn't going to be so bad after all. She had feared he might rush his proposal through that night. He had been so much in earnest. But he had not done so, and she was glad he could be restrained and deliberate in that breedy sort of way. It promised well that he could wait until the morrow. Chapter 19. An afternoon stroll and an evening catastrophe. Miss Milbury, the next morning, faced with becoming resignation what she felt would be her last day of entire freedom. She was down and out philosophically to play 9 holes with her host before breakfast. Her brother, awakening less happily, made a series of discoveries regarding his bodily sensations that caused him to view life with disaffection. Noting that the hour was early, however, he took cheer. And after a long, strong, cold drink, which he rang for, and a pricking, icy shower, which he nerved himself to, he was ready to ignore his aching head and get the start of Mauburn. The Englishman, he seemed to recall, had drunk even more than he, and as it was barely 8 o'clock, would probably not come to life for a couple of hours yet. He made his way to the breakfast room. The thought of food was not pleasant, but another brandy and soda, beating vivaciously in its tall glass, would enable him to watch with fortitude the spectacle of others who might chance to be eating. And he would have at least 2 hours of Miss Bines before Mauburn's head should ache him back to consciousness. He opened the door of the spacious breakfast room. Through the broad windows from the southeast came the glorious shine of the morning sun to make him blink, and seated where it flooded him as a calcium was Mauburn, resplendent in his myriad freckles, trim, alive, and obviously hungry. Around his plate were cold mutton, a game pie, eggs, bacon tarts, toast, and sodden-looking marmalade. Mauburn was eating of these with a voracity that published his singleness of mind to all who might observe. Milbury steadied himself with one hand upon the doorpost, and with the other he sought to brush this monstrous illusion from his fickle eyes. But Mauburn and the details of his deadly British breakfast became only more distinct. The appalled observer groaned and rushed for the sideboard, whence a decanter, a bowl of cracked ice, and a siphon beckoned. Between 2 gulps of coffee, Mauburn grinned affably. "Mornin', old chap, feelin' a bit seedy? By Jove, I don't wonder. I'm not so fit myself. I fancy, it must have been that beastly anchovy paste we had on the biscuits." Milbury's burning eyes beheld him reach out for another slice of the cold, terrible mutton. "Life," said Milbury, as he inflated his brandy from the siphon, "is an empty dream this morning." "Wake up then, old chap," Mauburn cordially urged, engaging the game pie in deadly conflict. "Try a rasher, nothing like it. Better'n peggin', it's so early. Never drink till dinner time, old chap, and you'll be able to eat in the morning like a blooming baby." And he proceeded to crown this notion of infancy's breakfast with a jam tart of majestic proportions. "Where are the people?" inquired Milbury, eking out his own moist breakfast with a cigarette. "All down and out except some of the women. Miss Bines just drove off a 4-in-hand with the 2 Angsteds held the reins like an old whip too, by Jove. But they'll be back for luncheon, and directly after luncheon she's promised to ride with me. I fancy we'll have a little practice over the sticks. And I fancy I'm going straight back to bed, that is, if it's all right to fancy a thing you're certain about." Outside, most of the others had scattered for life in the open, each to his taste. Some were on the links. Some had gone with the coach. A few had ridden early to the meet of the Essex hounds near Easthampton, where a stiff run was expected. Others had gone to follow the hunt in traps. A lively group came back now to read the morning papers by the log fire in the big cheery hall. Among these were Percival and Miss Milbury. When they had dawdled over the papers for an hour, Miss Milbury grew slightly restive. "Why doesn't he have it over?" she asked herself with some impatience, and she delicately gave Percival not an opportunity, but opportunities to make an opportunity, which is a vastly different form of procedure. But the luncheon hour came and people straggled back, and the afternoon began, and the request for Miss Milbury's heart and hand was still unaccountably deferred. Nor could she feel any of those subtle premonitions that usually warn a woman when the event is preparing in a lover's secret heart. Reminding herself of his letters, she began to suspect that, while he could write unreservedly, he might be shy and reluctant of speech, and that shyness now deterred him. So much being clear, she determined to force the issue and end the strain for both. Percival had shown not a little interest in pretty Mrs. Akemit, and was now talking with that fascinating creature as she lolled on a low seat before the fire in her lacy blue housegown. At the moment, She was adroitly posing one foot and then the other before the warmth of the grate. It may be disclosed without damage to this tale that the feet of Mrs. Aikmit were not cold, but that they were trifles most daintily shod, and, as her slender silken ankles curved them toward the blaze from her froth of a petticoat, they were worth looking at. Miss Milbury disunited the chatting couple with swiftness and aplomb. "Come, Mr. Bines, if I'm to take that tramp you made me promise you, it's time we were off." Outside she laughed deliciously. "You know you did make me promise it mentally, because I knew you'd want to come and want me to come, but I was afraid Mrs. Aikmit mightn't understand about telepathy, so I pretended we'd arranged it all in words." "Of course, great joke, wasn't it?" assented the young man, rather awkwardly. Down the broad sweep of roadway, running between its granite coping, they strode at a smart pace. "You know you complimented my walking powers on that other walk we took, away off there, where the sun goes down." "Yes, of course," he replied absently. "Now he's beginning," she said to herself, noting his absent and somewhat embarrassed manner. In reality, he was thinking how few were the days ago he would have held this the dearest of all privileges, and how strange that he should now prize it so lightly, almost prefer, indeed, not to have it, that he should regard her, of all women, the fairest of all flesh on earth, with nervous distrust. She was dressed in tan corduroy, elation was in her face, her waist, as she stepped, showed supple as a willow, her suede-gloved little hands were compact and tempting to his grasp. His senses breathed the air of her perfect and compelling femininity. But sharper than all these impressions rang the words of the worldly wise Higby. "She's hunting night and day for a rich husband. She tries for them as fast as they come. She'd rather marry a sub-treasury she'd marry me in a minute she'd marry you, but if you were broke she'd have about as much use for you." Her glance was frank, friendly, and encouraging. Her deep eyes were clear as a trout brook. He thought he saw in them once almost a tenderness for him. She thought, "He does love me." Outside the grounds, they turned down a bridle path that led off through the golden sunwine of an October day. The air bore a clean autumn spice, and a faint salty scent blended with it from the distant sound. The autumn silence, which is the only perfect silence in all the world, was restful, yet full of significance, suggestion, provocation. From the spongy lowland back of them came the pleading sweetness of a meadowlark's cry. Nearer, they could even hear an occasional leaf flutter and waver down. The quick thud of a falling nut was almost loud enough to earn its echo. Now and then they saw a lightning flash of vivid turquoise and heard a jay's harsh scream. In this stillness their voices instinctively lowered, while their eyes did homage to the wondrous play of color about them. Over a yielding brown carpet, they went among maple and chestnut and oak, with their bewildering changes through crimson, russet, and amber to pale yellow. Under the deep-stained leaves of the sweet gum they went, and past the dogwood with scarlet berries gemming the clusters of its dim red leaves. But through all this waiting, inciting silence, Miss Milbury listened in vain for the words she had felt so certain would come. Sometimes her companion was voluble. Again he was taciturn, and through it all he was doggedly aloof. Miss Milbury had put herself bravely in the path of destiny. Destiny had turned aside. She had turned to meet it, and now it frankly fled. Destiny, as she had construed it, was turned a fugitive. She was bruised, puzzled, and not a little piqued. During the walk back, when this much had been made clear, the silence was intolerably oppressive. Without knowing why, they understood perfectly now that neither had been ingenuous. She would love the money and play me for a fool, he thought, under the surface talk. Youth is prone to endow its opinions with all the dignity of certain knowledge. Yet I am certain he loves me, thought she. On the other hand, youth is often gifted with a credulity divine and unerring. At the door as they came up the roadway, a trap was depositing a man whom Miss Milbury greeted with evident surprise and some restraint. He was slight, dark, and quick of movement, with finely cut nostrils that expanded and quivered nervously like those of a high-bred horse in tight check. Miss Milbury introduced him to Percival as Mr. Ristine. "I didn't know you were hereabouts," she said. "I've run over from the Bloins to dine and do Hallowe'en with you," he answered, flashing his dark eyes quickly over Percival and again lighting the girl with them. "Surprises never come singly," she returned, and Percival noted a curious little air of defiance in her glance and manner. Now it is possible that Solomon's implied distinction as to the man's way with a maid was not, after all, so ill-advised. For young Bines, after dinner, fell in love with Miss Milbury all over again. The normal human mind going to one extreme will inevitably gravitate to its opposite if given time. Having put her away in the conviction that she was heartless and mercenary, having fasted in the desert of doubt, he now found himself detecting in her an unmistakable appeal for sympathy, for human kindness, perhaps for love. He forgot the words of Higby and became again the confident, unquestioning lover. He noted her rather subdued and reserved demeanor and the suggestions of weariness about her eyes. They drew him. He resolved at once to seek her and give his love freedom to tell itself. He would no longer meanly restrain it. He would even tell her all his distrust. Now that they had gone, she should know every ignoble suspicion, and, whether she cared for him or not, she would comfort him for the hurt they had been to him. The Halloween frolic was on. Through the long hall, lighted to pleasant dusk by real jack-o'-lanterns, stray couples strolled, with subdued murmurs and soft laughter. In the big white and gold parlor, in the dining room, billiard room, and in the tropic jungle of the immense palm garden, the party had bestowed itself in congenial groups, ever intersecting and forming anew. Little flutters of high laughter now, and then told of tests that were being made with roasting chestnuts, apple parings, the white of an egg dropped into water, or the lighted candle before an open window. Percival watched for the chance to find Miss Milbury alone. His sister had just ventured alone with a candle into the library to study the face of her future husband in a mirror. The result had been, in a sense, unsatisfactory. She had beheld looking over her shoulder the faces of Mauburn, Fred Milbury, and the Angstead twins, and had declared herself unnerved by the weird prophecy. Before the fire in the hall Percival stood, while Mrs. Aikmit reclined picturesquely nearby, and Dr. von Herzlich explained, with excessive care as to his enunciation, that protoplasm can be analyzed but cannot be reconstructed, following this with his own view as to why the synthesis does not produce life. "You wonderful man," from Mrs. Aikmit, "I fairly tremble when I think of all you know. Oh, what a delight science must be to her votaries." The Angstead twins joined the group, attracted by Mrs. Aikmit's inquiry of the savant if he did not consider civilization a failure. The twins did. They considered civilization a failure because it was killing off all the big game. There was none to speak of left now except in Africa, and they were pessimistic about Africa. Percival listened absently to the talk and watched Miss Milbury, now one of the group in the dining room. Presently, he saw her take a lighted candle from one of the laughing girls and go toward the library. His heartbeats quickened. Now she should know his love and it would be well. He walked down the hall leisurely, turned into the big parlor, momentarily deserted, walked quickly but softly over its polished floor to a door that gave into the library, pushed the heavy portiere aside and stepped noiselessly in. The large room was lighted dimly by two immense yellow pumpkins, their sides cut into faces of grinning grotesqueness. At the far side of the room, Miss Milbury had that instant arrived before an antique oval mirror whose gilded carvings reflected the light of the candle. She held it above her head with one rounded arm. He stood in deep shadow, and the girl had been too absorbed in the play to note his coming. He took one noiseless step toward her, but then through the curtained doorway by which she had come he saw a man enter swiftly and furtively. Trembling on the verge of laughing speech, something held him back, some unexplainable instinct, making itself known in a thrill that went from his feet to his head. He could feel the roots of his hair tingle. The newcomer went quickly, with cat-like tread, toward the girl. Fascinated he stood, wanting to speak, to laugh, yet powerless from the very swiftness of what followed. In the mirror under the candlelight, he saw the man's dark face come beside the other, heard a little cry from the girl as she half-turned. Then he saw the man take her in his arms, saw her head fall onto his shoulder, and her face turn to his kiss. He tried to stop breathing, fearful of discovery, grasping with one hand the heavy fold of the curtain back of him to steady himself. There was the space of 2 long, trembling breaths. Then he heard her say, in a low, tense voice, as she drew away, "Oh, you're my bad angel, why?" She fled toward the door to the hall. "Don't come this way," she called back in quick, low tones of caution. The man turned toward the door where Percival stood, and in the darkness stumbled over a hassock. Instantly, Percival was on the other side of the portiere, and before the other had groped his way to the dark corner where the door was, had recrossed the empty parlor and was safely in the hall. He made his way to the dining room, where supper was underway. "Mr. Bines has seen a ghost," said the sharp-eyed Mrs. Drelmer. "Poor chap's only starved to death," said Mrs. Gwiltathelstan. "Eat something, Mr. Bines, this supper is go as you please. Nobody's to wait for anybody." Strung loosely about the big table, a dozen people were eating hot scones and bannocks with clotted cream and marmalade, and drinking mulled cider. "And there's cold fowl and baked beans and doughnuts, and all for those who can't eat with a Scotch accent," said the host cheerfully. Percival dropped into one of the chairs. "I'm Scotch enough to want a Scotch highball." "And you're getting it so high it's top-heavy," cautioned Mrs. Drelmer. Above the chatter of the table could be heard the voices of men and the musical laughter of women from the other rooms. "I simply can't get 'em together," said the hostess. "It's nice to have 'em all over the place," said her husband. "Fair women and brave men, you know." "The men have to be brave," she answered, shortly, with a glance at little Mrs. Akmet, who had permitted Percival to seat her at his side, and was now pleading with him to agree that simple ways of life are requisite to the needed measure of spirituality. Then came strains of music from the rich-toned organ. "Oh, that dear Ned Ristine is playing," cried one, and several of the group sauntered toward the music room. The music flooded the hall and the room, so that the talk died low. "He's improvising," exclaimed Mrs. Akmet. "How splendid! He seems to be breathing a paean of triumph, some high, exalted spiritual triumph, as if his soul had risen above us. How precious!" When the deep swell had subsided to silvery ripples and the last cadence had fainted, she looked at Percival with moistened, parted lips and eyes half-shielded, as if her full gaze would betray too much of her quivering soul. Then Percival heard the turquoised brunette say, "What a pity his wife is such an unsympathetic creature." "But Mr. Ristine is unmarried, is he not?" he asked quickly. There was a little laugh from Mrs. Drelmer. "Not yet, not that I've heard of." "I beg pardon. There have been rumors lots of times that he was going to be unmarried, but they always seem to adjust their little difficulties. He and his wife are now staying over at the Bloins." "Oh, I see," answered Percival. "You're a jester, Mrs. Drelmer." "Ristine," observed the theosophic Wilberforce, in the manner of a hired oracle, "is, in his present incarnation, imperfectly monogamous. Some people came from the music room." "Miss Milbury has stayed by the organist," said one, "and she's promised to make him play one more. Isn't he divine?" The music came again. "Oh," from Mrs. Akmet, again in an ecstasy. "He's playing that heavenly stuff from the second act of Tristan and Isolde, the one triumphant, perfect love poem of all music." "That Scotch whiskey is good in some of the lesser emergencies," remarked Percival, turning to her, "but it has its limitations. Let's you and me trifle with a nice cold quart of champagne." Chapter 20. Dr. von Herzlich expounds the Hightower Hotel and certain allied phenomena. The Hightower Hotel is by many observers held to be an instructive microcosm of New York, more especially of Upper Broadway, with correct proportions of the native and the visiting provincial. With correct proportions, again, of the money-making native and the money-spending native, male and female. A splendid place is this New York, splendid but terrible. London for the stranger has a steady-going, hearty hospitality. Paris on short notice will be cozily and coaxingly intimate. New York is never either. It overwhelms with its lavish display of wealth, it stuns with its tireless, battering energy. But it stays always aloof, indifferent if it be loved or hated, if it crush or sustain. The ground floor of the Hightower Hotel reproduces this magnificent, brutal indifference. One might live years in its mile or so of stately corridors, and its acre or so of resplendent cafes, parlors, reception rooms, and restaurants, elbowed by thousands, suffocated by that dense air of human crowdedness, that miasma of brain emanations, and still remain in splendid isolation, as had he worn the magic ring of Gyges. Here is every species of visitor. The money-burdened who stop here and cultivate an air of being blasé to the wealth of polished splendors, and the less opulent who stop cheaply elsewhere and venture in to tread the corridors timidly, to stare with honest, drooping-jawed wonder at its marvels of architecture and decoration, and to gaze with becoming reverence at those persons whom they shrewdly conceive to be social celebrities. This mixture of many and strange elements is never at rest. Its units wait expectantly, chat, drink, eat, or stroll with varying airs through reception room, corridor, and office. It is an endless function, attended by all of Broadway, with entertainment diversely contrived for every taste by a Catholic-minded host with a sincere desire to please the paying public. "Isn't it a huge bear garden, though?" asks Launton Oldacre of the estimable Dr. von Herzlick, after the two had observed the scene in silence for a time. The wise German dropped an olive into his Rhine wine and gazed reflectively about the room. Men and women sat at tables drinking. Beyond the tables at the farther side of the room, other men were playing billiards. It was 4 o'clock and the tide was high. "It is yet more," answered the doctor. "In my prolonged studies of natural phenomena, this is the most valuable of all which I have been privileged to observe." He called them Brifulcht and Observ with great nicety. Perhaps his discernment was less at fault. "Having," continued the doctor, "granted myself some respite from toil in the laboratory at Marburg, I chose to pleasure voyage, to study yet more the social conditions in this loveworthy land. I suspected that much tiredness of travel would be involved. Yet here I find all conditions whatsoever here in that which you denominate Bear Garden. They have been reduced here for my edification, yes, but your term is a term of inadequate comprehensiveness. It is to me more what you call a beast garden, to include all species of fauna. Are there not here moths and human flames? Are there not cunning serpents crawling with apples of knowledge to unreluctant, idling eaves? Yes. Do we not hear the amazing converse of parrots and note the peafowl negotiating admiration from observers? Mark at that yet farther table also the swine and the songbird. Again, mark our draft horses who have achieved a competence, yes. You note also the presence of wolves and lambs. And lie, mark our tailed arborean ancestors, trained to the wearing of garments and a single eyeglass. May I ask, have you bestowed upon this diversity your completest high attention? Han. This explosion of the doctor's meant that he invited and awaited some contradiction. As none ensued, he went on. "For wolf and lamb, I direct your attention to the group at yonder table. I notice that you greeted the young man as he entered, a common friend to us then, Mr. Bines, with financial resources incredibly unlimited. Also, he is possessed of an unexperienced freedom from suspectedness of ulterior motive another's one, may not in English, as in German, make the word to fit his need of the moment that unsuspectedness, I repeat, which has ever characterized the lamb about to be converted into nutrition. You note the large, loose gentleman with wide-brimmed hat and beard after my own, somewhat, yes. He would dispose of some valuable oil wells which he shall discover at Texas the moment he shall have sufficiently disposed of them. A wolf he is, yes, the more correctly attired person at his right, with the beak of a hawk and lips so thin that his big white teeth gleam through them when they are yet shut. He is what he calls himself, a promoter. He has made sundry efforts to promote myself. I conclude promoter is one other fashion of wolf saying. The yet littler and yet younger man at his left of our friend, the one of soft voice and insinuating manner, much resembling a stray scion of aristocracy, discloses to those with whom he affably acquaints himself the location of a luxurious gaming house not far off. He will even consent to accompany one to its tables. And still yet, he has but yesterday evening invited me the all-town to see. As a scientist, I remind you, I permit myself no prejudices. I observe the workings of unemotional law and sometimes record them. You have a saying here that there are 3 generations between shirt sleeves and shirt sleeves. I observe the process of the progress. It is benign as are all processes. I have lately observed it in England. There, by their law of entail, the same process is unswifter, yet does it unvary. The poor aristocrats, almost back to shirt sleeves, with their taxes and entailed lands, seek for the money in shops of dress and bonnet and ale, and graciously rent their castles to the but newly opulent in American oil or the diamonds of South Africa. Here the posterity of your Mynheer Knickerbocker do likewise. The ancestor they boast was a toiler, a market gardener, a fur trader, a boatman, hardworking, simple-wayed, unspending. The woman ancestor kitchen-gardened, spun, wove, and nourished the poultry. Their descendants upon the savings of these labors have forgotten how to labor themselves. They could not yet produce should they even relinquish the illusion that to produce is of a baseness, that only to consume is noble. I gather reports that a few retain enough of the ancient strain to become sturdy tradesmen and gardeners once more. Others seek out and assimilate this new richness, which, in its turn, will become impoverished and helpless. Ah, what beautiful showing of evolution! See the pendulum swing from useful penury to useless opulence. Why does it not halt midway, you inquire? Because the race is so young, a mere 240 million years from our grandfather-grandmother amoeba in the ancestral morass. What can one be expecting? Certain faculties develop in response to the pressure of environment. Omit the pressure and the faculties no longer ensue. Yes, withdraw the pressure, and the faculties decay. Sightless moles, their environment demands not the sight, nor of the fishes that inhabit the streams of your mammoth cave. Your aristocrats between the sleeve of the shirt periods likewise degenerate. There is no need to work, they lose the power. No need to sustain themselves, they become helpless. They are as animals grown in an environment that demands no struggle of them, yet their environment is artificial. They live on stored energy, stored by another. It is exhausted, they perish. All but the few that can modify to correspond with the changed environment, as when your social celebrities venture into trade, and the also few that in their life of idleness have acquired graces of person and manner to let them find pleasure in the eyes of marriers among the but now rich. The learned doctor submitted to have his glass refilled from the cooler at his side, dropped another olive into the wine, and resumed before Oldacre could manage an escape. And how long, you ask, shall the cosmic pendulum swing between these extremes of penurious industry and opulent idleness? Oldacre had not asked it, but he tried politely to appear as if he had meant to. He had really meant to ask the doctor what time it was, and then pretend to recall an engagement for which he would be already late. It will so continue, the doctor placidly resumed, until the race achieves a different ideal. Now you will say, but there can be no ideal so long as there is no imagination. And as I have directly a moment soon said, the race is too young to have achieved imagination. The highest felicity which we are yet able to imagine is a felicity based upon much money. Our highest pleasures the material pleasures which money buys, yes. We strive for it, developing the money-getting faculty at the expense of all others, and when the money is obtained we cannot enjoy it. We can imagine to do with it only delicate eating and drinking and dressing for shoat weathers and building houses immense and splendidly uncalculated for homes of rational dwelling. Art, science, music, literature, sociology, the great study and play of our humanity, they are shut to us. Our young friend Bines is a specimen. It is as if he were a child, having received from another a laboratory full of the most beautiful instruments of science. They are valuable, but he can do but common things with them because he knows not their possibilities. Or we may call it stored energy he has. For such is money, the finest, subtlest, most potent form of stored energy. It may command the highest fruits of genius, the lowest fruits of animality. It is also volatile, elusive. Our young friend has many powerful batteries of it, but he is no electrician. Some he will happily waste without harm to himself. Much of it, apparently, he will convert into that champagne he now drinks. For a week since I had the pleasure of becoming known to him, he has drunk it here each day, copiously. He cannot imagine a more salutary mode of exhausting his force. I am told he comes of a father who died at 50, and who did in many ways like that. This one, at the rate I have observed, will not last so long. He will not so long correspond with an environment even so unexacting as this. And his son, perhaps his grandson, will become what you call broke, will from lack of pressure to learn some useful art, and from spending only, become useless and helpless. For besides drink, there is gambling. He plays what you say, the game of poker, this Bines. You see the gentleman, rounded gracefully in front, who has much the air of seeming to stand behind himself. He drinks whiskey at my far right, yes. He is of a rich trust, the magnate director as you say, and plays at cards nightly with our young friend. He jested with him in my presence before you entered, saying, I will make you look like I forget it now, but his humorous threat was to reduce our young friend to the aspect of some inconsiderable sum in the money of your country. I cannot recall the precise amount, but it was not so much as what you call $1. Strange, is it not, that the rich who have too much money gamble as feverishly as the poor who have none, and therefore have an excuse? And the love of display for display. If one were not a scientist, one might be tempted to say there is no progress. The Peruvian grandee shod his mules with pure gold, albeit that metal makes but inferior shodding for beasts of burden. The London factory girl hires the dyed feathers of the ostrich to make her bonnet gay, and your money people are as display-loving. Lucullus and your latest millionaire joy in the same emotion of pleasure at making a show. Ach, we are truly in the race's childhood yet. The way of evolution is so unfast, yes. Ah, you will go now, Mr. Oldacre. I shall hope to enjoy you more again. Your observations have interested me deeply. They shall have my most high attention. Another time you shall discuss with me how it must be that the cosmic process shall produce a happy mean between Stoic and Epicure, by learning the valuable arts of compromise, yes. How Zeno with his bread and dates shall learn not to despise a few luxuries, and Vitellius shall learn that the mind may sometimes feast to advantage while the body fasts. Through the marbled corridors and regal parlors, down long perspectives of Persian rugs and onyx pillars, the function raged. The group at Percival's table broke up. He had an appointment to meet Colonel Poindexter the next morning to consummate the purchase of some oil stock certain to appreciate fabulously in value. He had promised to listen further to Mr. Isidore Lewis regarding a plan for obtaining control of a certain line of one of the metal stocks. And he had signified his desire to make one of a party the affable younger man would guide later in the evening to a sumptuous temple of chance, to which, by good luck, he had gained the entree. The three gentlemen parted most cordially from him after he had paid the check. To Mr. Lewis, when Colonel Poindexter had also left, the young man with a taste for gaming remarked, ingenuously, "Say, Izzy, on the level, there's the readiest money that ever registered at this joint. You don't have to be Mr. William Weissenham to do business with him. You can have all you want of that at track odds." "I'm making book that way myself," responded the cheerful Mr. Lewis. "50'll get you 1,000 any time, my lad. It's a lead pipe at 20 to 1. But say, with all these petroleum peat oil stock grafters and Dawson City Daves with frozen feet and mining stock in their midst, a man's got to play them close into his bosom to win out anything. Competition is killing this place, my boy." In the Turkish room, Percival found Mrs. Aikmet, gowned to perfection, glowing, and wearing a bunch of violets bigger than her pretty head. "I've just sent cards to your mother and sister," she explained, as she made room for him upon the divan. To them came presently Mrs. Drelmer, well-groomed and aggressively cheerful. "How to do? Just been down to Wall Street seeing how my other half lives, and now I'm famished for tea and things. Ah, here are your mother and our proud Western beauty," and she went forward to greet them. "It's more than her other half knows about her," was Mrs. Aikmet's observation to the violets on her breast. "Come sit with me here in this corner, dear," said Mrs. Drelmer to Psyche, while Mrs. Bines joined her son and Mrs. Aikmet. "I've so much to tell you, and that poor little Florence Aikmet, isn't it too bad about her? You know, one of those bright French women said it's so inconvenient to be a widow because it's necessary to resume the modesty of a young girl without being able to feign her ignorance. No wonder Florence has a hard time of it, but isn't it wretched of me to gossip? And I wanted to tell you especially about Mr. Mawburn. You know, of course, he'll be Lord Castlethorpe when the present Lord Castlethorpe dies. A splendid title, really quite one of the best in all England. And, my dear, he's out and out smitten with you. There's no use in denying it. You should hear him rave to me about you. Really, these young men in love are so inconsiderate of us old women. Ah, here is that Mrs. Errol who does those fascinating miniatures of all the smart people. Excuse me one moment, my dear. I want her to meet your mother." The fashionable miniature artist was presently arranging with the dazed Mrs. Bines for miniatures of herself and Psyche. Mrs. Drelmer, beholding the pair with the satisfied glance of one who has performed a kindly action, resumed her tete-a-tete with Psyche. Percival, across the room, listened to Mrs. Aikmet's artless disclosure that she found life too complex, far too hazardous. Indeed, for a poor little creature in her unfortunate position, so liable to cruel misjudgment for thoughtless, harmless acts, the result of a young zest for life. She had often thought most seriously of a convent, indeed she had, and really, Mr. Bines, I'm amazed that I talk this way so freely to you, you know, when I've known you so short a time. But something in you compels my confidences, poor little me, and my poor little confidences. One so seldom meets a man nowadays with whom one can venture to talk about any of the real things. A little later, as Mrs. Drelmer was leaving, the majestic figure of the Baron Ronald de Paliac framed itself in the handsome doorway. He sauntered in, as if to give the picture tone, and then with purposeful air took the seat Mrs. Drelmer had just vacated. Miss Bines had been entertained by involuntary visions of herself as Lady Castlethorpe. She now became in fancy the noble Baroness de Paliac, speaking faultless French and consorting with the rare old families of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. For despite his artistic indirection, the Baron's manner was conclusive, his intentions unmistakable. And this day was much like many days in the life of the Bines and in the life of the Hightower Hotel. The scene from parlor to café was surveyed at intervals by a quiet-mannered person with watchful eyes, who appeared to enjoy it as one upon whom it conferred benefits. Now he washed his hands in the invisible sweet waters of satisfaction and murmured softly to himself, "Setters and buyers." Perhaps the term fits the family of Bines as well as might many another coined especially for it. When the three groups in the Turkish room dissolved, Percival with his mother and sister went to their suite on the 4th floor. "Think of a real live French nobleman," cried Psyche, with enthusiasm, "and French must be such a funny language, he talks such funny English. I wish now I'd learned more of it at the Sem, and talked more with that French Delpas girl that was always toasting marshmallows on a hat pin." "That lady Mrs. Drelmer introduced me to," said Mrs. Bines, "is an artist, miniature artist, hand-painted, you know, and she's going to paint our miniatures for $1,000 each because we're friends of Mrs. Drelmer." "Oh, yes," exclaimed Psyche with new enthusiasm, "and Mrs. Drelmer has promised to teach me bridge whist if I'll go to her house tomorrow. Isn't she kind? Really, everyone must play bridge now, she tells me." "Well, ladies," said the son and brother, "I'm glad to see you both getting some of the white meat. I guess we'll do well here. I'm going into oil stock and lead myself." "How girlish your little friend Mrs. Aikmit is," said his mother. "How did she come to lose her husband?" "Lost him in South Dakota," replied her son shortly. "Divorced, Ma," explained Psyche, "and Mrs. Drelmer says her family's good, but she's too gay." "Ah," exclaimed Percival, "Mrs. Drelmer's hammer must be one of those cute little gold ones, all set with precious stones. As a matter of fact, she's anything but gay. She's sad. She couldn't get along with her husband because he had no dignity of soul." He became conscious of sympathizing generously with all men not thus equipped. Chapter 21. The diversions of a young multimillionaire. To be idle and lavish of money, 25 years old, with the appetites keen and the need for action always pressing. Then to have loved a girl with quick, strong, youthful ardor, and to have had the ideal smirched by gossip, then shattered before his amazed eyes, this is a situation in which the male animal is apt to behave inecably. In the language of the estimable Herr Dr. von Herzlick, he will seek those avenues of modification in which the least struggle is required. In the simpler phrasing of Uncle Peter Bines, he will cut loose. During the winter that now followed, Percival Bines behaved according to either formula, as the reader may prefer. He early ascertained his limitations with respect to New York and its people. "Say, old man," he asked Herbert Delancey Livingston one night, across the table at their college club, "are all the people in New York society impecunious?" Livingston had been with him at Harvard, and Livingston's family was so notoriously not impecunious that the question was devoid of any personal element. Livingston, moreover, had dined just unwisely enough to be truthful. "Well, to be candid with you, Bines," the young man had replied in a burst of alcoholic confidence, "about all that you are likely to meet are broke else you wouldn't meet 'em, you know," he explained cheerfully. "You know, old chap, a few of you Western people have got into the right set here. There's the Nesbits, for instance. On my word, the good wife and mother hasn't the kinks out of her fingers yet, nor the calluses from her hands, by Jove. She worked so hard cooking and washing woolen shirts for miners before Nesbit made his strike. As for Himwell caviar, I'm afraid, will always be caviar to Jimmy Nesbit. And now, the son's married a girl that had everything but money, my boy. Nellie Wemple has fairly got that family of Nesbit's Ostrakhan since she married into it, just by the way she can spend money. But what was I saying, old chap? Oh yes, about getting in it takes time, you know, on my word. I think they were as much as 8 years and had to start in abroad at that. At first, you know, you can only expect to meet a crowd that can't afford to be exclusive any longer. From which friendly counsel, and from certain confirming observations of his own, Percival had concluded that his lot in New York was to spend money. This he began to do with a large Western carelessness that speedily earned him fame of a sort. Along Upper Broadway, his advent was a golden joy. Tradesmen learned to love him. Florists, jewelers, and tailors hailed his coming with honest fervor. Waiters told moving tales of his tips. Cabmen fought for the privilege of transporting him, and the hangers-on of rich young men picked pieces of lint assiduously and solicitously from his coat. One of his favorite resorts was the sumptuous gambling house in 44th Street. The man who slides back the panel of the stout oaken door early learned to welcome him through the slit, barred by its grill of wrought iron. The attendant who took his coat and hat, the waiter who took his order for food, and the croupier who took his money were all gladdened by his coming. For his gratuities were as large when he lost as when he won even the reserved proprietor. Accustomed, as he was to a wealthy and careless clientele, treated Percival with marked consideration after a night when the young man persuaded him to withdraw the limit at roulette, and spent a large sum in testing a system for breaking the wheel, given to him by a friend lately returned from Monte Carlo. "I think, really the fellow who gave me that system is an ass," he said, lighting a cigarette when the play was done. "Now I'm going down and demolish $8 worth of food and drink you won't be all to the good on that, you know." His host decided that a young man who was hungry, after losing $100,000 in 5 hours' play, was a person to be not lightly considered. And though he loved the rhythmic whir and the ensuing rattle of the little ivory ball at the roulette wheel, he did not disdain the quieter faro, playing that dignified game exclusively with the chocolate-colored chips, which cost $1,000 a stack. Sometimes he won, but not often enough to disturb his host's belief that there is less of chance in his business than in any other known to the captains of industry. There were, too, sociable games of poker, played with Garmer, of the Lead Trust, Berman, the intrepid young wheat operator from Chicago, and half a dozen other well-moneyed spirits. Games in which the limit, to use the Chicagoan's phrase, was the beautiful but lofty North Star. At these games he lost even more regularly than at those where, with the exception of a trifling percentage, he was solely at the mercy of chance. But he was a joyous loser, endearing himself to the other players. To Garmer, whom Berman habitually accused of being closer than a warm night, as well as to the open-handed son of the chewing gum magnate, who had been raised abroad and who protested nightly that there was an element of beastly American commercialism in the game. When Percival was by some chance absent from a sitting, the others calculated the precise sum he probably would have lost and humorously acquainted him with the amount by telegraph. Next morning it was apt to be 900, and some odd dollars requesting that he cover by check at his early convenience. Yet the diversion was not all gambling. There were jong sessions at all-night restaurants where the element of chance in his favor, inconspicuous elsewhere, was wholly eliminated. Suppers for hungry thespians and thirsty parasites, protracted with song and talk until the gas flames grew pale yellow. And the cabmen, when the party went out into the wan light, would be low-voiced, confidential, and suggestive in their approaches. Broadway would be weirdly quiet at such times, save for the occasional frenzied clatter of a hurrying milk wagon. Even the cars seemed to move with less sound than by day, and the early-rising workers inside, holding dinner pails and lunch baskets, were subdued and silent, yet strangely observing, as if the hour were one in which the vision was made clear to appraise the values of life justly. To the north, whence the cars bulked silently, would be an awakening sky of such tender beauty that the revelers often paid it the tribute of a moment's notice. Pure turquoise, one would declare. With just a dash of orange bitters in it, another might add. And then perhaps they burst into song under the spell, blending their voices into what the professional gentlemen termed barbershop harmonies, until a policeman would saunter across the street, pretending, however, that he was not aware of them. Then perhaps a ride toward the beautiful northern sky would be proposed, whereupon 3 or 4 hansom or coupe loads would begin a journey that wound up through Central Park toward the northern light, but which never attained a point remoter than some suburban roadhouse, where sleepy cooks and bartenders would have to be rooted out to collaborate toward breakfast. Oftener the party fell away into straggling groups with notions for sleep, chanting at last, perhaps. While beer brings gladness, don't forget that water only makes you wet. Percival would walk to the hotel, sobered and perhaps made a little reflective by the unwanted quiet. But they were pleasant, careless folk, he concluded always. They permitted him to spend his money, but he was quite sure they would spend it as freely as he if they had it. More than one appreciative soubrette, met under such circumstances, was subsequently enabled to laud the sureness of his taste in jewels. He cared little for anything but large diamonds, it transpired. It was a feeling tribute paid to his munificence by one of these in converse with a sister artist, who had yet to meet him. Say Myrtle on the dead, he spends money just like a young Jew trying to be white. Under this more or less happy surface of diversion, however, was an experience decidedly less felicitous. He knew he should not, must not, hold Avis Milbury in his mind, yet when he tried to put her out it hurt him. At first he had plumed himself upon his lucky escape that night when he would have declared his love to her. To have married a girl who cared only for his money, that would have been dire enough, but to marry a girl like that, he had been lucky indeed. Yet, as the weeks went by, the shock of the scene wore off. The scene itself remained clear, with the grinning grotesquerie of the jack-o'-lanterns lighting it and mocking his simplicity. But the first sharp physical hurt had healed. He was forced to admit that the girl still had power to trouble him. At times, his strained nerves would relax to no other device than the picturing of her as his own. Exactly in the measure that he indulged this would his pride smart. With a budding gift for negation, he could imagine her caring for nothing but his money. And there was that other picture, swift and awful, a pantomime in shadow, with the leering yellow faces above it. In the far night, when he awoke to sudden and hungry aloneness, he would let his arms feel their hunger for her. The vision of her would be flowers and music and sunlight and time, and all things perfect to mystify and delight, to satisfy and greatest of all boons to unsatisfy. The thought of her became a rest-house for all weariness, a haven where he was free to choose his nook and lie down away from all that was not her, which was all that was not beautiful. He would go back to seek the lost sweetness of their first meeting, to mount the poor dead belief that she would care for him, that he could make her care for him and endow the thing with artificial life, trying to capture the faint breath of it. But the memory was always fleeting, attenuated, like the spirit of the memory of a perfume that had been elusive at best. And always, to banish what joy even this poor device might bring, came the more vivid vision of the brutal, sordid facts. He forced himself to face them regularly as a penance and a corrective. They came before him with especial clearness when he met her from time to time during the winter. He watched her in talk with others, noting the contradiction in her that she would at one moment appear knowing and masterful, with depths of reserve that the other people neither fathomed nor knew of, and at another moment, frankly girlish, with an appealing feminine helplessness which is woman's greatest strength, coursing every strong masculine instinct. When the reserve showed in her, he became afraid. What was she not capable of? In the other mood, frankly appealing, she drew him mightily so that he abandoned himself for the moment, responding to her fresh, exulting youth, longing to take her, to give her things, to make her laugh, to enfold and protect her, to tell her secrets, to feather her cheek with the softest kiss, to be the childmaid of her. Toward him directly, when they met she would sometimes be glacial and forbidding, sometimes uninterestedly frank, as if they were but the best of commonplace friends. Yet sometimes she made him feel that she, too, threw herself heartily to rest in the thought of their loving, and cheated herself, as he did, with dreams of comradeship. She left him at these times with the feeling that they were deaf, dumb, and blind to each other, that if some means of communication could be devised, something surer than the invisible play of secret longings, all might yet be well. They talked as the people about them talked, words that meant nothing to either, and if there were mute questionings, naked appeals, unuttered declarations, they were only such as language serves to divert attention from. Speech, doubtless, has its uses as well as its abuses. Politics, for example, would be less entertaining without it. But in matters of the heart, certain it is that there would be fewer misunderstandings if it were forbidden between the couple under the penalty of immediate separation. In this affair, real meanings are rarely conveyed except by silences. Words are not more than tasteless drapery to obscure their lines. The silence of lovers is the plainest of all speech, warning, disconcerting indeed, by its very bluntness, any but the truly mated. An hour's silence with these two people, by themselves, might have worked wonders. Another diversion of Percival's during this somewhat feverish winter was Mrs. Akemit. Not only was she a woman of finished and expert daintiness in dress and manner and surroundings, but she soothed, flattered, and stimulated him. With the wisdom of her 32 years, devoted chiefly to a study of his species, she took care never to be exigent. She had the way of referring to herself as "poor little me," yet she never made demands or allowed him to feel that she expected anything from him in the way of allegiance. Mrs. Akemit was not only like St. Paul, all things to all men, but she had gone a step beyond that excellent theologue. She could be all things to one man. She was light-heartedly frivolous, soberly reflective, shallow, profound, cynical or naive, ingenuous or inscrutable. She prized dearly the ecclesiastical background provided by her uncle, the bishop, and had him to dine with the same unerring sense of artistry that led her to select swiftly the becoming shade of sofa cushion to put her blonde head back upon. The good bishop believed she had jeopardized her soul with divorce. He feared now she meant to lose it irrevocably through remarriage. As a foil to his austerity, therefore, she would be audaciously gay in his presence. "Hell," she said to him one evening, "is given up so reluctantly by those who don't expect to go there." And while the bishop frowned into his salad, she invited Percival to drink with her in the manner of a woman who is mad to invite perdition. If the good man could have beheld her before a background of frivolity, he might have suffered less anxiety. For there, her sense of contrast values led her to be grave and deep, to express distaste for society with its hollowness, and to expose timidly the cruel scars on a soul meant for higher things. Many afternoons Percival drank tea with her in the little red drawing-room of her dainty apartment up the avenue. Here in the half-light which she had preferred since 30, in a soft corner with which she harmonized faultlessly, and where the blaze from the open fire colored her animated face just enough, she talked him usually into the glow of a high conceit with himself. When she dwelt upon the shortcomings of man, she did it with the air of frankly presuming him to be different from all others, one who could sympathize with her through knowing the frailties of his sex, yet one immeasurably superior to them. When he was led to talk of himself, of whom, it seemed, she could never learn enough, he at once came to take high views of himself, to gaze, through her tactful prompting, with a gentle, purring appreciation upon the manifest spectacle of his own worth. Sometimes, away from her, he wondered how she did it. Sometimes, in her very presence, his sense of humor became alert and suspicious. Part of the time he decided her to be a charming woman, with a depth and quality of sweetness unguessed by the world. The rest of the time he remembered a saying about alfalfa made by Uncle Peter. "It's an innocent-lookin', triflin' vegetable, but its roots go right down into the ground 100 feet. "My dear," Mrs. Akemit had once confided to an intimate in an hour of negligee, "to meet a man, any man, from a red-cheeked butcher boy to a bloodless monk, and not make him feel something new for you, something he never before felt for any other woman, really, it's as criminal as a wrinkled stocking. Or for blondes to wear shiny things. Every woman can do it, if she'll study a little how to reduce them to their least common denominator, how to make them primitive." Of another member of Mrs. Akemit's household, Percival acknowledged the sway with never a misgiving. He had been the devoted lover of baby Akemit from the afternoon when he had first cajoled her into autobiography, a vivid, fire-tipped little thing with her mother's piquancy. He gleaned that day that she was 1/4 to 4 years old, that she was Mama's girl, but Papa was a friend of Santa Claus, that she went to ball dances, every day clad in dest a skirt 'cause big ladies don't ever wear waisties at night, that she had once ridden in a merry-go-round and it made her all homesick right here, patting her stomach, and that elephants are horrid, but you mustn't be cruel to them and cut their eyes out. Oh, no. Her Percival courted with results that left nothing to be desired. She fell to the floor in helpless, shrieking laughter when he came. In his honor, she composed and sang songs to an improvised and spirited accompaniment upon her toy piano. His favorites among these were, "'Cause Why I Love You" and "Darling, Ask Myself to Come to You." She rendered them with much feeling. If he were present when her bedtime came, she refused to sleep until he had consented to an interview. Avis Milbury had the fortune to witness one of these bedtime causeries. One late afternoon, the young man's summons came while he was one of a group that lingered late about Mrs. Akemit's little tea table, Miss Milbury being of the number. He followed the maid dutifully out through the hall to the door of the bedroom. and entered on all fours with what they two had agreed was the growl of a famished bear. The familiar performance was viewed by the mother and by Miss Milbury, whom the mother had urged to follow. Baby Achmet in her crib, modestly arrayed in blue pajamas, after simulating the extreme terror required by the situation, fell to chatting, while her mother and Miss Milbury looked on from the doorway. Miss Achmet had once been out in the woods, it appeared, and a biting wolf chased her, and she ran and ran until she came to a river all full of pigs and fishes and berries, so she jumped in and had supper, and it wasn't a biting wolf at all in then. But the narrative was cut short by her mother. "Come, pet, Mr. Bines wishes to go now." Miss Achmet, it appeared, was bent upon relating the adventures of Goldilocks, subsequent to her leap from the window of the bear's house. She had, it seemed, been compelled to ride 920 miles on a trolley, and, reaching home too late for luncheon, had been obliged to eat in the kitchen with the cook. "Mr. Bines can't stay, darling." Baby Achmet calculated briefly, and consented to his departure if Mr. Bines would bring her something next time. Mr. Bines promised and moved away after the customary embrace, but she was not through. "Oh, go out like a bear. Dare as a bear come in here." And so, having brought the bear in, he was forced to drop again and growl the beast out, whereupon, appeased by this strict observance of the unities, the child sat up and demanded, "You sure you'll bring me somethin' next time?" "Yes, sure, Lady Grenville St. Clair." "Well, you sure you're comin' next time?" Being reassured on this point, and satisfied that no more bears were at large, she lay down once more while Percival and the two observers returned to the drawing-room. "You love children so," Miss Milbury said, and never had she been so girlishly appealing to all that was strong in him as a man. The frolic with the child seemed to have blown away a fog from between them, yet never had the other scene been more vivid to him, and never had the pain of her heartlessness been more poignant. When he played with baby Achmet thereafter, the pretense was not all with the child. For while she might play at giving a vexatiously large dinner, for which she was obliged to do the cooking because she had discharged all the servants, or when they played, that the big couch was a splendid ferry boat in which they were sailing to Chicago, where Uncle David lived with many stern threats to tell the janitor of the boat if the captain didn't behave himself and sail faster Percival. Played that his companion's name was Baby Bines, and that her mother, who watched them with loving eyes, was a sweet and gracious young woman named Avis. And when he told baby Achmet that she was the only original sweetheart, he meant it of someone else than her. When the play was over, he always conducted himself back to sane reality by viewing this someone else in the cold light of truth. Chapter 22. The Distressing Adventure of Mrs. Bines. The fame of the Bines family for despising money was not fed wholly by Percival's unremitting activities. Miss Psyche Bines, during the winter, achieved wide and enviable renown as a player of bridge whist, not for the excellence of her play, rather for the inveteracy and size of her losses and the unconcerned cheerfulness with which she defrayed them. She paid the considerable sums with an air of gratitude for having been permitted to lose them. Especially did she seem grateful for the zealous tutelage and chaperonage of Mrs. Drelmer. "Everybody in New York plays bridge, my dear, and of course you must learn," that capable lady had said in the beginning. "But I never was bright at cards," the girl confessed, "and I'm afraid I couldn't learn bridge well enough to interest you good players." "Nonsense," was Mrs. Drelmer's assurance. "Bridge is easy to learn and easy to play. I'll teach you, and I promise you the people you play with shall never complain." Mrs. Drelmer, it soon appeared, knew what she was talking about. Indeed, that well-informed woman was always likely to. Her husband was an intellectual delinquent whom she spoke of largely as being in Wall Street, and in that feat of jugglery known as keeping up appearances, his wife had long been the more dexterous performer. She was apt not only to know what she talked about, but she was a woman of resource, unafraid of action. She drilled Miss Bines in the rudiments of bridge. If the teacher became subsequently much the largest winner of the pupils' losings, it was, perhaps, not more than her fit recompense. For Miss Bines enjoyed not only the sport of the game, but her manner of playing it, combined with the social prestige of her amiable sponsor, procured her a circle of acquaintances that would otherwise have remained considerably narrower. An enthusiastic player of bridge, of passable exterior, mediocre skill, and unlimited resources need never want in New York for very excellent society. Not only was the Western girl received by Mrs. Drelmer's immediate circle, but more than one member of what the lady called that snubby set would now and then make a place for her at the card table. A few of Mrs. Drelmer's intimates were so wanting in good taste as to intimate that she exploited Miss Bines even to the degree of an understanding expressed in bald percentage with certain of those to whom she secured the girl's society at cards. Whether this ill-natured gossip was true or false, it is certain that the exigencies of life on next to nothing a year, with a husband who could boast of next to nothing but family, had developed an unerring business sense in Mrs. Drelmer. And certain it also is that this winter was one when the appearances with which she had to strive were unwontedly buoyant. Miss Bines tirelessly memorized rules. She would disclose to her placid mother that the lead of a trump to the third hand's go-over of hearts is of doubtful expediency, or that one must follow suit with the smallest, except when you have only two, neither of them better than the jack. Then play the higher first, so that when the lower falls your partner may know you are out of the suit and rough it. Mrs. Bines declared that it did seem to her very much like out-and-out gambling. But Percival, looking over the stubs of his sister's checkbook, warmly protested her innocence of this charge. "Heaven knows Sis has her shortcomings," he observed patronizingly in that young woman's presence. "But she's no gambler, don't say it, Ma, I beg of you. She only knows 5 rules of the game, and I judge it's cost her about $3,000 each to learn those. And the only one she never forgets is, when in doubt, lead your highest check. But don't ever accuse her of gambling. Poor girl, if she keeps on playing bridge she'll have writer's cramp, that's all I'm afraid of. I see there's a new rapid-fire checkbook on the market and an improved fountain pen that doesn't slobber. I'll have to get her one of each." Yet Psyche Bynes's experience, like her brother's, was not without a proper leaven of sentiment. There was Fred Milbury, handsome, clever, amusing, knowing everyone, and giving her a pleasant sense of intimacy with all that was worth while in New York. Him she felt very friendly to. Then there was Mawburn, presently to be Lord Castlethorpe, with his lazy, high-pitched drawl, good-natured, frank, carrying an atmosphere of high-class British worldliness, and delicately awakening within her while she was with him a sense of her own latent superiority to the institutions of her native land. She liked Mawburn, too. More impressive than either of these, however, was the Baron Ronald de Paliac. Tall, swarthy, saturnine, a polished man of all the world, of manners finished, elaborate, and ceremonious, she found herself feeling foreign and distinguished in his presence, quite as if she were the heroine of a romantic novel, and might at any instant be called upon to assist in royalist intrigues. The Baron, to her intuition, nursed secret sorrows. For these she secretly worshipped him. It is true that when he dined with her and her mother, which he was frequently gracious enough to do, he ate with a heartiness that belied this secret sorrow she had imagined. But he was fascinating at all times, with a grace at table not less finished than that with which he bowed at their meetings and partings. It was not unpleasant to think of basking daily in the shine of that grand manner, even if she did feel friendlier with Milbury and more at ease with Mawburn. If the truth must be told, Miss Bines was less impressionable than either of the three would have wished. Her heart seemed not easy to reach, her impulses were not inflammable. Young Milbury early confided to his family a suspicion that she was singularly hard-headed, and the definite information that she had a hobnailed Western way of treating her admirers. Mawburn, too, was shrewd enough to see that, while she frankly liked him, he was for some reason less a favorite than the Baron de Paliac. "It'll be no easy matter marrying that girl," he told Mrs. Drelmer. "She's really a dear and awfully good fun, but she's not a bit silly, and I dare say she'll marry some chap because she likes him, and not because he's anybody, you know." "Make her like you," insisted his advisor. "On my word, I wish she did. And I'm not so sure, you know, she doesn't fancy that Frenchman or even young Milbury." "I'll keep you before her," promised Mrs. Drelmer, "and I wish you'd not think you can't win her. 'Tisn't like you." Miss Bines accordingly heard that it was such a pity young Milbury drank so, because his only salvation lay in making a rich marriage, and a young man nowadays had to keep fairly sober to accomplish that. Really, Mrs. Drelmer felt sorry for the poor weak fellow. "Good-hearted chap, but he has no character, my dear, so I'm afraid there's no hope for him." He has the soul of a merchant tailor, actually, but not the tailor's manhood. Otherwise, he'd be above marrying some unsuspecting girl for her money and breaking her heart after marriage. Now, Mawburn is a type so different. Honest, unaffected, healthy, really he's a man for any girl to be proud of, even if he were not heir to a title one of the best in all England, and an ornament of the most exclusively correct set. Of a line, my dear, that is truly great, not like that shoddy French nobility, discredited in France, that sends so many of its kamikopera barons here looking for large dowries to pay their gambling debts and put furniture in their rattle-trap old chateaux, and keep them in absinthe and their other peculiar diversions. And Mawburn, you lucky minx, simply adores you. He's quite mad about you, really. In spite of Mrs. Drelmer's two-edged sword, Miss Bines continued rather more favorable to the line of de Paliac. The Baron was so splendid, so gloomy, so deferential. He had the air of laying at her feet, as a rug, the whole glorious history of France, and he appeared so well in the Victoria when they drove in the park. It is true that the heart of Miss Bines was as yet quite untouched, and it was not more than a cool, dim, aesthetic light in which she surveyed the three suitors impartially, to behold the impressive figure of the Baron towering above the others. Had the Baron proposed for her hand, it is not impossible that, facing the question directly, she would have parried or evaded. But certain events befell unpropitiously at a time when the Baron was most certain of his conquest. At the very time, indeed, when he had determined to open his suit definitely, by extending a proposal to the young lady through the orthodox medium of her nearest male relative. I admit, wrote the Baron to his expectant father, that it is what one calls very chances in the English, but one must venture in this country, and your son is not without much hope, and if not, there is still Emil. Higby. The Baron shuddered as he wrote it. He preferred not to recognize even the existence of this alternative, for the reason that the father of Emil. Higby distressed him by an incompleteness of suavity. He conducts himself like a pork, the Baron would declare to himself, by way of perfecting his English. The secret cause of his subsequent determination not to propose for the hand of Miss Bines lay in the hopelessly middle-class leanings of the lady, who might have incurred the supreme honor of becoming his mother-in-law. Had Mrs. Bines been above talking to low people, a catastrophe might have been averted. But Mrs. Bines was not above it. She was quite unable to repress a vulgar interest in the menials that served her. She knew the butler's life history 2 days after she had ceased to be afraid of him. She knew the distressing family affairs of the maids, how many were the ignoble progeny of the elevator man, and what his plebeian wife did for their croup. How much rent the hall boy's low-born father paid for his mean 2-story dwelling in Jersey City, and how many hours a day or night the debased scrubwomen devoted to their unrefining toil. Brazenly, too, she held converse with Philippe, the active and voluble Alsatian who served her when she chose to dine in the public restaurant instead of at her own private table. Philippe acquainted her with the joys and griefs of his difficult profession. There were 14,000 waiters in New York, if by waiters you meant anyone. Of course, there were not so many like Philippe, men of the world who had served their time as assistants and their 3 years as sub-waiters, men who spoke English, French, and German, who knew something of cooking, how to dress a salad, and how to carve. Only such, it appeared, could be members of the exclusive Geneva Club that procured a place for you when you were idle and paid you $8 a week when you were sick. Having the qualifications, one could earn $25 a month in salary and 3 or 4 times as much in gratuities. Philippe's income was never less than $120 a month, for was he not one who had come from Europe as a master, after 2 seasons at Paris, where a man acquires his polish, his perfection of manner, his finish, his grace. Philippe could never enough prize that postgraduate course at the Mason d'Or, where he had personally known Madame might not believe it the incomparable Casimir, a chef who served 2 generations of epicures, princes, kings, statesmen, traveling Americans, all the truly great. With his own lips, Casimir had told him, Philippe, of the occasion when Dumas, Pierre, had invited him to dinner that they might discuss the esoterics of salad dressing and sauces, also of the time when the Marquis de St. George's embraced Casimir for inventing the precious soup that afterwards became famous as potage German. And now, the skilled and puissant Casimir had retired. It was a calamity. The mason door Paris would no longer be what they had been. For that matter, since one must live, Philippe preferred it to be in America, for in no other country could an adept acquire so much money, and Philippe knew the whole dining world. With Céline and the baby Paul, Philippe dwelt in an apartment that would really amaze Madame by its appointments of luxury, in East 38th Street, and only the 4 flights to climb. And Paul was 3, the largest for his age, quite the largest, that either Philippe or Céline had ever beheld. Even the brother of Céline and his wife, who had a restaurant of their own serving the table d'hôte at 2½ francs the plate. With wine even these swore they had never seen an infant so big, for his years, as Paul. And so Mrs. Bines grew actually to feel an interest in the creature and his wretched affairs, and even fell into the deplorable habit of saying, "I must come to see you and your wife and Paul some pleasant day, Philippe." And Philippe, being a man of the world, thought none the less of her for believing that she did not mean it. Yet it befell on an afternoon that Mrs. Bines found herself in a populous side street, driving home from a visit to the rheumatic scrubwoman who had now to be supported by the papers her miserable offspring sold. Mrs. Bines had never seen so many children as flooded this street. She wondered if an orphan asylum were in the neighborhood, and though the day was pleasantly warm, she decided that there were about her at least 1,000 cases of incipient pneumonia, for not one child in 5 had on a hat. They raged and dashed and rippled from curb to curb, so that they might have made her think of a swift mountain torrent at the bottom of a gloomy canyon, but that the worthy woman was too literal-minded for such fancies. She only warned the man to drive slowly. And then by a street sign she saw that she was near the home of Philippe. It was 3 o'clock, and he would be resting from his work. The man found the number. The waves parted and piled themselves on either side in hushed wonder as she entered the hallway and searched for the name on the little cards under the bells. She had never known the surname, and on 2 of the cards P.H. appeared. She rang one of the bells, the door mysteriously opened with a repeated double click, and she began the toilsome climb. The waves of children fell together behind her, in turbulent play again. At the top she breathed a moment, and then knocked at a door before her. A voice within called, "Entrez," and Mrs. Bines opened the door. It was the tiny kitchen of Philippe. Philippe, himself in shirt-sleeves, sat in a chair tilted back close to the gas range, the Courrier des États-Unis in his hands and Paul on his lap. Céline ironed the bosom of a gentleman's white shirt on an ironing board supported by the backs of 2 chairs. Hemmed in the corner by this board and by the gas range, seated at a table covered by the oilcloth that simulates the marble of Italy's most famous quarry, sat, undoubtedly, the Baron Ronald de Paliac. A steaming plate of spaghetti à la Italian was before him, to his left a large bowl of salad, to his right a bottle of red wine. For a space of 3 seconds, the entire party behaved as if it were being photographed under time exposure. Philippe and the baby stared, motionless. Céline stared, resting no slight weight on the hot flat iron. The Baron Ronald de Paliac stared, his fork poised in midair and festooned with gay little streamers of spaghetti. Then came smoke, the smell of scorching linen, and a cry of horror from Céline. "Ah, la seule chemise blanche de Monsieur le Baron." The spell was broken. Philippe was on his feet, bowing effusively. "Ah, it is Madame Bines. Je suis très honoré. I am very honored to welcome you, Madame. It is Madame, ma femme, Céline, and Monsieur le Baron de Paliac." Philippe had turned with evident distress toward the latter. But Philippe was only a waiter, and had not behind him the centuries of schooling that enable a gentleman to remain a gentleman under adverse conditions. The Baron Ronald de Paliac arose with unruffled aplomb and favored the caller with his stateliest bow. He was at the moment a graceful and silencing rebuke to those who aver that manner and attire be interdependent. The Baron's manner was ideal, undiminished in volume, faultless as to decorative qualities. One fitted to savor its exquisite finish would scarce have noted that above his waist the noble gentleman was clad in a single woolen undergarment of revolutionary red. Or, if such a one had observed this trifling circumstance, he would, assuredly, have treated it as of no value to the moment. Something to note, perhaps, and then gracefully to forget. The Baron's own behavior would have served as a model. One swift glance had shown him there was no way of instant retreat. That being impossible, none other was graceful, hence none other was to be considered. He permitted himself not even a glance at the shirt upon whose fair, defenseless bosom the iron of the overcome Celine had burned its cruel brown imprimatur. Mrs. Bines had greeted him as he would have wished, unconscious, apparently, that there could be cause for embarrassment. "Ah, madame," he said handsomely, "you see me, I unfast with the fork. You see me here, I have envy of the simple life. I am content of to do it kameka as that, see you," waving in the direction of his unfinished repast. "All that magnificence of your grand hotel, there is not the why of it, the most big of the world, and suchly stupefying with its infernal racket, as you say. And of more what droll of idea, enough curious by example, to dwell with the good Philippe and his femme amiable. Their hotel is of the most littles, but I rest here very voluntarily since long time. Is it that one can to comprehend liking the vast Hotel American? Monsieur le Baron lodges with us, we have so much of the chambers," ventured Celine. "Monsieur le Baron wishes to retire to his apartment," said Philippe, raising the ironing board. "Will madame be so good to enter our petit salon at the front, NSC pass?" The Baron stepped forth from his corner and bowed himself graciously out. "Madame, my compliments and to the adorable Mademoiselle Bines. Au revoir, madame to the soon-time avant pew before little." On the farther side of his closed door the Baron Ronald de Paliac swore once, but the oath was one of the most awful that a Frenchman may utter in his native tongue. Sacred name of a name. But the Baron wasn't done eating, protested Mrs. Bines. "Ah, yes, madame," replied Philippe. "Monsieur le Baron has consumed enough for now. Paul, mon enfant, n'y touchez pas la robe de madame. He is large, is he not, madame, as I have told you? A monster, yes." Mrs. Bines, stooping, took the limp and wide-eyed Paul up in her arms. Whereupon he began to talk so fast to her in French that she set him quickly down again, with the slightly helpless air of one who has picked up an innocent-looking clock only to have the clanging alarm go suddenly off. "Madame will honor our little salon," urged Philippe, opening the door and bowing low. "Quel dommage," sighed Celine, moving after them. "La seule chemise blanche de Monsieur le Baron. Eh bien, il faut lui en acteur une otter." At dinner that evening, Mrs. Bines related her adventure, to the unfeigned delight of her graceless son, and to the somewhat troubled amazement of her daughter. "And, you know," she ventured, "maybe he isn't a regular baron after all." "Oh, I guess he's a regular one all right," said Percival, "only perhaps he hasn't worked at it much lately." "But his sitting there eating in that shirt," said his sister. "My dear young woman, even the nobility are prey to climatic rigors. They are obliged, like the wretched low-born such as ourselves, to wear pardon me undergarments. Again, I understand from Mrs. Cadwallader here that the article in question was satisfactory and fit-read, I believe you say, Mrs. Terwilliger." "Awful red," replied his mother, "and they call their parlor a saloon." "And of necessity, even the noble have their moments of déshabille." "They needn't eat their lunch that way," declared his sister. "Is déshabille French for underclothes?" asked Mrs. Bines, struck by the word. "Partly," answered her son. "And the way that child of Philippe's jabbered French, it's wonderful how they can learn so young." "They begin early, you know," Percival explained. "And as to our friend the Baron, I'm ready to make book that Sis doesn't see him again, except at a distance." Some time afterwards, he computed the round sum he might have won if any such bets had been made. For his sister's list of suitors, to adopt his own lucent phrase, was thereafter shy a baron. Chapter 23. The summer campaign is planned. Winter waned and spring charmed the land into blossom. The city pent, as we have intimated, must take this season largely on faith. If one can find a patch of ground naked of stone or asphalt, one may feel the heart of the earth beat. But even now the shop windows are more inspiring. At least they copy the outer show. Tender-hued shirtwaists first push up their sprouts of arms through the winter furs and woolens, quite as the first violets out in the woodland thrust themselves up through the brown carpet of leaves. Then every window becomes a summery glade of lawn, tulle, and chiffon, more lavish of tints, shades, and combinations, indeed, than ever nature dared to be. Outside, where the unspoiled earth begins, the blossoms are clouding the trees with a mist of pink and white, and the city dweller knows it from the bloom and foliage of these same windows. Then it is that the spring get-away urge is felt by each prisoner, by those able to obey it, and by those, alike, who must wear it down in the groomed and sophisticated wildness of the city parks. On a morning late in May, Mrs. Bines and her daughter were at breakfast. "Isn't Percival coming?" asked his mother. "Everything will be cold." "Can't say," Psyche answered. "I don't even know if he came in last night, but don't worry about cold things. You can't get them too cold for Perce at breakfast nowadays. He takes a lot of ice water and a little something out of the decanter and maybe some black coffee." "Yes, and I'm sure it's bad for him. He doesn't look a bit healthy and hasn't since he quit eating breakfast. He used to be such a hearty eater at breakfast. Steaks and bacon and chops and eggs and waffles. It was a sight to see him eat, and since he's quit taking anything but that cold stuff, he's lost his color and his eyes don't look right. I know what he's got hold of. It's that no breakfast fad. I heard about it from Mrs. Baldridge when we came here last fall. I never did believe in it either." The object of her solicitude entered in dressing gown and slippers. "I'm just telling Psyche that this no breakfast fad is hurting your health, my son. Now do come and eat like you used to. You began to look bad as soon as you left off your breakfast. It's a silly fad, that's what it is. You can't tell me." The young man stared at his mother until he had mastered her meaning. Then he put both hands to his head and turned to the sideboard as if to conceal his emotion. "That's it," he said as he busied himself with a tall glass and the cracked ice. "It's that no breakfast fad. I didn't think you knew about it. The fact is," he continued, pouring out a measure of brandy and directing the butler to open a bottle of soda, "we all eat too much. After a night of sound sleep, we awaken refreshed and buoyant, all our forces replenished. Thirsty, of course, but not hungry." He sat down to the table and placed both hands again to his head, "and we have no need of food. Yet such is the force of custom that we deaden ourselves for the day by tanking up on coarse, loathsome stuff like bacon. Ah, anyone would think, the way you two eat so early in the day, that you were a couple of cave dwellers, the kind that always loaded up when they had a chance because it might be a week before they got another." He drained his glass and brightened visibly. "Now, why not be reasonable?" he continued pleadingly. "You know there is plenty of food. I have observed it being brought into town in huge wagon loads in the early morning on many occasions. Why do you want to eat it all at one sitting? No one's going to starve you. Why stupefy yourselves when, by a little nervy self-denial, you can remain as fresh and bright and clear-headed as I am at this moment? Why doesn't a fire make its own escape, Mrs. Carstep Jamwaddle? I don't believe you feel right, either. I just know you've got an awful headache right now. Do let the man give you a nice piece of this steak." "Don't, I beg of you, Lady Ashmorton. The suggestion is extremely repugnant to me. Besides, I'm behaving this way because I arose with the purely humorous fancy that my head was a fine large accordion and that some meddler had drawn it out too far. I'm sportively pretending that I can press it back into shape. Now you and Sis never get up with any such light poetic notion as that. You know you don't attempt to deceive me." He glanced over the table with swift disapproval. "Strawberries, oatmeal, rolls, steak 3 inches thick bacon omelette that I should live to see this day. It's disgraceful. And at your age before your own innocent woman-child and leading her into the same excesses. Do you know what that breakfast is? No, I'll tell you. That breakfast is number 78 in that book of Mrs. Rohrer's, and she expressly warns everybody that it can be eaten safely only by steeple climbers, piano movers, and sea captains. Really, Mrs. Wrangleberry, I blush for you. I don't care how you go on. You ain't looked well for months. But think of my great big heart-to-heart like an ox." He seemed on the verge of tears. "And to think that you, a woman I have never treated with anything but respect since we met in Honduras in the fall of '93, to think you should throw it up to my own face that I'm not beautiful. Others there are, thank God, who can look into a man's heart and prize him for what he is, not condemn him for his mere superficial blemishes. And I just know you've got in with a fast set. I met Mr. Milbury yesterday in the corridor. Did he tell you how to make a lovely asparagus shortcake or something? He told me those men you go with so much are dreadful gamblers, and that when you all went to Palm Beach last February you played poker for money night and day, and you told me you went for your health." "Oh, he did he? Well, I didn't get anything else. He's a dear old soul if you've got the copper handy. If that man was a woman, he'd be a warm neighborhood gossip. He'd be the nice, kind old lady that starts things. That's what Hottie Milbury would be. And you said yourself you played poker most of the time when you went to Aiken on the car last month. To be honest with you, Ma, we did play poker. Say, they took it off of me so fast I could feel myself catching cold. There, you see, and you really ought to wear one of those chamois skin chest protectors in this damp climate. Well, we'll see. If I can find one that an ace full won't go through, I'll snatch. It's so quick the man'll think he's being robbed. Now I'll join you ladies to the extent of some coffee, and then I want to know what you two would rather do this summer then. Of course, said Psyche, no one stays in town in summer. Exactly. And I've chartered a steam yacht as big as this hotel all, but what I want to know is whether you two care to bunk on it, or whether you'd rather stay quietly at some place, Newport perhaps, and maybe take a cruise with me now and then. Oh, that would be good fun. But here's Ma getting so I can't do a thing with her, on account of all those beggars and horrid people down in the slums. Mrs. Bines looked guilty and feebly deprecating. It was quite true that in her own way she had achieved a reputation for prodigality not inferior to that acquired by her children in ways of their own. You know it's so, Ma, the daughter went on, accusingly. One night last winter when you were away we dined at the Baldridges in 86th Street, and the pavements were so sleety the horses couldn't stand, so Colonel Baldridge brought us home in the elevated, about 11 o'clock. Well, at one of the stations, a big policeman got on with a little baby all wrapped up in red flannel. He'd found it in an areaway, nearly covered with snow where someone had left it, and he was taking it down to police headquarters, he said. Well, Ma went crazy right away. She made him undo it, and then she insisted on holding it all the way down to 33rd Street. One man said it might be President of the United States someday, and Colonel Baldridge said, yes, it has unknown possibilities, it may even be a president's wife just like that. But I thought Ma would be demented. It was all fat and so warm and sleepy it could hardly hold its eyes open, and I believe she'd have kept it then and there if the policeman would have let her. She made him promise to get it a bottle of warm milk the first thing, and borrowed $20 of the colonel to give to the policeman to get it things with. And then all the way down, she talked against the authorities for allowing such things as, if they could help it, and when we got home, she cried, you know you did. Mind you pretended it was toothache, and ever since then she's been perfectly daft about babies. Why, whenever she sees a woman going along with one, she thinks the poor thing is going to leave it someplace. And now she's in with those charity workers and says she won't leave New York at all this summer. I don't care, protested the guilty mother. It would have frozen to death in just a little while, and it's done so often. Why, up at the Catholic Protectory they put out a basket at the side door, so a body can leave their baby in it and ring the bell and run away. And they get one twice a week sometimes. And this was such a sweet, fat little baby with big blue eyes, and its forehead wrinkled, and it was all puckered up around its little nose. And that isn't the worst of it, the relentless daughter broke in. She gets begging letters by the score and gives money to all sorts of people, and a man from the charities organization, who had heard about it, came and warned her that they were imposters only, she doesn't care. Do you know, there was a poor old blind woman with a dismal, wheezy organ down at Broadway and 23rd Street. The organ would hardly play at all. And just one wretched tune only. The woman wasn't blind at all, we found out, and Ma bought her a nice new organ that cost $75 and had it taken up to her. Well, she found out through this man from the organization that the woman had pawned the new organ for $20 and was still playing on the old one. She didn't want a new one because it was too cheerful. It didn't make people sad when they heard it like her old one did. And yesterday Ma bought an Indian. A what? Asked her brother in amazement. An Indiana tobacco sign. You don't mean it? One of those lads that stand out in front and peer under their hands to see what palefaces are moving into the house across the street. Say, Ma, what you going to do with him? There isn't much room here, you know. I didn't buy him for myself, replied Mrs. Bines with dignity. I wouldn't want such an object. She bought it, explained his sister, for an Italian woman who keeps a little tobacco shop down in Rivington Street. A man goes around to repaint them, you know, but hers was so battered that this man told her it wasn't worth painting again, and she'd better get another, and the woman said she didn't know what to do because they cost $25 and one doesn't last very long. The bad boys whittle him and throw him down, and the people going along the street put their shoes up to tie them and step on his feet, and they scratch matches on his face, and when she goes out and says that isn't right they tell her she's too fresh. And so Ma gave her $25 for a new one. But she has to support 5 children, and her husband hasn't been able to work for 3 years, since he fell through a fire escape where he was sleeping one hot night, pleaded Mrs. Bines, and I think I'd rather stay here this summer. Just think of all those poor babies when the weather gets hot. I never thought there were so many babies in the world. Well, have your own way, said her son. If you've started out to look after all the babies in New York, you won't have any time left to play the races, I'll promise you that. Why, my son, I never. But Sis here would probably rather do other things. I think, said Psyche, I'd like Newport. Mrs. Drelmer says I shouldn't think of going anyplace else. Only, of course, I can't go there alone. She says she would be glad to chaperone me, but her husband hasn't had a very good year in Wall Street, and she's afraid she won't be able to go herself. Maybe, began Mrs. Bines, if you'd offer. Oh, she'd be offended, exclaimed Psyche. I'm not so sure of that, said her brother. Not if you suggested in the right way, put it on the ground that you'll be quite helpless without her, and that she'd oblige you world without end and all that. The more I see of people here, the more I think they're quite reasonable in little matters like that. They look at them in the right light. Just lead up to it delicately with Mrs. Drelmer and see. Then if she's willing to go with you, your summer will be provided for. Except that we shall both have to look in upon Mrs. Juzzlebragin here now and then to see that she doesn't overplay the game and get sick herself, and make sure that they don't get her vaccination mark away from her. And, Ma, you'll have to come off on the yacht once or twice, just to give it tone. It appeared that Percival had been right in supposing that Mrs. Drelmer might be led to regard Psyche's proposal in a light entirely rational. She was reluctant, at first, it is true. It's awfully dear of you to ask me, child, but really, I'm afraid it will be quite impossible. Oh, for reasons which you, of course, with your endless bank account, cannot at all comprehend. You see, we old New York families have a secure position here by right of birth, and even when we are forced to practice little economies in dress and household management, it doesn't count against us so long as we stay here. Now, Newport is different. One cannot economize gracefully, they're not even one of us. There are quiet and very decent places for those of us that must, but at Newport one must not fall behind in display. A sense of loyalty to the others, a noblesse oblige, compels one to be as lavish as those flamboyant outsiders who go there. One doesn't want them to report, you know, that such and such families of our smart set are falling behind for lack of means. So, while we of the real stock are chummy enough here, where there is only us in a position to observe ourselves, there is a sort of tacit agreement that only those shall go to Newport who are able to keep up the pace. One need not, for one season or so, be a cottager. But, for example, in the matter of dress, one must be sinfully lavish. Really, child, I could spend 3 months in the Engadine for the price of 1 decent month at Newport. The parasols, gloves, fans, shoes, frillies enough to stock the Rue de la Paix, to say nothing of gowns, but why do I run on? Here am I with a few little simple summer things, fit enough indeed for the quiet place we shall reach for July and August, but absolutely impossible for Newport, so say no more about it, dear. You're a sweet, but it's madness to think of it. And I had, reported Psyche to her mother that night, such a time getting her to agree. At first she wouldn't listen at all. Then, after I just fairly begged her, she admitted she might because she's taken such a fancy to me and hates to leave me, but she was sensitive about what people might say. I told her they'd never have a chance to say a word, and she was anxious Perce shouldn't know, because she says he's so cynical about New York people since that Milbury girl made such a set for him. And at last she called me a dear and consented, though she'd been looking forward to a quiet summer. Tomorrow early we start out for the shops. So it came that the 3 members of the Bines family pursued during the summer their respective careers of diversion under conditions most satisfactory to each. The steam yacht Felucca, chartered by Percival, was put into commission early in June. Her first cruise of 10 days was a signal triumph. His 8 guests were the men with whom he had played poker so tirelessly during the winter. Perhaps the most illuminating log of that cruise may be found in the reply of one of them whom Percival invited for another early in July. Much obliged, old man, but I haven't touched a drop now in over 3 weeks. My doctor says I must let it be for at least 2 months, and I mean to stick by him. Awfully kind of you, though. Chapter 24. the sight of a new beauty, and some advice from Higby. From the landing on a still morning in late July, Mrs. Drelmer surveyed the fleet of sailing and steam yachts at anchor in Newport Harbor. She was beautifully and expensively gowned in nun's gray chiffon. Her toque was of chiffon and lace, and she held a pale gray parasol, its ivory handle studded with sapphires. She fixed a glass upon one of the white, sharp-nosed steam yachts that rode in the distance near Goat Island. "Can you tell me if that's the Voluka?" she asked a sailor landing from a dinghy, that boat just astern of the big schooner. "No, ma'am, that's the Alta Commodore Weckford." "Looking for someone?" inquired a voice, and she turned to greet Fred Milbury descending the steps. "Oh, good morning. Yes, but they've not come in, evidently. It's the Voluka Mr. Bines, you know. He's bringing his sister back to me. And you?" "I'm expecting the folks on Shepler's Craft. Been out 2 weeks now, and were to have come down from New London last night. They're not in sight either. Perhaps the gale last night kept them back." Mrs. Drelmer glanced above too, where someone seemed to be waiting for him. "Who's your perfectly gorgeous companion? You've been so devoted to her for 3 days that you've hardly bowed to old friends. Don't you want her to know anyone?" The young man laughed with an air of great shrewdness. "Come now, Mrs. Drelmer, you're too good a friend of Mauburn's about his marrying, I mean. You fixed him to tackle me low the very first half of one game we know about, right when I was making a fine run down the field, too. I'm going to have better interference this time." "Silly, your chances are quite as good as his there this moment." "You may think so, I know better. And of course, in any other affair, I'd never think of. Perhaps so, but I'd rather not chance it just yet. But who is she? What a magnificent mop of hair. It's like that rich piece of ore Mr. Bines showed us, with copper and gold in it." "Well, I don't mind telling you she's the widow of a Southern gentleman, Colonel Brench Wybert." "Ah, indeed. I did notice that 2-inch band of black at the bottom of her accordion-plaited petticoat. I'll wager that's a Rue de la Paix's idea of mourning for one's dead husband. And she confides her grief to the world with such charming discretion. Half the New York women can't hold their skirts up as daintily as she does it. I dare say, now, her tears could be dried by the right comforter." Milbury looked important. "And I don't mind telling you the late Colonel Brench Wybert left her a fortune made in Montana copper. Can't say how much, but 2 weeks ago she asked the governor's advice about where to put a spare $1.5 million in cash. Not so bad, eh? Oh, this new plutocracy, where do they get it? How old now should you say she was?" Mrs. Drelmer glanced up again at the color scheme of heliotrope, seated in a Victoria upholstered in tan brocade. 35, I should say about. Just 28. Just about what I should say she'd say. Come now, you women can't help it, can you? But you can't deny she's stunning." "Indeed I can't. She's a beauty and good luck to you. Is that the Voluka coming in?" "No, it has 2 stacks, and it's not your people because the Lotus is black. I shall go back to the hotel. Bertie Trafford brought me over on the trolley. I must find him first and do an errand in Thames Street." At the head of the stairs, they parted, Milbury joining the lady who had waited for him. Hers was a person to gladden the eye. Her figure, tall and full, was of a graceful and abundant perfection of contours. Her face, precisely carved and showing the faintly generous rounding of maturity, was warm in coloring, with dark eyes, well-shaded and languorous. Her full lips betrayed their beauty in a ready and fascinating laugh. Her voice was a rich, warm contralto, and her speech bore just a hint of the soft, arless drawl of the South. She had blazed into young Milbury's darkness one night in the palm room of the Hightower Hotel, escorted by a pleased and beefy youth of his acquaintance, who later told him of their meeting at the American Embassy in Paris, and who unsuspectingly presented him. Since their meeting, the young man had been her abject cavalier. The elder Milbury, too, had met her at his son's suggestion. He had been as deeply impressed by her helplessness in the matter of $1.5 million of idle funds as she had been by his aristocratic bearing and enviable position in New York society. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. The Lotus hasn't come in sight yet. Let's loaf over to the beach and have some tall, cold ones." "Who was your elderly friend?" she asked, as they were driven slowly up the old-fashioned street. "Oh, that's Joe Drelmer. She's not so old, you know, not a day over 40, Joe can't be. Fine old stock. She was a Ladenbroke and her husband's family is one of the very oldest in New York. Awfully exclusive. Down to meet friends, but they'd not shown up either. That reminds me, they're friends of ours, too, and I must have you meet them. They're from your part of the country, the Bines. The Bines, family from Montana, decent enough sort. Didn't know, but you might have heard of them, being from your part of the country. I never think of that vulgar West as my part of the country at all. My part is dear old Virginia, where my father, General Tulver, and his father's father all lived the lives of country gentlemen after the family came here from Devonshire. It was there Colonel Wybert wooed me, though we later removed to New Orleans. Mrs. Wybert called it New Orleans. But it was not until my husband became interested in Montana mines that we ventured into that horrid West. So do remember not to confound me with your Western bones, was it not? No, Bines, they'll be here presently, and you can meet them anyway. Is there an old fellow, a queer old character, with them? No, only a son and daughter and the mother. Of course I shan't mind meeting any friends of yours, she said, with charming graciousness, but really, I always understood that you Knickerbockers were so vastly more exclusive. I do recall this name now. I remember hearing tales of the family in Spokane. They're a type, you know. One sees many of the sort there. They make a strike in the mines and set up ridiculous establishments regardless of expense. You see them riding in their carriages with two men in the box red-handed, grizzled old vulgarians who have roughed it in the mountains for 20 years with a pack mule and a ham and a pickaxe with their jug of whiskey and their frowsy red-faced wives decked out in impossible finery. Yes, I do recall this family. There is a daughter, you say? Yes, Miss Psyche Bines. Psyche, yes, it's the same family. I recollect perfectly now. You know they tell the funniest tales of them out there. Her mother found the name Psyche in a book and liked it, but she pronounced it Pishy. And so the girl was called until she became old enough to go to school and learned better. Dear me, fancy now. And there are countless tales of the mother's queer sayings. Once a gentleman whom they were visiting in San Francisco was showing her a cabinet of curios. Now, don't you find the Pompeian figurines exquisite? He asked her. The poor creature, after looking around her helplessly, declared that she did like them, but that she liked the California nectarines better, they were so much juicier. You don't tell me, gad, that was a good one. Oh, well, she's a meek, harmless old soul, and really my family's not the snobbish sort, you know. In from the shining sea late that afternoon steamed the Voluka. As her chain was rattling through the hawse hole, Percival, with his sister and Mauburn, came on deck. Why, there's the Chicago Higby's yacht. That's the boat, said Mauburn. That's been piling the white water up in front of her all afternoon trying to overhaul us. There's Millie Higby and old Silas now. And as I live, exclaimed Psyche, there's the Baron de Paliac between them. Sure enough, said her brother. We must call Ma up to see him dressed in those sweet, pretty yachting flannels. Oh, there you are, as Mrs. Bines joined them. Just take this glass and treat yourself to a look at your old friend, the Baron. You'll notice he has one Aunsey there waving to us. Doesn't the Baron look just too distinguished beside Mr. Higby? Said Psyche, watching them. And doesn't Higby look just too Chicago beside the Baron? Replied her brother. The Higby craft cut her way gracefully up to an anchorage near the Voluka, and launches from both yachts now prepared to land their people. At the landing, Percival telephoned for a carriage. While they were waiting, the Higby party came ashore. Hello, said Higby. If I'd known that was you we was chasing, I'd have put on steam and left you out of sight. It's much better you didn't recognize us. These boiler explosions are so messy. Know the Baron here. Of course we know the Baron. Baron. Aha, very charmed, Mr. Bines and Miss Bines. It is of a long time that we are not encountered. He was radiant, they had never before seen him thus. Mrs. Higby hovered near him with an air of proud ownership. Pretty Millie Higby posed gracefully at her side. This your carriage? Asked Higby. I must telephone for one myself, going to the Mason. So are we. See you again tonight. We're off for Bar Harbor early tomorrow. Looks as if there were something doing there, said Percival, as they drove off the wharf. Of course, stupid, said his sister. That's plain, only it isn't doing, it's already done. Isn't it funny, Ma? For a French person, observed Mrs. Bines guardedly, I always liked the Baron. Of course, said her son, to Mauburn's mystification, "and the noblest men on this earth have to wear 'em." The surmise regarding the Baron de Paliac and Millie Higby proved to be correct. Percival came upon Higby in the meditative enjoyment of his after-dinner cigar, out on the broad piazza. "I s'pose you're on," he began. "The girl's engaged to that Frenchie." "I congratulate him," said Percival heartily. "A real baron," continued Higby. "I looked him up and made sure of that, title's good as wheat. God knows that never would 'a got me, but the madam was set on it, and the girl too, and I had to give in. It seemed to be a question of him or some actor. The madam said I'd had my way about Hank, puttin' his poor stubby nose to the grindstone out there in Chicago, and mackin' a plain, insignificant businessman out of him, and I'd ought to let her have her way with the girl, being that I couldn't expect her to go to work too. So Mill will work the society end. I says to the madam, I says, 'All right, have your own way, and we'll see whether you make more out of the girl than I make out of the boy,' I says, 'but it ain't going to be all digging up. I've made the Baron promise to go into business with me, and though I ain't told him yet, I'm going to put out a line of Higby's thin-sliced ham and bacon in glass jars with his crest on 'em for the French trade. This Baron'll cost me more'n that sign I showed you coming out of the old town, and he won't give any such returns, but the crest on them jars, printed in 3 colors and gold, will be a bully ad.' And it kept the women quiet," he concluded, apologetically. "The Baron's a good fellow," said Percival. "Sure," replied Higby. "They're all good fellows. Hank had the makins of a good fellow in him. And say, young man, that reminds me, I hear all kinds of reports about your getting to be one yourself. Now I knew your father, Daniel J. Bines, and I liked him, and I like you, and I hope you won't get huffy, but from what they tell me, you ain't doing yourself a bit of good." "Don't believe all you hear," laughed Percival. "Well, I'll tell you one thing plain, if you was my son, you'd fade right back to the packing house along with Henry boy. It's a pity you ain't got someone to shut down on you that way. They tell me you got your father's capacity for carrying liquor, and I hear you're known from one end of Broadway to the other as the easiest mark that ever came to town. They say you couldn't walk in your sleep without spending money. Now, excuse my plain speaking, but them are 2 reputations that are mighty hard to live up to beyond a certain limit. They've put lots of good weight carriers off the track before they was due to go. I hear you got pinched in that wheat deal of Berman's. Oh, only for a few $100,000. The reports of our losses were exaggerated, and we stood to win over." "Yes, you stood to win, and then you went way back and set down, as the saying is, but it ain't the money. You've got too much of that anyway, Lord knows. It's this everlasting hullabaloo and the drink that goes with it, and the general trifling sort of a dub it makes out of a young fellow. It's a pity you ain't my son, that's all I got to say. I want to see you again along in September after I get back from San Francisco. I'm going to try to get you interested in some business. That'd be good for you. You're kind, Mr. Higby, and really I appreciate all you say. But you'll see me settle down pretty soon, quick as I get my bearings, and be a credit to the state of Montana." "I say," said Mauburn, coming up, "do you see that angel of the flaming hair with that young Milbury chap?" The 2 men gazed where he was indicating. "By Jove, she is a stunner, isn't she?" exclaimed Percival. "Might be one of Shepler's party," suggested Higby. "He has the Milbury family out with him, and I see they landed a while ago. You can bet that party's got more than her good looks if the Milburys are taking any interest in her. Well, I've got to take the madam and the young folks over to the casino. So long." Fred Milbury came up. "Hello, you fellows." "Who is she?" asked the 2 in faultless chorus. "We're going over to hear the music a while. Come along and I'll present you." "Rot the luck," said Mauburn. "I'm slated to take Mrs. Drelmer and Miss Bines to a musicale at the Van Lorix, where I'm certain to fall asleep trying to look as if I quite liked it, you know." "You come," Milbury urged Percival. "My sister's there and the governor and mother." But for the moment Percival was reflecting, going over in his mind the recent homily of Higby. Higby's opinion of the Milburys also came back to him. "Sorry, old man, but I've a headache, so you must excuse me for tonight. But I'll tell you, we'll all come over in the morning and go for a dip with you." "Good, stop for us at the Laurels, about 11, or p'raps I'll stroll over and get you. I'm expecting some mail to be forwarded to this hotel." He rejoined his companion, who had been chatting with a group of women near the door, and they walked away. "Isn't she a stunner?" exclaimed Mawburn. "She is a peach," replied Percival, in tones of deliberate and intense conviction. "Whoever she is, I'll meet her tomorrow and ask her what she means by pretending to see anything in Milbury. This thing has gone too far." Mawburn looked wistful but said nothing. After he had gone away with Mrs. Drelmer and Psyche, who soon came for him, Percival still sat revolving the paternal warnings of Higby. He considered them seriously. He decided he ought to think more about what he was doing and what he should do. He decided, too, that he could think better with something mechanical to occupy his hands. He took a cab and was driven to the local branch of his favorite temple of chance. His host welcomed him at the door. "Ah, Mr. Bines, a little recreation, eh? Your favorite dealer, Dutson, is here tonight if you prefer bank." Passing through the crowded, brightly lighted rooms to one of the faro tables, where his host promptly secured a seat for him, he played meditatively until 1 o'clock, adding materially to his host's reasons for believing he had done wisely to follow his New York clients to their summer annex. Chapter 25. Horace Milbury upholds the dignity of his house. In the shade of the piazza at the Hotel Mason next morning, there was a sorting out of the mail that had been forwarded from the hotel in New York. The mail of Mrs. Bines was a joy to her son. There were 3 conventional begging letters, heartbreaking in their pathos, and composed with no mean literary skill. There was a letter from one of the maids at the Hightower, for whose mother Mrs. Bines had secured employment in the family of a friend. "A position," complained the daughter, "in which she finds constant hard labor caused by the quantity expected of her to attend to." There was also a letter from the lady's employer, saying she would not so much mind her laziness if she did not aggravate it by drink. Mrs. Bines sighed despairingly for the recalcitrant. "And who's this wants more help until her husband's profession picks up again?" asked Percival. "Oh, that's a poor little woman I helped. They call her husband the terrible Iceman." "But this is just the season for icemen." "Well," confessed his mother with manifest reluctance, "he's a prize fighter or something." Percival gasped. "And he had a chance to make some money. Only the man he fought against had some of his friends drug this poor fellow before their meeting end, so of course he lost. If he hadn't been drugged, he would have won the money, and now there's a law passed against it. And of course it isn't a very nice trade, but I think the law ought to be changed. He's got to live." "I don't see why. Not if he's the man I saw box one night last winter. He didn't have a single excuse for living. And what are these tickets? Grand annual outing and games of the Egg Candlers and Butter Drivers Association at Sulzer's Harlem River Park. Ticket admitting lady and gent, $1. Heavens, what is it?" "I promised to take 10 tickets," said Mrs. Bines. "I must send them a check." "But what are they?" her son insisted. "Egg candlers may be all right, but what are butter drivers? Are you quite sure it's respectable? Why, I ask you, should an honest man wish to drive butter? That shows you what life in a great city does for the morally weak. Look out you don't get mixed up in it yourself, that's all I ask. They'll have you driving butter first thing you know." Thank heaven, thus far no Bines has ever candled an egg end. As for driving butter, he stopped, with a shudder of extreme repugnance. "And here's a notice about the excursions of the St. John's Guild. I've been on 4 already, and I want you to get me back to New York right away for the others. If you could only see all those babies we take out on the floating hospital, with 2 men in little boats behind to pick up those that fall overboard, and, really, it's a wonder any of them live through the summer in that cruel city. Down in Hester Street, the other day 4 of them had a slice of watermelon from Mr. Slavinsky's stand on the corner, and when I saw them, they were actually eating the hard, green rind. It was enough to kill a horse." "Well, have your own fun," said her son cheerfully. "Here's a letter from Uncle Peter I must read." He drew his chair aside and began the letter. Montana City, July 21st, 1900. Dear Pete, your letter and Martha's wrecked, and glad to hear from you. I leave latter part of this week for the MTNS. Late setting out this season act. Rheumatiz caught last winter that laid me up all spring. It was so mortal dull here with you folks gone that I went out with a locating party to get the MP branch located ahead of the short line folks. So while you were having your fun there I was having mine here, and I had it good and plenty. The worst weather I ever did see, and I have seen some bad. Snow 6 to 8 feet on a level and the mercury down as low as 62 with an ornery fierce wind. We lost 4 horses froze to death, and all but 2 of the men got froze up bad. We reached the head of Madison Valley Feb. 19, north of Red Bank Canyon, but it wasn't as easy as it sounds. Jan. 8, after getting out of supplies, we abandoned our camp at Riverside and moved 10 down the river carrying what we could on our backs. Met pack train with a few supplies that night, and next day I took part of the force in boat to meet overdue load of supplies. We got froze in the ice, left party to break through, and took Billy Brew and went ahead to hunt team. Billy and me lived 4 days on 1 lb, bacon. The second day Billy took some sickness so he could not eat hardly any food. The next day he was worse, and the last day he was so bad he said the bare sight of food made him gag. I think he was a liar, because he wasn't troubled none after we got to supplies again, but I couldn't do anything with him, and so I lived high and come out slick and fat. Finally, we found the team coming in. They had got stuck in the river and we had to carry out the load on our backs, waist deep in running water. I see some man in the east has a fad for breaking the ice in the river and going swimming. I would not do it for any fad. Slept in snowdrift that night in wet clothes, mercury 40 below, was 18 days going 33 miles. Broke wagon twice, then broke sled and crippled 1 horse. Packed the other 5 and went on till snow was too deep. Left the horses where 4 out of 5 died and carried supplies the rest of the way on our backs. Moved camp again on our backs and got caught in a blizzard, and nearly all of us got our last freeze-up that time. Finally, a Chinook opened the river and I took a boat up to get the abandoned camp. Got froze in harder than ever and had to walk out. Most of the men quit on account of frozen feet, etc., etc. They are getting to be a sissy lot these days, rather lie around a hot stove all winter. I had to pull chain, cut brush, and shovel snow after the first Feb. Our last stage was from Fire Hole Basin to Madison Valley, 45 it was hell. Didn't see the sun but once after Feb. 1, and it stormed incessant, making short sights necessary, and with each one we would have to dig a hole to the ground and often a ditch or a tunnel through the snow to look through. The snow was soft to the bottom and an instrument would sink through. Here's a fine letter to read on a hot day, called Percival. I'm catching cold, he continued. We have a very good line, better than from Beaver Cannon, our maps filed and construction underway, all grading done and some track laid. That's what you call hustling. The main drawback is that Red Bank Cannon. It's a regular avalanche for 8 miles. The snow slides just fill the river. One just above our camp filled it for 1 4 mile and 40 feet deep and cut down 3 ft. Trees like a razor shaves your face. I had to run to get out of the way. Reached Madison Valley with 1 tent and it looked more like mosquito bar than canvas. The old cloth wouldn't hardly hold the patches together. I slept outdoors for 6 weeks. I got frostbite considerable and the rheumatiz. I tell you, at 75 I ain't the man I used to be. I find I need a stout tent and a good warm sleeping bag for them kind of doings nowadays. Well, this western country would be pretty dull for you, I suppose, going to balls and parties every night with the Astors and Vanderbilts. I hope you ain't cut loose none. By the way, that party that ground sluiced us, Copland, he met a party in Spokane the other day that seen her in Paris last spring. She was laying in a stock of duds, and the party gathered that she was going back to New York. The Milbrys, father and son, came up and greeted the group on the piazza. I've just frozen both ears reading a letter from my grandfather, said Percival. Excuse me 1 moment and I'll be done. All right, old chapter, I'll see if there's some mail for me. Dad can chat with the ladies. Ah, here's Mrs. Drelmer. Mornin'. Percival resumed his letter. Going back to New York and make the society bluff. They say she's got the face to do it all right. Copland learned she come out here with a gambler from New Orleans, and she was dealing bank herself up to Wallace for a spell while he was broke. This gambler, he was the slickest short card player ever struck hereabouts. He was too good. He was so good they shot him all up one night last fall over to Wardner. She hadn't lived with him for some time then, though Copland says they was lawful man and wife, so I guess maybe she was glad when he got it good in the chess place. Fred Milbury came out of the hotel office. No mail, he said. Come, let's be getting along. Finish your letter on the way, Bines. I've just finished, said Percival, glancing down the last sheet. Copland says she is now calling herself Mrs. Brench Wybert or some such name. I just thought I'd tell you in case you might run across her and... Come along, old chap, urged Milbury. Mrs. Wybert will be waiting. His father had started off with Psyche. Mrs. Bines and Mrs. Drelmer were preparing to follow. "I beg your pardon," said Percival. "I didn't quite catch the name." "I say Mrs. Wybert and Mother will be waiting, come along." "What name?" "Wybert, Mrs. Brench Wybert, my friend, what's the matter?" "We can't go, that is, we can't meet her. Sis, come back a moment," he called to Psyche, and then, "I want a word with you and your father, Milbury." The two joined the elder Milbury, and the three strolled out to the flower-bordered walk, while Psyche Bines went, wondering, back to her mother. "What's all the row?" inquired Fred Milbury. "You've been imposed upon. This woman, this Mrs. Brench Wybert, there can be no mistake. You are sure that's the name?" "Of course I'm sure. She's the widow of a Southern gentleman, Colonel Brench Wybert, from New Orleans." "Yes, the same woman. There is no doubt that you have been imposed upon. The thing to do is to drop her quick, she isn't right." "In what way has my family been imposed upon, Mr. Bines?" asked the elder Milbury, somewhat perturbed. "Mrs. Wybert is a lady of family and large means." "Yes, I know she has, or did have a while ago, $2 million in cold cash." "Well, Mr. Bines, can't you take my word for it, that she's not right, not the woman for your wife and daughter to meet?" "Look here, Bines," the younger Milbury spluttered. "This won't do, you know. If you've anything to say against Mrs. Wybert, you'll have to say it out, and you'll have to be responsible to me, sir. Take my word that you've been imposed upon. She's not the kind of person you would care to know, to be thrown." "I and my family have found her quite acceptable, Mr. Bines," interposed the father, stiffly. "Her deportment is scrupulously correct, and I am in her confidence regarding certain very extensive investments. She cannot be an impostor, sir." "But I tell you she isn't right," insisted Percival warmly. "Oh, I see," said the younger Milbury, his face clearing all at once. "It's all right, Dad, come on." "If you insist," said Percival, "but none of us can meet her." "It's all right, Dad, I understand. Nor can we know anyone who receives her." "Really, sir," began the elder Milbury, "your effrontery in assuming to dictate the visiting list of my family is overwhelming. If you won't take my word, I shall have to dictate so far as I have any personal control over it." "Don't mind him, Dad, I know all about it. I tell you I'll explain later to you." "Why," exclaimed Percival, stung to the revelation, "that woman, this woman now waiting with your wife and daughter, was my—" "Stop, Mr. Bines, not another word, if you please." The father raised his hand in graceful dismissal. "Let this terminate the acquaintance between our families. No more, sir." And he turned away, followed by his son. As they walked out through the grounds and turned up the street, the young man spoke excitedly, while his father slightly bent his head to listen, with an air of distant dignity. "What's the trouble, Perce?" asked his sister, as he joined the group on the piazza. "The trouble is that we've just had to cut that fine old New York family off our list." "What, not the Milburys?" exclaimed Mrs. Drelmer. "The same. Now mind, sis, and you, you're not to know them again, and mind this, if anyone else wants to present you to a Mrs. Wybert, to Mrs. Brench Wybert, don't you let them. Understand?" "I thought as much," said Mrs. Drelmer. "She acted just the least little bit too right." "Well, I haven't my hammer with me, but remember, now, sis, it's for something else than because her father's cravats were the ready-to-wear kind, or because her worthy old grandfather inhaled his soup. Don't forget that." "As there isn't anything else to do," he suggested, a few moments later, "why not get underway and take a run up the coast?" "But I must get back to my babies," said Mrs. Bines plaintively. "Here I've been away 4 days." "All right, Ma, I suppose we shall have to take you there, only let's get out of here right away. We can bring Sis and you back, Mrs. Drelmer, when those people we don't know get off again. There's Mawburn, I'll tell him." "I'll have my dunnage down directly," said Mawburn. Up the street driving a pony cart came Avis Milbury. Obeying a quick impulse, Percival stepped to the curb as she came opposite to him. She pulled over. She was radiant in the fluffs of summer white, her hat and gown touched with bits of the same vivid blue that shone in her eyes. The impulse that had prompted him to hail her now prompted wild words. His long habit of thought concerning her enabled him to master this foolishness. But at least he could give her a friendly word of warning. She greeted him with the pretty reserve in her manner that had long marked her bearing toward him. "Good morning. I've borrowed this cart of Elsie Vayner to drive down to the yacht station for lost mail." Isn't the day perfect, and isn't this the dearest fat, sleepy pony with his hair in his eyes? Miss Milbury, there's a woman who seems to be a friend of your family, a Mrs. Wybert, yes, you know her. No, I'd never seen her until last night, nor heard that name until this morning, but I know of her. Yes. It became necessary just now, really. It is not fair of me to speak to you at all. Why, pray, not fair? I had to tell your father and brother that we could not meet Mrs. Wybert and couldn't know anyone who received her. There, I knew the woman wasn't right directly I heard her speak. Surely a word to my father was enough. But it wasn't, I'm sorry to say. Neither he nor your brother would take my word, and when I started to give my reasons something, it would have been very painful for me to do your father refuse to listen, and declared the acquaintance between our families at an end. Oh. It hurt me in a way I can't tell you, and now even this talk with you is offside play. Miss Milbury. Mr. Bines. I wouldn't have said what I did to your father and brother without good reason. I am sure of that, Mr. Bines. Without reasons I was sure of, you know, so there could be no chance of any mistake. Your word is enough for me, Mr. Bines. Miss Milbury and I, there's always been something between us, something different from what is between most people. We've never talked straight out. Since I came to New York, I'll be sorry, perhaps, for saying as much as I am saying. After a while, but we may not talk again at all. I'm afraid you may misunderstand me, but I must say I should like to go away knowing you would have no friendship, no intimacy, whatever with that woman. I promise you I shall not, Mr. Bines. They can row if they like. And yet it doesn't seem fair to have you promise as if it were a consideration for me, because I've no right to ask it. But if I felt sure that you took my word quite as if I were a stranger, and relied upon it enough to have no communication or intercourse of any sort whatsoever with her, it would be a great satisfaction to me. I shall not meet her again, and thank you. There was a slight unsteadiness once in her voice, and he could almost have sworn her eyes showed that old brave wistfulness. And quite as if you were a stranger. Thank you, and Miss Milbury. Yes. Your brother may become entangled in some way with this woman. It's entirely possible. Her voice was cool and even again. He might even marry her. She has money, I believe. He might indeed. Always money, he thought, then aloud. If you find he means to, Miss Milbury, do anything you can to prevent it. It wouldn't do at all, you know. Thank you, Mr. Bines, I shall remember. I think that's all, and I'm sorry, we're not, our families are not to be friends anymore. She smiled rather painfully, with an obvious effort to be conventional. So sorry, goodbye. He looked after her as she drove off. She sat erect, her head straight to the front, her trim shoulders erect, and the whip grasped firmly. He stood motionless until the fat pony had jolted sleepily around the corner. Bines, old boy, he said to himself, you nearly made one of yourself there. I didn't know you had such ready capabilities for being an ass. Chapter 26. A hot day in New York, with news of an interesting marriage. At 5 o'clock that day, the prow of the Voluca cut the waters of Newport Harbor around Goat Island and pointed for New York. Now is your time, said Mrs. Drelmer to Mauburn. I'm sure the girl likes you, and this row with the Milburys has cut off any chance that Cub had. Why not propose to her tonight? I have seemed to be getting on, answered Mauburn. But wait a bit, there's that confounded girl over there. No telling what she'll do. She might knock things on the head any moment. All the more reason for prompt action, and there couldn't very well be anything to hurt you. By Jove, that's so, there couldn't very well, could there? I'll take your advice. And so it befell that Mauburn and Miss Bines sat late on deck that night, and under the witchery of a moon that must long since have become hardened to the spectacle, the old story was told, to the accompaniment of the engine's muffled throb, and the soft purring of the silver waters as they slipped by the boat and blended with the creamy track astern. So little variation was there in the time-worn tale, and in the maid's reception of it, that neither need here be told of in detail. Nor were the proceedings next morning less tamely orthodox. Mrs. Bines managed to forget her relationship of elder sister to the poor long enough to behave as a mother ought when the heart of her daughter has been given into a true love's keeping. Percival deported himself cordially. I'm really glad to hear it, he said to Mauburn. I'm sure you'll make Sis as good a husband as she'll make you a wife, and that's very good, indeed. Let's fracture a cold quart to the future Lady Castlethorpe. And to the future Lord Castlethorpe, added Mrs. Drelmer, who was warmly enthusiastic. Such a brilliant match, she murmured to Percival when they had touched glasses in the after cabin. I know more than one New York girl who'd have jumped at the chance. We'll try to bear our honors modestly, he answered her. The yacht lay at her anchorage in the East River. Percival made preparations to go ashore with his mother. Stay here with the turtle doves, he said to Mrs. Drelmer, far enough off, of course, to let them coo, and I'll be back with any people I can pick up for a cruise. Trust me to contract the visual and oral infirmities of the ideal chaperone, was Mrs. Drelmer's cheerful response. And if you should run across that poor dear of a husband of mine, tell him not to slave himself to death for his thoughtless butterfly of a wife, who toils not, neither does she spin. Tell him, she added, that I'm playing dragon to this engaged couple. It will cheer up the poor dear. The city was a fiery furnace, but its prisoners were not exempt from its heat, like certain holy ones of old. On the dock where Percival and his mother landed was a listless throng of them, gasping for the faint little breezes that now and then blew in from the water. A worn woman with unkempt hair, her waist flung open at the neck, sat in a spot of shade and soothed a baby already grown too weak to be fretful. Mrs. Bines spoke to her, while Percival bought a morning paper from a tiny newsboy who held his complete attire under one arm, his papers under the other, and his pennies in his mouth, keeping meantime a shifty side glance on the policeman a block away, who might be expected to interfere with his contemplated plunge. That poor soul's been there all night, said Mrs. Bines. She's afraid her baby's going to die, and yet she was so cheerful and polite about it, and when I gave her some money the poor thing blushed. I told her to bring the baby down to the floating hospital tomorrow, but I mistrust it won't be alive, and oh, there's an ambulance backed up to the sidewalk. See what the matter is. As Percival pushed through the outer edge of the crowd, a battered wreck of a man past middle age was being lifted into the ambulance. His eyes were closed, his face a dead, chalky white, and his body hung limp. Sunstroke? Asked Percival. The overworked ambulance surgeon, who seemed himself to be in need of help, looked up. Nope, this is a case of plain starvation. I'm nearer sunstroke myself than he is not a wink of sleep for 2 nights now. 52 runs since yesterday at this time, and the bell's still ringing. Gee, but it's hot. This lad won't ever care about the weather again, though, he concluded, jumping onto the rear step and grasping the rails on either side while the driver clanged his gong and started off. Was it sunstroke? Asked Mrs. Bines. Man with stomach trouble, answered her son shortly. They're so careless about what they eat this hot weather, Mrs. Bines began as they walked toward a carriage. All sorts of heavy foods and green fruit. Well, if you must know, this one had been careless enough not to eat anything at all. He was starved. Oh dear, what a place. Here people are starving and look at us. Why, we wasted enough from breakfast to feed a small family. It isn't right. They never would allow such a thing in Montana City. They entered the carriage and were driven slowly up a side street, where slovenly women idled in windows and doorways and half-naked children chased excitedly after the ice wagons. I used to think it wasn't right myself, until I learned not to question the ways of Providence. Providence, your grandmother. Look at those poor little mites fighting for that ice. We have to accept it. It seems to be proof of the Creator's versatility. It isn't everyone who would be nervy enough and original enough to make a world where people starve to death right beside those who have too much. That's rubbish. You're blasphemous, and you're overwrought about the few cases of need here. Think of those 2 million people that have just starved to death in India. That wasn't my fault. Exactly. If you'd been there, the list might have been cut down 4,000 or 5,000, not more. It was the fault of whoever makes the weather. It didn't rain, and their curry crop failed or whatever they raisin there you are, and we couldn't help matters any by starving ourselves to death. Well, I know of a few matters here I can help, and just look at all those empty houses boarded up, she cried later as they crossed Madison Avenue. Those poor things bake themselves to death down in their little ovens, and these great cool places are all shut up. Why, that poor little baby's hands were just like birds' claws. Well, don't take your sociology too seriously, Percival warned her as they reached the hotel. Being philanthropic is obeying an instinct just as selfish as any of the others. A little of it is all right, but don't be a slave to your passions, and be careful of your health. In his mail at the Hightower was a note from Mrs. Aikmit. New London, July 29th. You dear thoughtful man, I'll be delighted, and the aunt, a worthy sister of the dear bishop, has consented. She is an acidulous maiden person with ultra-ritualistic tendencies. At present, she is strong on the reunion of Christendom and holds that the Anglican must be the unifying medium of the two religious extremes. So don't say I didn't warn you fairly. She will, however, impart an air of Episcopalian propriety to that naughty yacht of yours, something sadly needed, if I am to believe the tales I hear about its little voyages to nowhere in particular. Babe sends her love and says to tell Uncle Percival that the ocean tastes all nassy. She stood upon the beach yesterday after making this discovery involuntarily, and proscribed it with one magnificent wave of her hand, and a brief exclamation of disgust turned her back disrespectfully upon a body of water that is said to cover 2/3 or is it 3/4 of the earth's surface. Think of it. She seemed to suspect she had been imposed upon in the matter of its taste, and is going to tell the janitor directly we get home, in order that the guilty ones may be seen to. Her little gesture of dismissal was superbly contemptuous. I wish you had been with me to watch her. Yes, the bathing suit does have little touches of red, but this will never do. Give us a day's notice, and believe me. Sincerely, Florence Verdon Aikmit. P.S. Babe is on the back of my chair, cuddling down in my neck, and says, "Send him your love too, Mommy. Now don't you forget." He telegraphed Mrs. Aikmit, "Will reach New London tomorrow. Assure your aunt of my delight at her acceptance. I have long held that the reunion must come as she thinks it will." Then he ventured into the heat and glare of Broadway, where humanity stewed and wilted. At 32nd Street, he ran into Berman, with whom he had all but cornered wheat. "You're the man I wanted to see," said Percival. "Hurry and look, I'm melting fast." "Come off on the yacht." "My preserver, I was just going down to the Oriental, but your dugout wins me hands down. Come into this poor man's club. I must have a cold drink taller than a church steeple. Anybody else in town we can take? There's Billy Yelverton, our chewing gum friend, just off the Lucania last night, and Eddie Arledge and his wife. They're in town because Eddie was up in supplementary or something some low. Coarse brute of a tradesman wanted his old bill paid and wouldn't believe Eddie when he said he couldn't spare the money. Eddie is about as lively as a dish of cold breakfast food, but his wife is all right, all right. Retiring from the footlights glare didn't spoil Mrs. E. Wadsworth Arledge, not so you could notice it. Well, see Eddie if you can, and I'll find Yelverton. He's probably at the hotel yet, and meet me there by 5 so we can get out of this little amateur hell. And quit trying to save that collar, urged Berman as they parted. You look foolisher than a horse in a straw hat with it on anyway. Let it go and tuck in your handkerchief like the rest of us. See you at 5. At the hour named the party had gathered. Percival, Arledge and his lively wife, Yelverton, who enjoyed the rare distinction of having lost money to Percival, and Berman. East they drove through the street where less fortunate mortals panted in the dead afternoon shade, and out onto the dock, whence the feluccas napped. The launch presently put them aboard that sumptuous craft. A little breeze there made the heat less oppressive. "We'll be underway as soon as they fetch that luggage out," Percival assured his guests. "It's been frightfully oppressive all day, even out here," said Mrs. Drelmer, "but the engaged ones haven't lost their tempers once, even if the day was trying. And really they're the most unemotional and matter-of-fact couple I ever saw. Oh, do give me that stack of papers until I catch up with the news again." Percival relinquished to her the evening papers he had bought before leaving the hotel, and Mrs. Drelmer in the awninged shade at the stern of the boat was soon running through them. The others had gone below, where Percival was allotting staterooms, and urging everyone to order whatever cold stuff you like and get into as few things as the law allows. For my part, I'd like to wear nothing but a cold bath. Mrs. Drelmer suddenly betrayed signs of excitement. She sat up straight in the wicker deck chair, glanced down a column of her newspaper, and then looked up. Mauburn's head appeared out of the cabin's gloom. He was still speaking to someone below. Mrs. Drelmer rattled the paper and waved it at him. He came up the stairs. "What's the row?" "Read it." He took the paper and glanced at the headlines. I knew she'd do it. A chap always comes up with something of that sort, and I was beginning to feel so chippy, he read. London, July 30th. Lord Castlethorpe today wed Miss Connie Burke, the music hall singer who has been appearing at the Alhambra. The marriage was performed, by special license, at St. Michael's Church, Chester Square, London, the Reverend Canon Mecklin, sub-dean of the Chapel Royal, officiating. The honeymoon will be spent at the townhouse of the groom, in York Terrace. Lord Castlethorpe has long been known as the blackest sheep of the British peerage, being called the coster peer on account of his unconventional language, his coarse manner, and slovenly attire. 2 years ago he was warned off Newmarket Heath and the British turf by the Jockey Club. He is 88 years old. The bride, like some other lights of the music hall who have become the consorts of Britain's hereditary legislators, has enjoyed considerable antenuptial celebrity among the gilded youth of the metropolis, and is said to have been especially admired at one time by the next in line of this illustrious family, the Hun. Cecil G. H. Mawburn. The Hun, Cecil G. H. Mawburn, mentioned in the above cable dispatch, has been rather well known in New York society for 2 years past. His engagement to the daughter of a Montana mining magnate, not long deceased, has been persistently rumored. Mawburn was pale under his freckles. "Have they seen it yet?" "I don't think so," she answered. "We might drop these papers over the rail here." "That's rot, Mrs. Drelmer. It's sure to be talked of, and anyway I don't want to be sneaky, you know." Percival came up from the cabin, with a paper in his hand. "I see you have it too," he said, smiling. "Berman just handed me this." "Isn't it perfectly disreputable?" exclaimed Mrs. Drelmer. "Why, I only hope I'll have as much interest in life by the time I'm that age." "But how will your sister take it?" asked Mawburn. "She may be afraid this will knock my title on the head, you know." "Oh, I see," said Percival. "I hadn't thought of that." "Only it can't," continued Mawburn. "Hang it all, that blasted old beggar will be 89, you know, in a fortnight. There simply can't be any issue of the marriage, and that blasted." "Better not try to describe her while I'm by, you know," said Mrs. Drelmer sympathetically. "Well, his wife, you know, will simply worry him into the grave a bit sooner. I fancy that's all can possibly come of it." "Well, old man," said Percival, "I don't pretend to know the workings of my sister's mind, but you ought to be able to win a girl on your own merits, title or no title." "Awfully good of you, old chapter. I'm sure she does care for me. But of course, it will be only fair to Sis to lay the matter before her just as it is." "To be sure," Mawburn assented. "And now, thank the Lord, we're under way. Doesn't that breeze save your life, though? We'll eat here on deck." The Valuka swung into midstream, and was soon racing to the north with a crowded Fall River boat. "But anyway," concluded Percival, after he had explained Mawburn's position to his sister, "he's a good fellow, and if you suit each other even the unexpected wouldn't make any difference." "Of course not," she assented. "The rank is but the guinea's stamp." "I know, but I wasn't meaning to be married for quite a time yet. Anyway, it's such fun just being engaged." "A mint julep?" Mawburn was inquiring of one who had proposed it. "Does it have whiskey in it?" "It does," replied Percival, overhearing the question. "Whiskey may be said to pervade, even to infest it. Try 5 or 6, old man, that many make a great one-night trouble cure. And I can't have anyone with troubles on this Cunard or not for the next 30 days. I need cheerfulness and rest for a long time after this day in town. Ah, General Hemingway says that dinner is served. Let's be at it before the things get all hot." Chapter 27. A sensational turn in the Milbury fortunes. It was a morning early in November. In the sedate Milbury dining room, a brisk wood fire dulled the edge of the first autumn chill. At the breakfast table, comfortably near the hearth, sat Horace Milbury. With pointed spoon, he had daintily scooped the golden pulp from a Florida orange, touched the tips of his slender white fingers to the surface of the water in the bowl, and was now glancing leisurely at the headlines of his paper, while his breakfast appetite gained agreeable zest from the acid fruit. On the second page of the paper, the names in a brief item arrested his errant glance. It disclosed that Mr. Percival Bines had left New York the day before with a party of guests on his special car, to shoot quail in North Carolina. Mr. Milbury glanced at the 2 shells of the orange, which the butler was then removing. What a hopeless brute that fellow was, he reflected. He was recalling a dictum once pronounced by Mr. Bines. Oranges should never be eaten in public, he had said with that lordly air of dogmatism characteristic of him. The only right way to eat a juicy orange is to disrobe, grasp the fruit firmly in both hands, and climb into a bathtub half full of water. The finished epicure shuddered at the recollection, poignantly, quite as if a saw were being filed in the next room. The disagreeable emotion was allayed, however, by the sight of his next course oeufs aux saucissons. Tender, poetic memories stirred within him. The little truffled French sausages aroused his better nature. 2 of them reposed luxuriously upon an egg divan in the dainty French baking dish of dull green. Over them a fitting baptism was the rich wine sauce of golden browna sauce that might have been the tears of envious angels, wept over a mortal creation so faultlessly precious. Mrs. Milbury entered, news of importance visibly animating her. Her husband arose mechanically, placed the chair for her, and resumed his fork in an ecstasy of concentration. Yet though Mrs. Milbury was full of talk, like a charged siphon, needing but a slight pressure to pour forth matters of grave moment, she observed the engrossment of her husband and began on the half of an orange. She knew from experience that he would be deaf, for the moment, to anything less than an alarm of fire. When he had lovingly consumed the last morsel, he awoke to her presence and smiled benignantly. "My dear, don't fail to try them, they're exquisitely perfect." "You really must talk to Avis," his wife replied. Mr. Milbury sighed, deprecatingly. He could remember no time within 5 years when that necessity had not weighed upon his father's sense of duty like a vast boulder of granite. He turned to welcome the diversion provided by the Rognon's soddies, which Jarvis at that moment uncovered before him with a discreet flourish. "Now you really must," continued his wife, "and you'll agree with me when I tell you why." "But my dear, I've already talked to the girl exhaustively. I've pointed out that her treatment of Mrs. Wybert, her perverse refusal to meet the lady at all, is quite as absurd as it is rude, and that if Fred chooses to marry Mrs. Wybert, it is her duty to act the part of a sister, even if she cannot bring herself to feel it. I've assured her that Mrs. Wybert's antecedents are all they should be, not illustrious, perhaps, but eminently respectable. Indeed, I quite approve of the Southern aristocracy, but she constantly recalls what that snobbish Bines was unfair enough to tell her. I've done my utmost to convince her that Bines spoke in the way he did about Mrs. Wybert because he knew she was aware of those ridiculous tales of his mother's illiteracy. But Avis is my dear, she is like her mother in more ways than one. Assuredly, she doesn't take it from me." He became interested in the kidneys. "If Marie had been a man," he remarked feelingly, "I often suspect that her fame as a chef would have been second to none. Really, the suavity of her sauces is a never-ending delight to me. I haven't told you, yet a new reason why you must talk to Avis. The money, yes, my dear, I know, we all know. Indeed, I've put it to her plainly. She knows how sorely Fred needs it. She knows how that beast of a tailor is threatening to be nasty, and I've explained how invaluable Mrs. Wybert would be, reminding her of that lady's generous hint about the rise in federal steel, which enabled me to net the neat little profit of $10,000 a month ago, and how, but for that, we might have been acutely distressed. Yet she stubbornly clings to the notion that this marriage would be a mesalliance for the Milburys." "I agree with her," replied his wife tersely. Mr. Milbury looked perplexed but polite. "I quite agree with Avis," continued the lady. "That woman hasn't been right, Horace, and she isn't right. Young Bines knew what he was talking about. I haven't lived my years without being able to tell that after 5 minutes with her, clever as she is. I can read her. Like so many of those women, she has an intense passion to be thought respectable, and she's come into money enough God only knows how to gratify it. I could tell it, if nothing else showed it, by the way in which she overdoes respectability. She has the 1,001 artificial little rules for propriety that one never does have when one has been bred to it. That kind of woman is certain to lapse sooner or later. She would marry Fred because of his standing, because he's a favorite with the smart people she thinks she'd like to be pally with. Then, after a little, she'd run off with a German dialect comedian or something, like that appalling person Normie Whitmund married. But the desire to be respectable, my dear, and you say this woman has it is a mighty lever. I'm no cynic about your sex, but I shudder to think of their eccentricities if it should cease to be a factor in the feminine equation. It's nothing more than a passing fad with this person besides. That's not what I've to tell you. But you, yourself, were not averse to Fred's marrying her. In spite of these opinions you must secretly have held. Not while it seemed absolutely necessary, not while the case was so brutally desperate, when we were actually pressed. Remember, my dear, there's nothing magic in those $10,000. They're winged dollars like all their mates, and most of them, I'm sorry to say, have already flown to places where they'd long been expected. Mrs. Milbury's sensation was no longer to be repressed. She had toyed with the situation sufficiently. Her husband was now skillfully dissecting the deviled thighs of an immature chicken. "Horace," said his wife impressively, "Avis has had an offer of marriage from." He looked up with new interest. "From Rulon Shepler." He dropped knife and fork. Shepler, the man of mighty millions, the undisputed monarch of finance. The cold-blooded, calculating Sybarite in his lighter moments, but a man whose values as a son-in-law were so ideally superb that the Milbury ambition had never vaulted high enough even to overlook them for one daring moment. Shepler, whom he had known so long and so intimately, with never the audacious thought of a union so stupendously glorious. "Margaret, you're jesting." Mrs. Milbury scorned to be dazzled by her triumph. "Nonsense, Shepler asked her last night to marry him." "It's bewildering, I never dreamed. I've expected it for months. I could tell you the very moment when the idea first seized the man on the yacht last summer. I was sure she interested him, even before his wife died 2 years ago." "Margaret, it's too good to be true." "If you think it is, I'll tell you something that isn't. Avis practically refused him." Her husband pushed away his plate. The omission of even one regretful glance at its treasures betrayed the strong emotion under which he labored. "This is serious," he said quietly. "Let us get at it, tell me if you please." "She came to me and cried half the night. She refused him definitely at first, but he begged her to consider, to take a month to think it over." Milbury gasped. Shepler, who commanded markets to rise and they rose, or to fall and they fell, Shepler begging, entreating a child of his. Despite the soul-sickening tragedy of it, the situation was not without its element of sublimity. "She will consider, she will reflect." You're guessing now, and you're as keen at that as I. Avis is not only amazingly self-willed, as you intimated a moment since, but she is intensely secretive. When she left me, I could get nothing from her whatever. She was wretchedly sullen and taciturn. But why should she hesitate? Shepler Rulon Shepler, my God, is the girl crazy? The very idea of hesitation is preposterous. I can't divine her. You know she has acted perversely in the past. I used to think she might have some affair of which we knew nothing, something silly and romantic. But if she had any such thing, I'm sure it was ended, and she'd have jumped at this chance a year ago. You know yourself she was ready to marry young Bines, and was really disappointed when he didn't propose. But this is too serious. He tinkled the little silver bell. "Find out if Miss Avis will be down to breakfast." "Yes, sir." "If she's not coming down, I shall go up," declared Mr. Milbury when the man had gone. "She's stubborn," cautioned his wife. "Gad, don't I know it." Jarvis returned. "Miss Avis won't be down, sir, and I'm to fetch her up a pot of coffee, sir." "Take it at once, and tell her I shall be up to see her presently." Jarvis vanished. "I think I see a way to put pressure on her. That is if the morning hasn't already brought her back to her senses." At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Avis Milbury's ring brought Mrs. Van Geist's butler to the door. "Sandon, is Aunt Cornelia at home?" "Yes, Miss Milbury. She's confined to her room, H-hack on H-off a cold, miss." "Thank heaven." "Yes, miss, certainly. Will you go H-up to her?" "And Mutterchin, dear, it was a regular bombshell," she concluded after she had fluttered some of the November freshness into Mrs. Van Geist's room and breathlessly related the facts. "You demented creature, I should say it must have been." "Now don't lecture." "But Shepler is one of the richest men in New York. Dad already suspects as much. And he's kind, he's a big-hearted chap, a man of the world, generousé. A woman fancier, Fidelia Oldacre calls him." "My dear, if he fancies you." "There, you old conservative, I've heard all his good points, and my duty has been written before me in letters of fire." Dad devoted 3 hours to writing it this morning, so don't, please, say over any of the moral maxims I'm likely to have heard. But why are you unwilling? Because I'm wild, I fancy just because I don't like the idea of marrying that man. He's such a big, funny, round head, and positively no neck his head just rolls around on his big, pillowy shoulders and then he gets little right at once, tapers right off to a point with those tiny feet. It isn't easy to have everything. It wouldn't be easy to have him either. Mrs. Van Geist fixed her niece with a sudden look of suspicion. Has that man anything to do with your refusal? No, not a thing, I give you my word, Auntie. If he had been what I once dreamed, he was, no one would be asking me to marry him now, but do you know what I've decided? Why, that he is a joke, that's all just a joke. You needn't think of him, Mutterch and I don't, except to think it was funny that he should have impressed me, so he's simply a joke. I could have told you as much long ago. Tell me something now. Suppose Fred marries that Wybert woman. It will be a sorry day for Fred. Of course, now see how I'm pinned. Dad and the mater both say the same now, they're more severe than I was. Only we were never in such straits for money. It must be had. So this is the gist of it. I ought to marry Rulon Shepler in order to save Fred from a marriage that might get us into all sorts of scandal. Well, I would do a lot for Fred. He has faults, but he's always been good to me. And so it's a question whether he marries a very certain kind of woman, or whether I marry a very different kind of man. How do you feel? For one thing, Fred shan't get into that kind of muss if I can save him from it. Then you'll marry Shepler. I'm still uncertain about Mr. Shepler. But you say. Yes, I know, but I've reasons for being uncertain. If I told you, you'd say they're like the most of a woman's reasons, mere fond, foolish hopes, so I won't tell you. Well, dear, work it out by your lonely if you must. I believe you'll do what's best for everybody in the end, and I am glad that your father and Margaret take your view of that woman. I was sure she wasn't right, and I knew Mr. Bines was too much of a man to speak of her as he did without positive knowledge. Now please give me some tea and funny little cakes. I'm famished. Speaking of Mr. Bines, said Mrs. Van Geist, when the tea had been brought by Sandon, I read in the paper this morning that he'd taken a party to North Carolina for the quail shooting, Eddie Arledge and his wife, and that Mr. and Mrs. Garmer, and of course Florence Aikmett. Should you have thought she'd marry so soon after her divorce? They say Bishop Doolittle is frightfully vexed with her. Really, I hadn't heard. Whom is Florence to marry? Mr. Bines, to be sure. Where have you been? You know she was on his yacht a whole month last summer. The bishop's sister was with her, highly scandalized all the time by the drinking and gaiety, and now everyone's looking for the engagement to be announced. Here, what did I do with that town topics cousin Clint left? There it is on the tabret. Read the paragraph at the top of the page. Avis read. An engagement that is rumored with uncommon persistence will put society on the qui-vive when it is definitely announced. The man in the case is the young son of a mining Croesus from Montana, who has inherited the major portion of his father's millions, and who began to dazzle Upper Broadway about a year since by the reckless prodigality of his ways. His blonde inamorata is a recent divorcee of high social standing, noted for her sparkling wit and an unflagging exuberance of spirits. The interest of the gossips, however, centers chiefly in the uncle of the lady, a right reverend presiding over a bishopric not 1,000 miles from New York, and in the attitude he will assume toward her contemplated remarriage. At the last Episcopal convention, this godly and well-learned gentleman was a vehement supporter of the proposed canon to prohibit absolutely the marriage of divorced persons, and though he stoutly championed his bewitching niece through the infelicities that eventuated in South Dakota, on dit that he is highly wrought up over her present intentions, and has signified unmistakably his severest disapproval. However, nous verrons si que nous verrons. But Mutterchen, that's only one of those absurd, vulgar things that wretched paper is always printing. I could write dozens of them myself. Tom Banning says they keep one man writing them all the time, out of his own imagination, and then they put them in like raisins in a cake. But my dear, I'm quite sure this is authentic. I know from Fidelia Oldacre that the bishop began to cut up about it to Florence, and Florence defied him. That ancient theory that most gossip is without truth was exploded long ago. As a matter of fact, most gossip, at least about the people we know, doesn't do half justice to the facts. But really, I can't see why he fancied Florence Aikmit. I should have thought he'd want someone a bit less fluttery. I dare say you're right about the gossip, I mean, Miss Milbury remarked when she had finished her tea and refused the cakes. I remember now, one day when we met at her place, and he seemed so much at home there. Of course, it must be so. How stupid of me to doubt it. Now I must run. Goodbye, you old dear, and be good to the cold. Let me know what you do. Indeed I shall. You shall be the first one to know. My mind is really, almost made up. A week later, Mr. and Mrs. Horace Milbury announced in the public prints the engagement of their daughter Avis to Mr. Rulon Shepler. Chapter 28. Uncle Peter Bines comes to town with his man. One day in December, Peter Bines of Montana City dropped in on the family, came with his gaunt length of limb, his kind, brown old face with eyes sparkling shrewdly far back under his grizzled brows, with his rough, resonant, musical voice, the spring of youth in his step, and the fresh, confident strength of the big hills in his bearing. He brought Billy Brew with him, a person whose exact social status some of Percival's friends were never able to fix with any desirable certainty. Thus, Percival had presented the old man, the morning after his arrival, to no less a person than Herbert Delancey Livingston, with whom he had smoked a cigar of unusual excellence in the café of the Hightower Hotel. "If you fancy that weed, Mr. Bines," said Livingston, graciously, to the old man, "I've a spare couple of hundred I'd like to let you have. The things were sent me, but I find them rather stiffish. If your man's about the hotel, I'll give him a card to my man and let him fetch them." "My man?" queried Uncle Peter, and citing Billy Brew at that moment, "Why, yes, here's my man now. Mr. Brew, shake hands with Mr. Livingston. Billy, go up to the address he gives you and get some of these cigars. You'll relish 'em as much as I do. Now don't talk to any strangers, don't get run over, and don't lose yourself." Livingston had surrendered a wavering and uncertain hand to the warm, reassuring clasp of Mr. Brew. "He ain't much fur style, Billy ain't," Uncle Peter explained when that person had gone upon his errand. "He ain't a mite gaudy, but he's got friendly feelings." The dazed scion of the Livingstons had thereupon made a conscientious tour of his clubs in a public hansom, solely for the purpose of relating this curious adventure to those best qualified to marvel at it. The old man's arrival had been quite unexpected. Not only had he sent no word of his coming, but he seemed, indeed, not to know what his reasons had been for doing a thing so unusual. "Thought I'd just drop in on your all and say, howdy," had been his first avowal, which was lucid as far as it went. Later, he involved himself in explanations that were both obscure and conflicting. Once it was that he had felt a sudden great longing for the life of a gay city. Then it was that he would have been content in Montana City, but that he had undertaken the winter in New York out of consideration for Billy Brew. "Just think of it," he said to Percival, "that poor fellow ain't ever been east of Denver before now. It wa'n't good for him to be holed up out there in them hills all his life. He hadn't got any chance to improve his mind." "He'd better improve his whiskers first thing he does," suggested Percival. "He'll be gold-bricked if he wears 'em scrambled that way around this place." But in neither of these explanations did the curious old man impress Percival as being wholly ingenuous. Then he remarked casually one day that he had lately met Higbee, who was on his way to San Francisco. "I only had a few minutes with him while they changed engines at Green River, but he told me all about you folks, what a fine time you was havin', yachts and card parties, and all like that. Higbee said a man had ought to come to New York every now and then, just to keep from gettin' rusty." Back of this, Percival imagined for a time that he had discovered Uncle Peter's true reason for descending upon them. Higbee would have regaled him with wild tales of the New York dissipations, and Uncle Peter had come promptly on to pull him up. Percival could hear the story as Higbee would word it, with the improving moral incident of his own son, snatched as a brand from the Tenderloin, to live a life of impecunious usefulness in far Chicago. But when he tried to hold this belief, and to prove it from his observations, he was bound to admit its falsity. For Uncle Peter had shown no inclination to act the part of an evangel from the virtuous West. He had delivered no homilies, no warnings as to the fate of people who incontinently cut loose. He had evinced not the least sign of any disposition even to criticize. On the contrary, indeed, he appeared to joy immensely in Percival's way of life. He manifested a willingness and a capacity for unbending and boon companionship that were, both of them, quite amazing to his accomplished grandson. By degrees, and by virtue of being never at all censorious, he familiarized himself with the young man's habits and diversions. He listened delightedly to the tales of his large gambling losses, of the bouts at poker, the fruitless venture in Texas oil land, the disastrous corner in wheat, engineered by Berman, and the uniformly unsuccessful efforts to break the bank in 44th Street. He never tired of hearing whatever adventures Percival chose to relate, and, finding that he really enjoyed them, the young man came to confide freely in him and to associate with him without restraint. Uncle Peter begged to be introduced at the Temple of Chance and spent a number of late evenings there with his popular grandson. He also frequently made himself one of the poker coterie and relished keenly the stock jokes as to his grandson's proneness to lose. "Your pa," he would say, "never could learn to stay out of a jackpot unless he had jacks or better. He'd come in and draw 4 cards to an ace any time, and then call it hard luck when he didn't draw out. And he just loved straights open in the middle. Said anybody could fill them that's open at both ends. But after all, I guess that's the only way to have fun at the game. If a man ain't got the spirit to overplay aces up when he gets 'em, he might as well be clerkin' in a bank for all the fun he'll have out of the game." The old man's endurance of late suppers and later hours, and his unsuspected disposition to cut loose, became twin marvels to Percival. He could not avoid contrasting this behavior with his past preaching. After a few weeks, he was forced to the charitable conclusion that Uncle Peter's faculties were failing. The exposure and hardships of the winter before had undoubtedly impaired his mental powers. "I can't make him out," he confided to his mother. "He never wants to go home nights. He can drink more than I can without batting an eye, and show up fresher in the morning, and he behaves like a young fellow just out of college. I don't know where he would bring up if he didn't have me to watch over him." "I think it's just awful at his time of life, too," said Mrs. Bines. "I think that's it. He's getting old, and he's come along into his second childhood. A couple of more months at this rate, and I'm afraid I'll have to ring up one of those nice, shiny black wagons to take him off to the foolish house. Can't you talk to him and tell him better?" "I could. I know it all by heart, all the things to say to a man on the downward path. Heaven knows I've heard them often enough, but I'd feel ashamed to talk that way to Uncle Peter. If he were my son now, I'd cut off his allowance and send him back to make something of himself, like Sile Higby with little Henry. But I'm afraid all I can do is to watch him and see that he doesn't marry one of those little pink silk chorus girls, or lick a policeman, or anything." "You're carryin' on the same way yourself," ventured his mother. "That's different," replied her perspicacious son. Uncle Peter had refused to live at the Hightower, after 3 days, in that splendid and populous caravansary. "It suits me well enough," he explained to Percival, "but I have to look after Billy Brew, and this ain't any place for Billy. You see, Billy ain't city broke yet. Look at him now over there, the way he goes around butting into strangers. He does that way because he's all the time looking down at his new patent leather shoes first pair he ever had. He'll be plumb stoop-shouldered if he don't hurry up and get the new kicked off of him. I'll have to get him a nice warm box stall in some place that ain't so much on the bandwagon as this one. The ceilings here are too high for Billy, and I found him shootin' craps with the bellboy this mornin'. The boy thinks Billy, Bane from the West, is a stage robber or something like he reads about in the Cap, Collier libraries, and follows him around every chance he gets. And Billy laps up too many of them little striped drinks, and them French-cooked dishes ain't so good for him, either. He caught on to the bill of fare right away. Now he won't order anything but them them dishes that has a law something or other after 'em," he explained, when Percival looked puzzled. "He knows there'll always be something all fussed up with red, white, and blue gravy, and a little paper bouquet stuck into 'em. I never knew Billy was such a fancy eater before." So Uncle Peter and his charge had established themselves in an old-fashioned but very comfortable hotel down on one of the squares, a dingy monument to the time when life had been less hurried. Uncle Peter had stayed there 30 years before, and he found the place unchanged. The carpets and hangings were a bit faded, but the rooms were generously broad, the The chairs, as the old man remarked, were made to sit in. And the cuisine was held, by a few knowing old epicures who still frequented the place, to be superior even to that of the more pretentious Hightower. The service, it is true, was apt to be slow. Strangers who chanced in to order a meal not infrequently became enraged, and left before their food came, trailing plain short words of extreme dissatisfaction behind them as they went. But the elect knew that these delays betokened the presence of an artistic conscience in the kitchen, and that the food was worth tarrying for. "They know how to make you come back hungry for some more the next day," said Uncle Peter Bines. From this headquarters, the old man went forth to join in the diversions of his grandson, and here he kept a watchful eye upon the uncertain Billy Brew, at least approximately. Between them, his days and nights were occupied to crowding. But Uncle Peter had already put in some hard winters and was not wanting in fortitude. Billy Brew was a sore trouble to the old man. "I just can't keep him off the streets nights," was his chief complaint. By day, Billy Brew walked the streets in a decent, orderly trance of bewilderment. He was properly puzzled and amazed by many strange matters. He never could find out what was going on to bring so many folks into town. They all hurried somewhere constantly, but he was never able to reach the center of excitement. Nor did he ever learn how anyone could reach those high clotheslines, strung 40 feet above ground between the backs of houses, nor how there could be so many shows in town, all on one night, nor why you should get so many good things to eat by merely buying a slug of whiskey, nor why 1,000 people weren't run over in Broadway each 24 hours. At night, Billy Brew ceased to be the astounded alien and, as Percival said Dr. von Herzlich would say, began to mingle and cooperate with his environment. In the course of this process, he fell into adventures, some of them, perhaps, unedifying. But it may be told that his silver watch with the braided leather fob was stolen from him the second night out. Also that the following week, in a 29th Street saloon, he accepted the hospitality of an affable stranger, who had often been in Montana City. His explanation of subsequent events was entirely satisfactory, at least, from the time that he returned to consciousness of them. "I only had about $30 in my clothes," he told Percival, "but what made me so darned hot, he took my breastpin, too, made out of the first nugget ever found in the early bird mine over Silver Bow Way. Gee, when I woke up I couldn't tell where I was. This cop that found me in a hallway, he says I must have been give a dose of Peter. I says, all right, I'm here to go against all the games, I says, but pass me when the Peter comes around again, I says. And he says Peter was knockout drops. Say, honestly, I didn't know my own name till I had a chance to look me over. The clothes in my hands looked like I'd seen 'em before, somehow and then I come to myself." After this adventure, Uncle Peter would caution him of an evening. "Now, Billy, don't stay out late. If you ain't been gone through by 11, just hand what you got on you over to the first man you meet, none of 'em'll ask any questions, and then pike fur home. The later at night it gets in New York, the harder it is for strangers to stay alive. You're all right in Wardner or Hellengone, Billy, but in this here camp you're just a tender little bed of pansies by the wayside, and these New Yorkers are terrible careless where they step after dark." Notwithstanding which, Mr. Brew continued to behave uniformly in a manner to make all judicious persons grieve. His place of supreme delight was the Hightower. Its marble splendors, its myriad lights, the throngs of men and women in evening dress, made for him a scene of unfailing fascination. The evenings when he was invited to sit in the cafe with Uncle Peter and Percival made memories long to be cherished. He spent such an evening there at the end of their first month in New York. Half a dozen of Percival's friends sat at the table with them from time to time. There had been young Beverly Van Arstel, who, Percival disclosed, was heir to all the Van Arstel millions and no end of a swell. And there was big, handsome Eddie Arledge, whose father had treated him shabbily. These two young gentlemen spoke freely about the inferiority of many things on this side, as they denominated this glorious land of freedom of many things from horses to wine. The country was rapidly becoming, they agreed, no place for a gentleman to live. Eddie Arledge confessed that, from motives of economy, he had been beguiled into purchasing an American claret. "I fancied, you know," he explained to Uncle Peter, "that it might do for an ordinary luncheon claret, but on my sacred honor, the stuff is villainous. Now you'll agree with me, Mr. Bines, I dare say, that a Bordeaux of even recent vintage is vastly superior to the very best so-called American claret. Whereupon Beverly Van Arsdale having said, to be sure fancy an American Burgundy, now, or a Chablis. Uncle Peter betrayed the first sign of irritation Percival had detected since his coming. Well, you see, young men, we're not much on vintages in Montana. Whiskey is mostly our drink whiskey and spring water, and if our whiskey is strong, it's good enough. When we want to test a new barrel, we inject 3 drops of it into a jackrabbit, and if he doesn't lick a bull clog in 6 seconds, we turn down the goods. That's as far as our education has ever gone in vintages. It sounded like the old Uncle Peter, but he was afterwards so good-natured that Percival concluded the irritation could have been but momentary. Chapter 29. Uncle Peter Bines threatens to raise something. Uncle Peter and Billy Brew left the Hightower at midnight. Billy Brew wanted to walk down to their hotel on the plea that they might see a fight or a fire or something. He never ceased to feel cheated when he was obliged to ride in New York, but Uncle Peter insisted on the cab. "Say, Uncle Peter," he said, as they rode down, "I got a good notion to get me one of them first part suits like the minstrels, where in the grand first part, you know only I'd never be able to get onto the track right without a hostler to harness me and see to all the buckles and cinch the straps right. They're mighty fine, though." Finding Uncle Peter uncommunicative, he mused during the remainder of the ride, envying the careless ease with which Percival and his friends, and even Uncle Peter, wore the prescribed evening regalia of gentlemen, and yearning for the distinguished effect of its black and white elegance upon himself. They went to their connecting rooms, and Billy Brew regretfully sought his bed, marveling how free people in a town like New York could ever bring themselves to waste time in sleep. As he dozed off, he could hear the slow, measured tread of Uncle Peter pacing the floor in the next room. He was awakened by hearing his name called. Uncle Peter stood in a flood of light at the door of his room. He was fully dressed. "Awake, Billy. Is it gettin' up time?" The old man came into the room and lighted a gas jet. He looked at his watch. "No, only 3:15. I ain't been to bed yet." Billy Brew sat up and rubbed his eyes. "Rheumatiz again, Uncle Peter." "No, I been thinkin', Billy, how do you like the game?" He began to pace the floor again, from one room to the other. What game? Billy Brew had encountered a number in New York. This whole game livin' in New York. Mr. Brew became judicial. "It's a good game as long as you got money to buy chips. I'd hate like darnation to go broke here. All the pay claims have been located, I guess." "I doubt it's bane a good game any time, Billy. I been actin' as kind of a lookout now for about 40 days and 40 nights, and the chances is all in favor of the house. You don't even get half your money on the high card when the splits come." Billy Brew pondered this sentiment. It was not his own. "The United States of America is all right, Billy." This was safe ground. Sure, his mind reverted to the evening just past. Of course there was a couple of Clarences in high collars there tonight that made out like they was throwin' it down, but they ain't the whole thing, not by a long shot. Yes, and that young shrimp that was talkin' about vintages and trouserings. The old man paused in his walk. "What are trouserings, Billy?" Mr. Brew had not looked into shop windows day after day, without enlarging his knowledge. "Trouserings," he proclaimed rather importantly, "is the cloth they make pants out of." "Oh, is that all? I didn't know, but it might be some new kind of duds. And that fellow don't ever get up till 11 o'clock a.m. I don't reckon I would myself if I didn't have anything but trouserings and vintages to worry about. And that Van Arsdale boy." "Say," said Billy, with enthusiasm, "I never thought I'd be even in the same room with one of that family, less I prized open the door with a Jimmy." "Well, who's he?" "My father knew his grandfather when he kept tavern over on the Raritan River, and his grandmother, this shrimp's grandmother, she tended bar." "Jay." "Yes, they kept tavern, and the old lady passed the rum bottle over the bar and took in the greasy money. This here fellow, now, couldn't make an honest livin' like that, I bet you. He's like a dog breeder would say got the pedigree, but not the points." Mr. Brew emitted a high, throaty giggle. "But they ain't all like that here, Uncle Peter. Say, you come out with me some night jest in your workin' clothes. I can show you people all right that won't ask to see your union card. Say, on the dead, Uncle Peter, I wish you'd come. There's a lady professor in a dime museum right down here on 14th Street that eats fire and juggles the big snakes, say. She's got a complexion. There's enough like that kind, though, interrupted Uncle Peter. I could take a double-barrel shotgun up to that hotel and get 9 with each barrel around in them hallways. The shot wouldn't have to be rammed, either. Tool didn't have to scatter so blamed much. Oh well, them society sports there's got to be some of them. Yes, and the way they make 'em reminds me of what Doll Mutzig tells about the time they started Pasco. What you fellows mackin' a town here fur? Doll says he asked 'em, and he says they says, well, why not? The land ain't good fur anything else, is it? They says, that's the way with these shrimps, they ain't good fur anything else. There's that Arledge, the lad that keeps his mouth hangin' open all the time he's lookin' at you, he'll catch cold in his works, first thing he knows with his gold monogram on his cigarettes. He said he was poor, urged Billy, who had been rather taken with the ease of Arledge's manner. Fine, big, handsome fellow, ain't he? Strong as an ox, active and perfectly healthy, ain't he? Well, he's a pill, but his old man must have been on to him. Here's a piece in the paper about that fine big strappin' giant. It's partly what got me to thinkin' tonight, so I couldn't sleep. Just listen to this, and Uncle Peter read. E. Wadsworth Arledge, son of the late James Townsend Arledge, of the dry goods firm of Arledge and Jackson, presented a long affidavit to Justice Dutcher of the Supreme Court yesterday to show why his income of $6,000 a year from his father's estate should not be abridged to pay a debt of $489.32. Henry T. Gottlieb, a grocer, who obtained a judgment for that amount against him in 1895 and has been unable to collect, asked the court to enjoin Judge Henley P. Manderson and the Union Fidelity Trust Company, as executors of the Arledge estate, from paying Mr. Arledge his full income until the debt has been discharged. Gottlieb contended that Arledge could sustain the reduction required. James T. Arledge died about 2 years ago, leaving an estate of about $3 million. He had disapproved of the marriage of his son and evinced his displeasure in his will. The son had married Flora Florenza, an actress. To the son was given an income of $6,000 a year for life. The rest of the estate went to the testator's widow for life, and then to charity. Here is the affidavit of E. Wadsworth Arledge. I have been brought up in idleness, under the idea that I was to inherit a large estate. I have never acquired any business habits so as to fit me to acquire property or to make me take care of it. I have never been in business, except many years ago, when I was a boy, when I was for a short time employed in one of the stores owned by my father. For many years prior to my father's death, I was not employed, but lived on a liberal allowance made to me by him. I am a married man, and in addition to my wife have a family of 2 children to support from my income. All our friends are persons of wealth and of high social standing, and we are compelled to spend money in entertaining the many friends who entertain us. I am a member of many expensive clubs. I have absolutely no income except the allowance I receive from my father's estate, and the same is barely sufficient to support my family. I have received no technical or scientific education, fitting me for any business or profession, and should I be deprived of any portion of my income, I will be plunged in debt anew. The court reserved decision. You hear that, Billy? The court reserved decision. Mr. Arledge has to buy so many gold cigarettes and vintages and trouserings, and belong to so many clubs that he wants the court to help him chouse a poor grocer out of his money. Say, Billy, that judge could fine me for contempt of court, right now, for reservin' his decision. You bet Mr. Arledge would got my decision right hot off the griddle. I'd a told him, you're the meanest kind of a crook I ever heard of fur wanton, to lie down on your fat back and whine out of payin' fur the grub you put in your big gander paunch, I'd tell him, and now you march to the lockup till you can look honest folks in the face, I'd tell him. Say, Billy, some crooks are worse than others. Take Nate Leverson out there. Nate set up night and day for 6 years inventin', a process for sweatin' gold into ore. Finally he gets it. How he does it nobody knows, but he sweat gold 18 inches into the solid rock. The first few holes he salted he gets rid of all right, then of course they catch him, and Nate's doin' time now. But say, I got respect for Nate since readin' that piece. There's a good deal of a man about him, or about any common burglar or sneak thief compared to this duck. They take chances, say nothing of the hard work they do. This fellow won't take a chance and won't work a day. Billy, that's the meanest specimen of crook I ever run against, bar none, and that crook is produced and tolerated in a place that's said to be the center of culture and refinement and practical achievement. Billy, he's a pill. That's right, said Billy Brew, promptly throwing the recalcitrant Arledge overboard. But it ain't none of my business. What I do spleen again is having a grandson of mine livin' in a community where a man that'll act like that is actually let in their houses by honest folks. Think of a son of Daniel J. Bines treatin' folks like that as if they was his equals. Say, Dan'l had a line of faults, all right, but, by God, he'd a trammed or fur $2.25 a day any time in his life, rather not pay $1 he owed. And think of this lad making his bed in this kind of a place where men are brought up to them ways. And that name, think of a husky, two-fisted boy like him letting himself be called by a measly little gumdrop name like Percival when he's got a right to be called Pete. And he's right in with him. He'd be just as bad give him a little time, and Pishy engaged to a damned fortune-hunting Englishman into the bargain. It's all Higby said it was, only it goes double. Say, Billy, I been thinkin' this over all night. 'Tis mighty worryin', ain't it, Uncle Peter? And I got it thought out. Sure, you must ha' got it down to cases. Billy, listen now, there's a fellow down in Wall Street. His name is Shepler, Rulon Shepler. He's most the biggest man down there. Sure, I heard of him. Listen, I'm going to bed now. I can sleep since I got my mind made up, but I want to see Shepler in private tomorrow. Don't wake me up in the morning, but get up yourself and go find his office look in a directory, then ask a policeman. Shepler's a busy man. You tell the clerk or whoever holds you up that Mr. Peter Bines wants an appointment with Mr. Shepler as soon as he can make it Mr. Peter Bines of Montana City. Be there by 9:3 so's to get him soon as he comes. He knows me, tell him I want to see him on business soon as possible and find out when he can give me time. And don't you say to anyone else that I ever seen him or sent you there. Understand? Don't ever say a word to anyone. Remember, now, be there at 9:3 and don't let any clerk put you off, and ask him what hour'll be convenient for him. Now get what sleep's common to you. It's 5 o'clock. At noon, Billy Brew returned to the hotel to find Uncle Peter finishing a hearty breakfast. I found him all right, Uncle Peter. The lookout acted suspicious, but I saw the main guy himself come out of a door like I'd seen his picture in the papers, so I just called to him and said, Mr. Peter Bines wants to see you, like that. He took me right into his office, and I told him what you said, and he'll be ready for you at 2 o'clock. He knows mine's all right out our way, don't he? And he crowded a handful of these tinfoil cigars onto me and acted real sociable. Told me to drop in any time. Say, he'd run purty high in the yellow stuff all right. At 2 o'clock, you say? Yes. And what's his number? Gee, I forgot. I can tell you, though. You go down Broadway to that old church, say, Uncle Peter. There's folks in that burying ground been dead over 200 years, if you can go by their gravestones. Gee, I didn't s'pose anybody'd been dead that long. Then you turn down the gulch right opposite, until you come to the Vanderveer building, a few rods down on the left. Shepler's there. Get into the bucket and go up to the second level, and you'll find him in the left-hand back stope. His name's on the door in gold letters. All right, and look here, Billy, keep your head shut about all I said last night about anything. Don't you ever let on to a soul that I ain't stuck on this place, and its people no matter what I do. Sure not. What are you going to do, Uncle Peter? The old man's jaws were set for some seconds in a way to make Billy Brew suspect he might be suffering from cramp. It seemed, however, that he had merely been thinking intently. Presently he said, I'm goin' to raise hell, Billy. Sure, said Mr. Brew approvingly on general principles. Sure, why not? Chapter 30. Uncle Peter inspires his grandson to worthy ambitions. On 3 successive days, the old man held lengthy interviews with Shepler in the latter's private office. At the close of the 3rd day's interview, Shepler sent for Rilpin of the brokerage firm of Rilpin and Hendricks. A few days after this, Uncle Peter said to Percival one morning, I want to have a talk with you, son. All right, Uncle Peter, was the cheerful answer. He suspected the old man might at last be going to preach a bit, since for a week past he had been rather less expansive. He resolved to listen with good grace to any homilies that might issue. He took his suspicion to be confirmed when Uncle Peter began. "You folks been cuttin' a pretty wide swath here in New York." "That's so, Uncle Peter, wider than we could have cut in Montana City." "Been spendin' money purty free for a year." "Yes, you need money here." "I reckon you can't say about how much now." "Oh, I shouldn't wonder," Percival answered, going over to the escritoire and taking out some folded sheets and several checkbooks. "Of course, I haven't it all here, but I have the bulk of it. Let me figure a little." He began to work with a pencil on a sheet of paper. He was busy almost half an hour, while Uncle Peter smoked in silence. "It struck me the other night we might have been getting a little near to the limit, so I figured a bit then, too, and I guess this will give you some idea of it. Of course, this isn't all mine. It includes Ma's and Psyche's. Sis has been a mark for every bridge player between the Battery and the Bronx, and the way Ma has been plunging on her indigent poor is a caution she certainly does hold the large golden medal for amateur cross-country philanthropy. Now here's a rough expense account, of course only approximate, except some of the items I happen to have." Uncle Peter took the statement and studied it carefully. Paid Hightower Hotel, $42,983.75. Keep of horses and extra horse and carriage hire, $5,628.50. Chartering steam yacht Voluka 3 months, $24,000.00. Expenses running yacht, $46,850.28. WU Telegraph Company, $65. Incidentals, $882,763.90. Total $1,002,259.08. His sharp old eyes ran up and down the column of figures. Something among the items seemed to annoy him. "Looking at those incidentals, I took those from the checkbooks. They are pretty heavy." "It's an outrage," exclaimed the old man indignantly, "that they're $32.50 to the telegraph company. How's it come you didn't have a Western Union franc this year? I s'posed you had one. They sent me mine." "Oh, well, they didn't send me one, and I didn't bother to ask for it," the young man answered in a tone of relief. "Of course the expenses have been pretty heavy, coming here strangers as we did. Now, another year." "Oh, that ain't anything. Of course you got to spend money. I see one of them high-toned gents that died the other day said a gentleman couldn't possibly get along on less than $2,000 a day in expenses. I'm glad to see you ain't cut under the limit none. You got right into his class just like you'd always lived here, didn't you? But now, I been kind of lookin' over the ground since I come here, and it struck me you ain't been get enough for your money. You've spent free, but the goods ain't been delivered. I'm talkin' about yourself. Both your ma and Pishy has got more out of it than you have. Why, your ma gets her name in the papers as a philanthropist. Along with that, how do the papers call her? The well-known club woman that Mrs. Helen Wyatt Lamson that always has her name spelled out in full. Your ma is getting public recognition for her money, and look at Pishy. What's she gone and done while you been laxin' about? Why, she's got engaged to a lord or just as good. Look at the prospects she's got. She'll enter the aristocracy of England and have a title. But look at you. Really, son, I'm ashamed of you. People over there'll be sayin', Lady what's her name? Oh, yes, she has got a brother, but he don't amount to shucks. He ain't much more'n a 3-spot. He can't do anything but play bank and drink like a fish. He's throwed away his opportunities. That's what them dukes and counts will be sayin' about you behind your back. I understood you didn't think much of Sis's choice. Well, of course, he wouldn't be much in Montana City, but he's all right in his place, and he seems to be healthy. What knocks me is how he ever got all them freckles. He never come by 'em honestly, I bet. He must have got caught in an explosion of freckles sometime. But that ain't neither here nor there. He has the goods and Pish'll get 'em delivered. She's got something to show for her dust. But what you got to show? Not a blamed thing, but a lot of stubs in a checkbook and a little fat. Now I ain't mackin' any kick. I got no right to, but I do hate to see you leadin' this life of idleness and dissipation when you might be mackin' something of yourself. Your pa was quite a man. He left his mark out there in that western country. Now you're here, settled in the East among big people, with a barrel of money and fine chances to do something, and you're just layin' down on the family name. You wouldn't think near so much of your pa if he'd laid down before his time, and your own children will always have to say, poor pa, he had a good heart, but he never could amount to anything more'n a 3-spot. He didn't have any stuff in him, they'll be saying. Now, on the level, you don't want to go through life bane, just known as a good thing and easy money, do you? Why, of course not, Uncle Peter. Only I had to look around some at first, for a year or so. Well, if you need to look any more, then your eyes ain't right. That's my say. I ain't askin' you to go west, I don't expect that. Percival brightened. But I am tryin' to nag you into doin' something here. People can say what they want to about you, he continued, stubbornly, as one who confesses the most errant bigotry. But I know you have got some brains, some ability. I really believe you got a whole lot, and you got the means to take your place right at the top. You can head 'em all in this country or any other. Now what you ought to do, you ought to take your place in the world of finance, put your mind on it night, and day swing out, get action, and set the ball to rolling. Your pa was a big man in the West, and there ain't any reason as I can see of why you can't be just as big a man in proportion here. People can talk all they want to about your bane, just a dub eye won't believe 'em. And there's London. You ain't been ambitious enough. Get a downhill pull on New York, and then branch out. Be a man of affairs like your pa and like that fellow Shepler. Let's be somebody. If Montana City was too small for us, that's no reason why New York should be too big. Percival had walked the floor in deep attention to the old man's words. You've got me right, Uncle Peter, he said at last. And you're right about what I ought to do. I've often thought I'd go into some of these big operations here. But for one thing, I was afraid of what you'd say, and then I didn't know the game very well. But I see I ought to do something. You're dead right. And we need more money, too, urged the old man. I was reading a piece the other day about the big fortunes in New York. Why, we ain't 1, 2, 3, with the dinky little 12 or 13 millions we could swing. You don't want to be a piker, do you? If you go in the game at all, play her open and high. Make 'em take the ceiling off. You can just as well get into the 100 million class as not, and I know it. They needn't talk to me, I know you have got some brains. If you was to go in now, it would keep you straight and busy, and take you out of this pinhead class that only spends their pa's money. You're all right, Uncle Peter. I certainly did need you to come along right now and set me straight. You founded the fortune, pa trebled it, and now I'll get to work and roll it up like a big snowball. That's the talk. Get into the 100 million class, and show these wise folks you got something in you besides hot air, like the sayin' is. Then they won't always be askin' who your pa was, they'll be wantin' to know who you are by gripes. Then you can have the biggest steam yacht afloat, 2 or 3 of 'em, and the best house in New York, and palaces over in England, and Pish'll be able to hold up her head in company over there. You can finance that proposition right up to the nines. By Jove, but you're right, you're a wonder, Uncle Peter, and that reminds me. He stopped in his walk. I gave it hardly any thought at the time, but now it looks bigger than a mountain. I know just the things to start in on systematically. Now don't breathe a word of this, but there's a big deal on in consolidated copper. I happened onto the fact in a queer way the other night. There's a broker I've known downtown fellow by the name of Rolpin, met him last summer. He does most of Shepler's business. He's supposed to be closer to Shepler and know more about the inside of his deals than any man in the street. Well, I ran across Rolpin down in the cafe the other night, and he was wearing one of those gents' knobby 3-button souses. Nothing would do but I should dine with him, so I did. It was the night you and the folks went to the opera with the Oldacres. Rolpin was full of lovely talk and dark hints about a rise in copper stock, and another rise in Western Trolley, and a bigger rise than either of them in Union Cordage. How that fellow can do Shepler's business and drink the stuff that makes you talk I don't see. Anyway, he said, and you can bet what he says goes, that the Consolidated is going to control the world's supply of copper inside of 3 months, and the stock is bound to kite, and so are these other 2 stocks. Shepler's back of all 3. The insiders are buying up now, slowly and cautiously, so as not to start any boom prematurely. Consolidated is no now, and it'll be up to 150 by April at the latest. The others may go beyond that. I wasn't looking for the game at the time, so I didn't give it any thought, but now, you see, there's our chance. We'll plunge in those 3 lines before they start to rise and be in on the ground floor. Now don't you be rash. That Shepler's old enough to suck eggs and hide the shells. I heard a man say the other day copper was none too good at no. Exactly. You can hear anything you're looking to hear down there. But I tell you this was straight. Don't you suppose Shepler knows what he's about? There's a boy that won't be peddling shoelaces and gumdrops off one of these neat little bosom trays not for 85 or 90,000 years, yet en Rolpin, Even if he was drunk, knows Shepler's deals like skiplap. They'll bear the stocks all they can while they're buying up. I wouldn't be surprised if the next consolidated dividend was reduced. That would send her down a few points and throw more stock on the market. Meantime, they're quietly working to get control of the European mines end, as to Western Trolley and Union Cordage say. Rilpin actually got to crying there, so good he had one of those loving ones, the kind where you want to be good to everyone in the world. I'm surprised he didn't get into a sandwich sign and patrol Broadway, giving those tips to everybody. Course, we're on a proposition now that you know more about it than I do. You certainly do take right hold at once. That was your pa's way, too. Daniel J. could look farther ahead in a minute than most men could in a year. I got to trust you wholly in these matters, and I know I can do it, too. I got confidence in you, no matter what other people say. They don't know you like I do. And if there's any other things you know about for sure. Well, there's Berman. He's plunging in corn now. His father has staked him, and he swears he can't lose. He was after me to put aside $1 million. Of course, if he does win out, it would be big money. Well, son, I can't advise you none, except I know you have got a head on you, no matter how people talk. You know about this end of the game, and I'll have to be led entirely by you. If you think Berman's got a good proposition, why, there ain't anything like getting action all along the layout, from ace down to 7 spot and back to the king card. That's the talk. I'll see Rilpin today or tomorrow. I'll bet he tries to hedge on what he said. But I got him too straight. Let a drunken man alone for telling the truth when he's got it in him. We'll start in buying at once. It does sound good. I must say you take hold of it considerable, like Daniel J. would a done end use my money just like your own. I do want to see you talk in your place where you belong. This life of idleness you been leadin' one continual potlatch the whole time it wa'n't doin' you a bit of good. We'll get action, don't you worry. Now let's have lunch downstairs and then go for a drive. It's too fine a day to stay in. I'll order the cart around and show you that blue ribbon cob I bought at the horse show. I just want you to see his action. He's a beaut, all right. He's been worked a half in 1.17, and he can go to his speed in 10 lengths any time. In the afternoon, they fell into the procession of carriages streaming toward the park. The day was pleasantly sharp, the clear sunshine enlivening, and the cob was one with the spirit of the occasion, alertly active, from his rubber-shod, varnished hoofs to the tips of his sensitive ears. Central Park, said Uncle Peter, always seems to me just like a tidy little parlor, livin' around in them hills the way I have. He watched the glinting of varnished spokes, and listened absently to the rhythmic click-clump of trotting horses, with its accompanying jingle of silver harness trappings. These people must have lots of money, he observed, but you'll go in and outdo 'em all. That's what, Uncle Peter. Toward the upper end of the East Drive, they passed a victoria in which were Miss Milbury and her mother with Rulon Shepler. The men raised their hats. Miss Milbury flashed the blue of her eyes to them and pointed down her chin in the least bit of a bow. Mrs. Milbury stared. Wa'n't that Shepler? Yes, Shepler and the Milburys. That woman certainly has the haughtiest lorgnon ever built. She didn't speak to us. Is her eyes bad? Yes, ever since that time at Newport. None of them has spoken to me, but the girl she's engaged to Shepler. She's a right nice-looking little lady. I thought you was kind of taken there. She would have married me for my role. I got far enough along to tell that, but that was before Shepler proposed. I'd give long odds she wouldn't consider me now. I haven't enough for her with him in the game. Well, you go in and make her wish she'd waited for you. I'll do that. I'll make Shepler look like a well-to-do businessman from Pontiac, Michigan. Is that brother of hers you told me about still mackin' up to that party? Can't say. I suppose he'll be a little more fastidious as the brother-in-law of Shepler. In fact, I heard that the family had shut down on any talk of his marrying her. Still, she ought to be able to do well here. Any man that would marry a woman for money wouldn't object to her. One of these fortune-hunting Englishmen, now, would snap her up. She hasn't quite enough for that. 2 millions isn't so much here, you know, and she must have spent a lot of hers. I hear she has a very expensive suite back there at the Arlingham and lives high. I did hear, too, that she takes a flyer in the street now and then. She'll be broke soon if she keeps that up. Too bad she ain't got a few more millions, said Uncle Peter, ruminantly. Take one of these titled Englishmen looking for an heiress to keep him. She'd make just the kind of a wife he'd ought to get. She certainly ought to have a few more millions. If she had, now, she might cure some decent girl of her infatuation. Where'd you say she was stoppin'? Arlingham, that big private hotel I showed you back there. Percival confessed to his mother, that night, that he had wronged Uncle Peter. That old boy is all right yet, he said, with deep conviction. Don't make any mistake there. He has bigger ideas than I gave him credit for. I suggested branching out here in a business way today, and the old fellow got right in line. If anybody tells you that old Petty Bines hasn't got the leaves of his little calendar torn off right up to date, you just feel wise inside and see what odds are posted on it. Chapter 31. Concerning Consolidated Copper and Peter Bines as matchmakers. Consolidated Copper at 110. The day after his talk with Uncle Peter, Percival, through 3 different brokers, gave orders to buy 10,000 shares. I tried to give Rilpin an order for 5,000 shares over the telephone, he said to Uncle Peter, but they're used to those $50,000 and $100,000 pikers down in that neighborhood. He seemed to think I was joshing him. When I told him I meant it and was ready to take practically all he could buy for the next few weeks or so, I think he fell over in the booth and had to be helped out. Orders for 20,000 more shares in 1,000-share lots during the next 3 weeks sent the stock to 115. Yet wise men in the street seemed to fear the stock. They were waiting cautiously for more definite leadings. The plunging of Bines made rather a sensation, and when it became known that his holdings were large and growing almost daily larger, the waning confidence of a speculator here and there would be revived. At 115, the stock rested again, with few sales recorded. A certain few of the elect regarded this calm as ominous. It was half believed by others that the manipulations of the inner ring would presently advance the stock to a sensational figure, and that the reckless young man from Montana might be acting upon information of a definite character. But among the veteran speculators, the feeling was conservative. Before buying, they preferred to await some sign that the advance had actually begun. The conservatives were mostly the bald old fellows. Among the illusions that rarely survive a man's hair in Wall Street is the one that sure things are necessarily sure. Percival watched Consolidated Copper go back to 110 and bought again 10,000 shares. The price went up 2 points the day after his orders were placed, and 2 days later dropped back to 110. The conservatives began to agree with the younger set of speculators, insofar as both now believed that the stock was behaving in an unnatural manner, indicating that something was doing. That manipulation behind the scenes was underway to a definite end. The conservatives and the radicals differed as to what this end was. But then, Wall Street is nourished almost exclusively upon differences of opinion. Percival now had accounts with 5 firms of brokers. Rilpin, he explained to Uncle Peter, is a foxy boy. He's foxier than a fox. He not only tried to hedge on what he told me, said he'd been drinking absinthe frappé that day, and it always gets him dreamy, but he actually had the nerve to give me the opposite steer. Of course, he knows the deal clear to the center, and Shepler knows that he knows, and he must have been afraid Shepler would suspect he'd been talking. So I only traded a few thousand shares with him. I didn't want to embarrass him. Funny about him, too, I never heard before of his drinking anything to speak of, and there isn't a man in the street comes so near to knowing what the big boys are up to, but we're on the winning cards all right. I get exactly the same information from a dozen confidential sources. Some of it I can trace to Rilpin, and some of it right to Shepler himself. Course I'm leavin' it all to you, answered Uncle Peter, and I must say I do admire the way you take hold and get things on the move. You don't let any grass grow under your heels. You got a good head for them things. I can tell by the way you start out just like your pa for all the world. I'll feel safe enough about my money as long as you keep your health. If only you got the nerve. I've known men would play a big proposition half through and then get scared and pull out. Your pa went that way. He could get a proposition right by its handle every time, and they never come any too big for him. The bigger they was, better he liked 'em. That's the kind of genius I think you got. You ain't afraid to take a chance. Percival beamed modestly under praise of this sort, which now came to him daily. It's good discipline for me, too, Uncle Peter. It's what I needed, something to put my mind on. I needed a new interest in life. You had me down right. I wasn't doing myself a bit of good with nothing to occupy my mind. Well, I'm mighty glad you thought up this stock deal. It'll give you good business habits and experience, say nothing of doubling your capital. And I've gone in with Berman on his corn deal. He's begun to buy, and he has it cinched this time. He'll be the corn king all right by June 1st, don't make any mistake on that. I thought as long as we were plunging so heavy in Western Trolley and Union Cordage, along with the copper, we might as well take the side line of corn. Then we won't have our eggs all in one basket. All right, son, all right. I'm trustin' you. A corner in corn is better'n a corner in wild oats any day. Anything to keep you straight and doin' something. I don't care how many millions you pile up. I hear the federal oil people's back of the copper deal. That's right, the oil crowd and Shepler. I had it straight from Rilpin that night. They're negotiating now with the Rothschilds to limit the output of the Rio Tinto mines. They'll end by controlling them, and then, well, we'll have a roll of the yellow boys say, we'll have to lay quiet for a year just to count it. Do it good while you're doing it, urged Uncle Peter, cheerfully. I rely so much on your judgment, I want you to get action on my stuff too. I got a couple millions that ought to be workin' harder than they are. Good, I didn't think you had so much gambler in you. It's for a worthy purpose, son. And it seems too bad that Pishy can't pull out something with her bit, when it's to be had so easy. From what that spangle-faced beau of hers tells me, there's got to be some expensive plumbing done in that castle. He gets sawed off onto him. Well, let Sis in, too, exclaimed her brother generously, and Ma could use a little more in her business. She's sitting up nights to corner all the amalgamated hard luck on the island. We'll pool issue, and say, we'll make those federal oil pikers think we've gnawed a corner off the subtreasury. I'll put an order in for 20,000 more shares tomorrow among the 3 stocks. And then we'll have to see about getting all our capital here. We'll need every cent of it that's loose, and maybe we better sell off some of those deadwood stocks. The 20,000 shares were bought by the following week, 5,000 of them being Consolidated Copper, 10,000 Western Trolley, and 5,000 Union Cordage. Consolidated Copper fell off 2 points, upon rumors, traceable to no source, that the company had on hand a large secret supply of copper, and was producing largely in excess of the demand every month. Percival told Uncle Peter of these rumors, and chuckled with the easy confidence of a man who knows secrets. You see, it's coming the way Rilpin said. The insiders are hammering down the stock with those reports, hammering with one hand, and buying up small lots quietly with the other. But you'll notice the price of copper doesn't go down any. They keep it at 17 cents all right. Now, the moment they get control of the European supply, they'll hold the stuff, force up the selling price to awful figures, and squeeze out dividends that will make you wear blue glasses to look at them. You certainly do know your business, son, said Uncle Peter fervently. You certainly got your pa's head on you. You remind me more and more of Daniel J. Bines every day. I'd rather trust your judgment now than lots of older men down there. You know their tricks all right. Get in good and hard so long as you got a sure thing. I'd hate to have you come meechin' around after that stock has kited and be kickin' because you hadn't bet what your hand was worth. Trust me for that, Uncle Peter. Garmer tried to steer me off this line of stocks the other night. He'd heard these rumors about a slump, and he's 50 years old at that. I thanked him for his tip and coppered it with another 1,000 shares all around next day. The way Garmer can tell when you're playing a busted flush makes you nervous, but I haven't looked over his license to know everything down in the street yet. The moral gain to Percival from his new devotion to the stock market was commented upon approvingly both by Uncle Peter and by his mother. It was quite as tangible as his money profits promised to be. He ceased to frequent the Temple of Chance in 44th Street, to the proprietor's genuine regret. The poker games at the hotel he abandoned as being trivial, and the cabmen along Upper Broadway had seldom now the opportunity to compete for his early morning patronage. He began to keep early hours and to do less casual drinking during the day. After 3 weeks of this comparatively regular living, his mother rejoiced to note signs that his breakfast appetite was returning. You see, he explained earnestly to Uncle Peter, a man to make anything at this game must keep his head clear, and he must have good health to do that. I meet a lot of those fellows down there that queer themselves by drink. It doesn't do so much hurt when a man isn't needing his brains, but no more of it for me just now. That's right, son. I knew I could make something more than a polite sosh out of you. I knew you'd pull up if you got into business like you been doin'. Come downtown with me this afternoon and see me make a play, Uncle Peter. I think I'll begin now to buy on a margin. The rise can't hold off much longer. I'd like to, son, but I'd laid out to take a walk up to the park this afternoon and look in at the monkeys a while. I need the outdoors, and anyway you don't need me down there. You know your part all right, but I'd begin to feel nervous with all that money up if it was anybody but you now. In pursuance of his pronounced plan, Uncle Peter walked up Fifth Avenue that afternoon, but he stopped short of the park. At the imposing entrance of the Arlingham, he turned in. At the desk, he asked for Mrs. Wybert. "I'll see if Mrs. Wybert is in," said the clerk, handing him a blank card. "Your name, please." The old man wrote, "Mr. Peter Bines of Montana City would like a few minutes' talk with Mrs. Wybert." The boy was gone so long that Uncle Peter, waiting, began to suspect he would not be received. He returned at length with the message, "The lady says, will you please step upstairs?" Going up in the elevator, the old man was ushered by a maid into a violet-scented little nest whose pale green walls were touched discreetly with hangings of heliotrope. An artist, in Uncle Peter's place, might have fancied that the color scheme of the apartment cried out for a bit of warmth. A glowing, warm-haired woman was needed to set the walls afire, and the need was met when Mrs. Wybert entered. She wore a long coat of seal trimmed with chinchilla and had been apparently about to go out. Uncle Peter rose and bowed. Mrs. Wybert nodded rather uncertainly. "You wish to see me, Mr. Bines?" "I did want to have a little talk with you, Mrs. Wybert, but you're going out, and I won't keep you. I know how pressed you New York society ladies are with your engagements." Mrs. Wybert had seemed to be puzzled. She was still puzzled but unmistakably pleased. The old man was looking at her with frank and friendly apology for his intrusion. Plainly, she had nothing to fear from him. She became gracious. "It was only a little shopping tour, Mr. Bines, that and a call at the hospital, where they have one of my maids who slipped on the avenue yesterday and fractured one of her limbs. Do sit down." Mrs. Wybert said limb for leg with the rather conscious air of escaping from an awkward situation only by the subtlest finesse. She seated herself before a green and heliotrope background that instantly took warmth from her color. Uncle Peter still hesitated. "You see, I wanted kind of a long chat with you, Mrs. Wybert, a friendly chat if you didn't mind, and I'd feel a mite nervous if you're bundled up that way." "I shall be delighted, Mr. Bines, to have a long, friendly chat. I'll send my cloak back and you take your own time. There now, do be right comfortable." The old man settled himself and bestowed upon his hostess a long look of approval. "The reports never done you justice, Mrs. Wybert, and they was very glowin' reports, too. You're very kind, Mr. Bines, awfully good of you. I'm goin' to be more, Mrs. Wybert. I'm goin' to be a little bit confidential right out in the straight open with you. I am sure of that. And if you want to, you can be the same with me. I ain't ever held anything against you, and maybe now I can do you a favor. It's right good of you to say so. Now, look here, ma'am. Let's you and me get right down to cases about this society game here in New York." Mrs. Wybert laughed charmingly and relaxed in manner. "I'm with you, Mr. Bines. What about it now? Now don't get suspicious, and tell me to mind my own business when I ask you questions. I couldn't be suspicious of you really, I feel, as if I'd have to tell you everything you asked me, some way. Well, there's been some talk of your marrying that young Milbury. Now tell me the inside of it." She looked at the old man closely. Her intuition confirmed his own protestations of friendliness. "I don't mind telling you in strict confidence there was talk of marriage, and his people, all but the sister, encouraged it. Then, after she was engaged to Shepler, they talked him out of it. Now that's the whole God's truth, if it does you any good. If you had married him, you'd had a position, like they say here, right away." "Oh dear, yes. Awfully swagger people, dead swell, every one of them, there's no doubt about that." "Exactly, and there ain't really any reason why you can't be somebody here." "Well, between you and I, Mr. Bines, I can play the part as well as a whole lot of these women here. I don't want to talk, of course, but well. Exactly, you can give half of 'em cards and spades and both casinos, Mrs. Wybert. And I'll do it yet. I'm not through by any means. They're not the only perfectly elegant people in this town. Of course you'll do it, and you could do it better if you had 3 or 4 times the stake you got. Dollars are worth more apiece in New York than any town I've ever been in. Mrs. Wybert, I can put you right square into a good thing, and I'm going to do it. Heard anything about consolidated copper? I've heard something big was doing in it, but nobody seems to know for certain. My broker is afraid of it. Very well, now you do as I tell you, and you can clean up a big lot inside of the next 2 months. If you do as I tell you, mind, no matter what you hear, and if you don't talk. Mrs. Wybert meditated. Mr. Bines, it's natural that I'm a little uneasy. Why should you want to see me do well after our little affair? Now, out with it. What are you trying to do with me? What do you expect me to do for you? Get down to cases yourself, Mr. Bines. I will, ma'am, in a few words. My granddaughter, you may have heard, is engaged to an Englishman. He's next thing to broke, but he's got a title coming. Naturally, he's looking for money. Naturally, he don't care for the girl, but I'm afraid she's infatuated with him. Now then, if he had a chance at someone with more money than she's got, why, naturally he'd jump at it. Aren't you a little bit wild? Not a little bit. He saw you at Newport last summer, and he's seen you here. He was tearing the adjectives up telling me about you the other night, not knowing, you understand, that I'd ever heard tell of you before. You could marry him in a jiffy if you follow my directions. But your granddaughter has a fortune. You'll have as much if you play this the way I tell you, and you never can tell in these times she might lose a good bit of hers. It's very peculiar, Mr. Bines, your proposition. Illustration: why, you'd be Lady Castlethorpe, with dukes and counts talkin' off their crowns to you. Look at what a brilliant match it would be for you. Why, you'd be Lady Castlethorpe, with dukes and counts talkin' off their crowns to you. And that other one, that Milbury, from all I hear, he's lighter'n cork cut his galluses, and he'd float right up into the sky. He ain't got anything but his good family and a thirst. I see, this Mawburn isn't good enough for your family, but you reckon he's good enough for me. Is that it now? Come, Mrs. Wybert, let's be broad. That's the game you like, and I don't criticize you for it. It's a good game if that's the kind of a game you're huntin' fur. And you can play it better'n my granddaughter. She wa'n't meant fur it, and I'd rather have her marry an American anyhow. Now you like it, and you got beauty, only you need more money. I'll put you in the way of it, and you can cut out my granddaughter. I must think about it. Suppose I plunge in copper, and your tip isn't straight. I've seen hard times, Mr. Bines, in my life. I haven't always wore sealskin and diamonds. Mrs. Wybert, you was in Montana long enough to know how I stand there. I know you're A1, and your word's as good as another man's money. I don't question your good intentions. It's my judgment, hey? Now, look here, I won't tell you what I know and how I know it, but you can take my word that I know I do know. You plunge in copper right off, without saying a word to anybody or mackin' any splurge, and here. From the little table at his elbow, he picked up the card that had announced him and drew out his pencil. You said my word was as good as another man's money. Now I'm going to write on this card just what you have to do, and you're to follow directions, no matter what you hear about other people doing. There'll be all sorts of reports about that stock, but you follow my directions. He wrote on the back of the card with his pencil. Consolidated copper. Remember, and now I'm a-goin' to write something else under them directions. Do this up to the limit of your capital, and I will make good anything you lose. There, Mrs. Wybert, I've signed that Peter Bines. That card wouldn't be worth a red apple in a court of law, but you know me, and you know it's good for every penny you lose. Really, Mr. Bines, you halfway persuade me. I'll certainly try the copper play, and about the other, well, we'll see. I don't promise, mind you. You think over it. I'm sure you'll like the idea. Think of Bain, in that great nobility, and Bain around them palaces with their dukes and counts. Think how these same New York women will meech to you then. The old man rose. And mind, follow them directions, and no other makes no difference what you hear, or I won't be responsible. And I'll rely on you, ma'am, never to let anyone know about my visit, and to send me back that little document after you've cashed in. He left her studying the card, with a curious little flash of surprise.